Guys, I just can't wait. I just can't wait. You know, some people are the kind of people that can keep the stream starting soon screen up for like 8 minutes. That's not me. I can't do it. I flip live and then I sit here and I stare and I see all my friends in chat and I think I should wait more. I should wait. And then it's like, no, now seems like a good time. Now seems like a good time. Guys, how are you? Do you ever wake up with like a pain in your ear? I think maybe I sleep with earplugs. I sleep with earplugs. And sometimes like maybe the earplugs like trap moisture or they, you know what I mean? And so I wanna, I'm gonna be fiddling with my headphones today, okay? Forgiveness while I do that. It sounds really weird. I usually don't hear my own voice just out loud. I usually hear my own voice in a headphone. So when it's strange experience when you're talking on stream out loud and I can't hear myself in my headphones. It just feels like I'm actually alone in a room. which is what we all kind of are, right? Earplugs to block out the noise? Yes. Yes. I am soothed by the murky underwater visual or audio effect of like the outside world kind of being blocked by earplugs. Okay. Good morning, El Presidente. Good morning. Oh, what do you have to say? What do you have to say? Anything good? Anything good? Oh, a disgruntler. How are you guys? Happy Monday. I wake up with pain, says Schneely. Hope everyone had a happy Mother's Day. Yeah, totally. My earplugs are the forest around me. That must be nice. That must be nice. I used to need to quiet or maybe some storm soundtrack noise. Yeah, the white noise. The white noise. Star Trek. Yeah, it's funny how you get used to just kind of the regular noise and then you want like Dudes, I went to see my mom. It's been a minute. It's been longer than I would like to admit. I went to see my mom. And my mom is the kind of person that loves to have a TV show on all the time, even while she's just doing the Facebook, right? She's just doing the Facebook. She's good. She's good. Thank you, Arkar. I really do take it all for granted sometimes. I gotta remind myself not to. The forest? Mountain Man, yeah. There have been plenty of studies on consistent loud noises being related to poor health. Interesting. Well, get this. So, one member of my family, I'm not going to say who it is, but one member of my family is now getting old enough that they've become very hard of hearing, okay? And so, I made this trip to go see my folks, okay? And I brought some TV shows on a USB key. Maybe they haven't seen Night of the Seven Kingdoms, I thought, right? The HBO show, excellent show. If you've not seen it, just leave the stream right now and go watch that program, right? Go watch that first season. I brought Dune. I brought the movie Dune, okay? And we played Dune on like the living room TV, okay? And it was the loudest movie I've ever heard inside a house. Okay, you're legally downloaded, copyright approved, thumb drive full of media. Well, the funny thing is they had all these movies on their live stream. They have like streaming services, right? So I brought them, right? You go through the trouble to like bring the media, and then they're like, oh, it's just easier if we just take it off the TV. It's like, okay, good, okay, fine. But what I didn't realize was the following. I did not realize. Oh, I should start the timer. We have a timer. We might as well start it here. We're counting down. This is just the warm-up yap, dudes. This is just the warm-up yap. We're counting down. Dune is one of my favorite movies, okay? Dune is one of the it's a movie that has some of the quietest dialogue. Paul, use the voice, Paul. Like it's just all whispers. But then it's just cacophonous explosions and it's just like it was so loud. They could not hear the dialogue, okay? They refused to put on subtitles because they just don't want to, okay? But they can't hear the movie They want to know what's going on. And so the volume, have you ever, ones in chat, if you've ever been in a car, if you've ever been driving a car, okay, and you put the pedal all the way to the metal, okay? Hi, Luke. Have you ever been driving, right? And then you are driving so fast that the pedal is on the floor, okay? Probably not many, right? That's a reckless thing to do. It's dangerous. Not a lot of ones. 1-1. Mateo, I'm not surprised. Okay? The television was so loud that the volume was max. Okay? The volume was maximum. I don't think I've ever seen that before. A TV go to max volume. Okay? And then, 10 minutes later, right? They try to turn it up again. They forgot where the volume was, and they tried to turn it up again. This is one of my favorite movies of all time. Now, for the first hour of the movie, I was like, yeah, cool. This is kind of like, just like a home time IMAX experience, right? I'm just like they have lost interest. They've gone back to their Facebook iPads, right? They've gone back to their social media, their horse TikToks, their whatever little like text-based jokes that they get on their wall or whatever, right? They're no longer watching the movie. It is just the loudest thing. This story is so relatable it hurts, trying to make parents put their hearing aids in harder than putting a cone of shame on a dog. They refuse to accept. So the first hour, I decide that it's only me. Now, it's only me watching this movie. It's one of my favorite movies. I'm just going to enjoy it, okay? But after an hour of wake up, sleeping, right? After an hour, I'm exhausted. It is so loud. It's like a war zone. It's the loudest TV I've ever heard in my life. And there's still like 90 minutes to go. And so I'm just squirming, right? Now I'm just writhing in my seat. And they don't seem that perturbed by it. Anyway. Can we... and then there would be some kind of like casual conversation over the movie, as if like it wasn't just raging in the background. I don't mean to make fun. Am I making fun? I'm just kind of telling my friends what happened on a quasi Mother's Day kind of thing. Okay? Turn down for what? Look at this. Oops. We're all gonna be there eventually. It's true. Turn down for what? Look at that. Look how cool that is, right? Turn down for what? Dudes, how are you? Hello, Mateo, says Luke. Yeah. Yeah, imagine watching the theaters. Must have had ear damage. Jay knows. Computer enhance, right? How cool is that? How cool is that? Enhance. Dudes, Monday. We're back. We're back in the flow, okay? I'm back in the city. Whoa. Yeah. Hey. Hey. We don't fuck around, right? We don't fuck around. I'm excited today, guys. It's a Monday. I'm excited. We got tings, right? This is an OBS thingy? How do I do this? Look at this. Is it? You wish. You wish. This is us, baby. It's not. It's not. I watch Atrioc. I watch Atrioc. It's been said so much, but you constantly have such high... Thank you very much, Jay. I'll put that up there. I'll put this up, right? Thank you. Thank you. Look, for today especially, because today's a big yap day. Today's a big yap day, and I wanted to be able to to extend the yap, right? And encourage people to share thoughts, because look at all the things, dudes. Look at all the things. There's a lot. We're gonna go deep today, okay? Man knows how to present. Thank you. Did Clippy vibe code this new tool? What is this? I watch Hotfrock Funeral. I watch a lot of Atrioc. Atrioc is a Twitch streamer I like, because he's got at the intersection of kind of like news, current issues, politics, economics, and gaming. And he's just like an interesting person. And he's got a little thing where he goes like, right? He just kind of goes, he calls up there's like a chat on the screen, right? And then he can, have a little more of a focus on like one chat. And we were like, I was like, hey, Clippy, can we, this looks like it's possible, right? And Clippy's like, give me a couple days, I'll think about it, right? I find it so funny that my favorite streamer watches more streams than I do. I don't watch that many streams. I don't, you know, I really don't. It's the same thing with my, like, design career, right? Like, if you look around too much, I don't know, for me, I get unduly influenced. When I'm working on client work, and, you know, you look around for inspiration, but if you look around too much, you start to emulate too much. So I really, for live streams, I try to walk a narrow path. Oh, some YouTuber streamers say they never watch anything else. I hear that too. I don't believe them, right? I don't believe them, because everyone sees something. But I think definitely some people see less than others, you know? Oh, yes. Yes. We got a quick yes or yes. Dudes, I'm gonna play some warm-up games. We're gonna ease into the day. I'm gonna play some warm-up games, and then when the timer reaches 0, we'll start this yap. And then we'll probably play a few more games. Oh, we have a list. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Okay. A little bit of topless royale. Okay. I want one more semi-session as a wizard to make good, right? To show you guys that I'm experiencing the discomfort. I think you hoped that I would by playing wizard, okay? You were kind enough to come out to the 24-hour stream and vote, and you voted wizard for maximum pain, and I want to make sure that you get every last squeeze of that, right? I want you to feel like your cup runneth over with the juice of my pain, if that makes sense, right? And then I'm going to talk about, you know, an honest assessment of kind of like where I am with dad in terms of like skill, in terms of how I play, in terms of my own shortcomings. Okay? And I'm gonna encourage you. We're gonna look inward together. Okay? I voted warrior fighter because I am a good friend. Yeah. I remember everything, Arkar. I do. I don't want to, but I do. I'm kind of like a vampire that way. And then, of course, right? We've got some trivia games, dad trivia, and we'll do a VIB. This will be the last. I think this is going to be the last dad thing in a minute. We're at the end of SSF. We'll talk about that later. But one more dad trivia for the road, right? As we move forward, and then at the end of stream, if I remember, I'm gonna try to get you guys excited for the next little bit of Project Zomboid that we've got coming up in June. We don't know when exactly. We don't know how exactly, but there is a lot of community interest and personal interest, I'll say, personal interest in Project Zomboid. And so we're going to be doing something for that in June. And it's going to be a bit longer than it was the last time, I believe. I just think wizards are cool. I agree. Tavern. Okay. Let's minimize the old illustrator here. Let's just do a warm-up game or two, shall we? Smooth! Where'd Smooth go? Smooth, you were chilling. And then what happened? No big deal, right? It's good to see you again, is what I'm trying to say. It's good to see you again, and I missed you. We missed you. Yes, become the kiting caster. Well, we'll see. I'm not that... You know, I was going to say I'm not that good at kiting, and we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about that. I'm here now. That's the perfect response, right? That's the perfect response. Doesn't matter where I was, son. It doesn't matter. I'm here now. Love to see the Giga Chad Salad PFP again. Totally. Look at it, right? Look at him. Look at him. It's good. 25 minutes. Okay. I'll try to save my voice for 25 minutes. Oh, do you play Project Zomboid, Smooth? Smooth, did you play Windrose? Have you been playing Windrose? Both games allow a kind of like there's building, right? Nope and nope. Oof. For the list. Lane Fighter, 2K hours on Shield Fighter here. It has never felt better. Ooh, I might have to disagree. But I'm glad you think so. I'm glad you think so, Lane Fighter. That's great. Thanks for saying hi. And you know, honestly, I think I have the most respect. Anyone who has this amount of tolerance for some of the worst aspects of this game, 2K hours on Shield Fighter, you love to hear it. You love to see it. Windrose is that new piratey Valheim-like, isn't it? Yes, it is. It is like a Valheim clone. If you play Windrose and you'd be like, this is exactly Valheim, just with a different visual skin, basically. Social space in Zomboid felt different from a Valheim Windrose because in Zomboid, we were all kind of compelled to share a home and utilities. Uh-huh. Yeah, strong man of will for the 2K hour fighter, yes. Okay. I'm going topless wizard. Let's see some combat. Where is it? Let's see some combat, right? Let's see some combat, right? I know. You are still my original shield fighter motivation. That's so nice when people say that. Thank you very much. That's so nice. What can't we take in here? Combat. It's very much like Enshrouded, if you're familiar. I played that game for a night or two. And I wanted to play it for more. Yeah, Enshrouded. I don't know. I think why didn't I ever pick that up? Swifty was into Enshrouded. I like the world. I think it's interesting. Okay. We'll keep it in our pants to start. Let's go. Let's warm it up. 22 minutes. I love what they did to shield mastery. Honestly, I haven't even really been paying that close of attention. It's more reliable now for the use of shields, or like it's like you have a second to do it. It used to be so opaque how shield mastery actually worked. And forgive me, could you tell me, Lane Fighter? Could you tell me? Could you explain? Could you explain what was done? Nice exploration, but it's missing the physics of Valheim. Interesting. Fair bit worse for big multiplayer. Interesting. I'm gonna make a spear throwing golf. That's a cool idea. You got it designed and everything. That's a cool. Do like a little 3-hole spear throwing golf course. July, Mateo. July. Even though I play dad like once in a few months now, I stick to melee warlock or shield fighter. That'd be sick as hell. I agree. I've got survival games in my brain since Windrose. Currently playing The Long Dark. Oh, for that Canada experience. Interesting. I'm gonna make a clubhouse and leaderboard and everything. Topless Wood really flexes his youthful body in stark contrast to his old wise face. We were talking about that. We were talking about that last stream. How it makes sense. The wizard, if you have magical abilities, of course you give yourself a youthful body, right? A youthful body. But if you want that good wizard salary, we got a fighter and a warlock. Yeah, okay, we can cook with this, right? If you want to get that good wizard salary, you need that old man wizard face, or else what? Oh, the wisp. The wisps absolutely get nuked by Zap, which I think is hilarious. Okay, one more for the road here. Good. We're cooking. It only works for shields. It gives you 50% action speed and 10% fizz damage for 1 second. Awesome. That's way better than it was. It used to be just action speed, right? What damage? Clarity. Laced turn shoe. Bobs are blocked. Is it alright if we... Of course, you can... We're not going to be playing that many games, but absolutely you are welcome to jump in as a Bob. Or as an op. But I mean, there's no way for us to delineate between Bobs and ops, right? So, yes. Come on in. Have a taste of my old man wizard flesh, right? Have a taste. I thought wizard salary was based on strictly hat size, though. No, it's old man face. You'd think it's hat size, but it's actually how old your face is and how old and authoritative your voice sounds is the only real measure of it. Sleek high pants, I want those. I want those. I love Ignite. Should probably sit. I'm helping. Oh, I ran into my Ignites, though. I'll take these. I'll take those. I might lose a bit of knowledge, which is bad. Yeah, I lost my explosions. You know, I'm gonna hold on to my boots, because I'm like right there on the edge of my knowledge. Okay. Let's have a... Maybe we'll have a sit. Maybe we'll have a sit while they clear. Let's do it. Adventurer boots. Beard length? Oh, that's true too. Beard length helps. Old man face and beard length. I think I lumped those two things together. Wisps are Bard's worst enemy. Yes, JD knows. Or do you get the bigger hat the older you look too? I feel like it's a choice, right? Some wizards don't go for the hat, right? Did Sauron wear a hat? No, right? Sauron? YouTube streams always buffer so much for everyone else. Yeah, it's kind of like, it's kind of an issue, Lane Fighter. And so there's a little technique. There's a little technique like this. Just like this. Neither did Gandalf the White. See, now, and you could argue that Gandalf the White, right, was kind of climbing the ladder. The wizard corporate ladder, right? And once you get to a certain level, you kind of like the hat is optional, right? The hat is optional. I like this comp. I like how my fighter looks like a warlock. You know what I mean? Let's help him out. Let's help him out. Get in there, buddy. Let's go. Get him. Get him. Look at you. Look at you go. Look at you go. I don't need a chest piece. I'm not. Oh, the trunk hose. I'll take that. Mem cap bonus. We'll take that. We'll take that. Now look at us. All we need is a cape, right? And we are laughing. Need a cape so bad. Need a cape so bad. Got on my zaps. Gandalf the White had some serious shit to deal with. No doubt. No doubt. Castellan. Sauron had enough memcap already. Exactly. Exactly. Right? He didn't need help remembering anything. Oh, you would. Oh, the burn. The burn. What's the goblet everyone's looking for? What did Mateo say? What's the goblet? Was it a green goblet? Was it a green goblet? Silver chalice, I see. Like, and is it a certain rarity? What is this one? Goblet? No. Huh. Uh-huh. Uh-oh. Actually unwatchable? Oh, no. Rip. Rip. Anything good? I love this little room. Found it in a stone tomb. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's stick with our buddy here. Yapping Keeb. Yapping Keeb. Goblets are everywhere. Chalices are rare as midnight stag poop. Tough. That's tough. Okay. Oh. Thank you, I guess. Let's be smart about this. I got the explode. Oh, you got kicked. Come on, buddy. I just ignited the cockatrice. Well, I've wasted now 4 ignites trying to hit my fighter. Okay, nice. The changes to these mini bosses are so good, right? Stream is fine on my end. Tortuga Lover, thanks for the report. Searching for a specific rarity is the worst quest type in a video game ever. I remember blue crystal orbs. I just like, I've got so much kind of like hangover PTSD that I just keep all that shit. Like, I don't even know why, but I just like, I keep it all. I keep it all from the beginning of White. Just because you never know. Like, I have a tab, I keep a tab of bangles. Should be like green or better instead of green specifically. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Any rarity above X? Sure. Right? Does this guy need meds? You need meds? Maybe he does? No one cares about that, I'm not sure. Okay. I hoard everything too. Druid is just a storage bank. Yeah. Okay, guess what? We're on bridge again. Guess what? It's bridge. Guess what? It's bridge. keep going north. Fuck him! Aw. I was hoping that I could help. Okay. Here we go. Explode. We're far enough away for a fireball, probably. Explode. We're gonna cast it over the shoulder of my buddy. Lightning strike. We're changing it up as we go. I'm not gonna block him. I'm gonna stick with the fighter. Dead bodies everywhere here. He closed the door. He locked the door. Magic lock. Oh, I've not seen that in real life. Right? He's on the bridge. Let's stick with the fighter. At least we're getting pushed off a bridge, which is nice. Got my zaps. I think he was just like a single dude running around. Let's stay in the zone. Go in and go north. Here we go. Wow. Have you ever seen this? Let's wait for the warlock here. Curious. We're pretty split up. I've literally never seen anyone use arcane lock. Yeah. In this game mode, when there's a circle, it actually makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of value, I think. Right? Hi, good stream session. Thank you very much. I'm gonna call you Bono. Is that okay? It's not. I know that's not how you say it. Utility has value again. We're chilling. And duos to hold doors for my team resetting. Very clever, right? You know, there's definitely a spot there for intense spell. I think steps here. Maybe? Maybe here? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe false alarm. What's up, party people? Nimble Hermit. It's a cute name. Now, your Pavis does glow purple, though, right? With Spell Reflect? It must have been the wind. Totally. Totally. 10 minutes! We probably got enough time for a crypts, and then we're probably gonna die in crypts, and then we can start the app. I don't know why my name changed on YouTube, but it's Marshall Vince. Okay. That's weird. I think YouTube a while ago made a change where they got rid of the, what do you call it? Yeah, it changed it on us all like 6 months ago. Poor guy. It's a wizard. Where's he coming around to? Can he come around? There's just one wizard left. Oh, he died. He died in the swarm. Okay, next one. Remember my Cyrillic? B is V and N is O, so Volo. Volo, interesting. He locked himself to die in the fog, yes. Poor guy. Okay. I'm not sure why I have any of these things. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm carrying these things, but we are. I want a cape so bad. Right? A cape is really going to complete the look. A cape will complete the look. But it's a tall order, I know. Sorry, N equals L, O equals O. So it's Bolo? I like Bolo. Have you tried the Shadow Step shenanigans? A little bit, not really. I haven't played this wipe that much. I was traveling last week, and so the time that I do have to play, I want to make good on a commitment, on a promise I made to chat to play Wizard. Chat voted on what my quote main would be for solo self-found, and that vote was Wizard. So I had a little bit of, you know, like my safety blanket for like the first like 2 hours of play. Played Shield Fighter. I might play like 1 round of Shield Fighter today, but generally speaking, I started the wipe like 3 days ago. Too busy fishing when I'm off work. Exactly. I don't see anyone using backstab and shadow step and double. I know there are some interesting, you know, rogue compositions. I'm definitely interested. I'm definitely interested. But there's only so much time, and there's only so much interest, really. I hate to say. And we'll talk about it today. There's a lot to talk about. Those who are just coming in, we're gonna do it. We're warming up with a bit of topless royale, okay? But there's a giant introspection yap we're gonna do. We've also got some trivia for anyone who knows how our trivia works around here. We've got some trivia. Those are the things upcoming. Can I help you? Can I help you, sir? Can I help you, sir? Come here. Come here, you bugger. The book doesn't have a great distance here. Let's do this. Let's help with a zapper too, shall we? Helping with the zapper too. We're helping by pulling more zombies. Mummies. Clippy, yeah right! Happy Monday! Clippy, hello! What's up, Clippy? How's your work, Clippy? I didn't expect to see you so soon. A Germundabu and a bone helm, right? Hope everyone had a nice weekend. Totally. Is it bad to camp in here? Probably. We're gonna do it. Let's do it. Clarity. A little clarity here. Just gonna sit on the gold pile. I guess that a geared rogue with Shadow Step and Double Strike could burst, but nowhere near an overdraw headshot or an overdraw shotgun. I've seen a couple of disheartening, disconcerting clips on Reddit of people with overdraw shotgun. Doesn't seem like a fun thing. I know what you mean, Lyrebird. I know what you mean. I want one more ignite. One more ignite. Nice. Need to get some yap snacks ready. BRB, excellent. Who's got the smugs? Who's got a smug? Oh, it's coming, guys. The yap is coming. The yap is coming. I like these bobs. Doing well since fishing season restarted. Was feeling depressed in the winter with the shitty snowy weather. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I need the book to cast spells. Only Cursed Teammates is... has killed himself. It's a very funny name. Only Cursed Teammates is a very funny name. That's the kind of introspection that I can get behind. You know what I mean? Getting on a boat on water map is literally a death sentence. Rangers camping at the top of the islands. That's sad. Oh, players in. Wizard in, maybe. One wizard here. I can't even ping. He's trying to alert us to another team. There's like a barbarian axe. Okay. Okay, that's a solo wizard. There's another team though. Yeah. Let's recruit this guy. No, 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 no. No, no, no. No, no, no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Well, I tried. We tried to... maybe he was threatened by my casting hand. Right? Max size is... Well, I know we can't recruit him, but we can, like, you know, we can... You know, there can be, like, a social contract. You know what I mean? There can be a social contract. Strange I can't ping that player. Three minutes. Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? Are almost allergic to nonviolence. Why can't we be friends? Ooh. My friends are on the other side. Maybe be smart about this. Don't want to be on the front line if I don't have to. The plate boots are here. Okay, I got the fighter now. Yeah, I'm with you, fighter. I'm with you. Ouch. They're inside. They're inside. Fall back. We're surrounded now. Oh, we're completely surrounded now. Completely surrounded. We gotta move through. No! I almost hit him with a fireball. Fireball's a bad idea. No! I smoked him. I smoked him. Gotta use explode. Didn't stick. Uh-oh. 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 That was a bad fireball. I should have been using explode. I played that very poorly. We also kind of got pulled in, and there was a lot of action around us. Hard to communicate that. The default ping is middle mouse wheel, yeah. Let's think about this. Vuju's invested. Yeah, we'll see if we can get him back. See if we can get him back here. Let's check the spells. We'll see the campfire for the guy's body. That was that wheel, right? That was at wheel. He's in it now, though. Do I have the HP to get him back, even? Do I have the HP to get him back, even? I don't think so. Lots of meds in my body and some legendaries. If you... ... I can't... I don't think I can get there. Let me think about this. Give me a second. Steppies are here. Here we go. We got the space. Where's he at? That's Keeb. Here he is. No, put on the chest. Okay. Better than nothing. Yeah. We're stuck down here, though. We're stuck down here. Let's heal, and then we'll run the storm. We got our friend. The handshake guy. Ooh. Change white to proxy. I have to go through my settings. Stuck on this thing. Come on now. This might be tough. Might be tough. Maybe we have it. Maybe we have it. We got him. We got the guy. Okay. We got the guy. We have some meds. We got the heart. We'll keep the meds. He has a casting utility. I didn't grab very many things. But he's in it, right? He's in it. The timer is done. The timer's done. We can get this guy up. We can launch an attack. We can pick you up and we can launch a final assault on the final We can pick you up, we can launch a final assault. Oh, I was out of my window. We gotta tell him the strategy. We actually gotta get him alive first though. I have a campfire. It's possible. It's possible. It's possible. I'm gonna burn these bandages though. I believe. Let me think about this. Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? Okay. This is not a fun module to move through. Right? Is this one less fun or more fun? This is also not fun. I think probably we go this way. Oh, he's up there. A little SOB. Let's bump them. We should be okay. To make it through. We should be okay. We're good. We're good, we're good, we're good. We're good. We're good. Is it above? Ooh, that res is above. Let me think about this. The res is above? Is that right? So that means... Yeah, it's up top. Okay, that means we just do this. Wait. Oh, I thought the mage could... I thought the mage was going to shoot a little bit faster than that. That's okay, we'll be okay. That should take care of the mage. Okay. Go away, mage fire. Go away, mage fire. You bastard. Oh, I love ignite. Okay. Those are player steps. One zap. Don't get baited. There's someone else fighting across the way. Let's think about this. Dogs. Let's think about this. Hey, that's not fair. Think about this. Ouch. Nice. One moment. One moment. The guy is hanging in there. The guy's hanging in there, right? Respect. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. There's multiple. Right? Not a lot of space to work in here. We gotta do it. We gotta do it. Oh. Campfire once you're up. Campfire going down. There's a cleric and somebody else in the room next to us. Ooh. Yeah, the willpower is crazy. The magical interaction speed is it certainly is a kind of luxury. Sorry I couldn't grab your melee. I should have, but I didn't. He's just looking at the campfire. The poor guy. What do we got? Full zaps. Oh. Is that a player? That's a player. Look out, look out, look out! This has to be a player, right? It has to be a player. Yeah. Beat his snake ass. Okay, you need to rest, my friend. You gotta press G to sit down. You gotta rest. You gotta press G. Oh, there you go. Nice.
Thank you.
Do you have a oh, I guess you wouldn't because I just picked you up.
Hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Sorry it took me so long to get you back up again. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good, bro.
Dudes.
I haven't played this game in a long time. I'm a total noob.
Hey, welcome back, man. When was the last time you played?
Like, I don't know, months ago, man.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say years ago.
Maybe close to a year, yeah.
Yeah. A lot has changed. Hi, Mountain King. Mountain King, I saw Mountain King had a monster kill with a halberd. Forget what streamer I was stopping by, but Mountain King was lighting up the scoreboard. Monster kill, guys. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. So the question is, there's only one way out of here. There's only one set of blue portals. Do we want to...
Okay.
We could either fight, or we could wait in the wings and just try to run into the blue portals once they're open. Do you have a preference?
I use your call, bro. Nah, it don't matter.
You've got the good gear. How about this? I'm going to distract them with a bunch of spells, and as I pull them, you can just run for the blue portals.
Okay.
Nice. Explosion on the portals, interesting. I'm allowed to use the halberd because I have stubby dwarf legs.
Footsteps, I think.
Yeah. I have no meds.
I definitely hear people.
Yeah. Okay, we gotta move. Check this for melee. stay back, stay back, stay back. Oh, so many teams. Stay back, stay back. Oh! At least I killed myself. At least I killed myself. I think that was N-Buster streaming, yes. You bookbonked the cleric and he left in shame. It was fun! It was a nice try. I lightning struck myself. There's a lot of spacing nuance that I don't understand. There's a lot of spacing nuance. That guy was so cool. Our little warlock Bob. Oh, I thought I was a little bit further away. A little bit further away. Okay, friends. Okay. That was a good one. That was a good one to kind of lead into this with. Let's do it. Welcome in, dudes. Don't know what you're supposed to do with the circle like that. I think I could have played the edge better. I could have played the wall better. There's always something that I could do better. You know what I mean? And that's what we're going to talk about today. That's what we're going to talk about today. Is that kind of thing. Is this kind of situation. I think for now... Should I drop out of the game? I think I'm going to save on a little bit of CPU-age if I drop out of the game. Fireball rocket jump up to a platform? Not a big fan of the circle. Uh-huh. I feel like... I know what you mean, dearie. I know what you mean. I feel like... Well, I've got thoughts on the circle, but... How do I say? Let's start the app, shall we? Let's start the app. I've been thinking a lot about this game. Right? For months. For a long time. Stay a while and listen. Right? I've been thinking about this game. I've been thinking about getting better. And as I think about how I could get better, right? Commence the happening. It's true. Settle in, dudes. Settle in. I'm reminded of when in my life I tried to learn another language. And there's not many languages in my life I've tried to learn. Not many languages I felt like I was able to learn, really. But as I was learning another language, I realized that listening, like developing a skill in listening, was one of the most important things that I did. One of the most important things you can do if you're trying to learn another language. And really, careful listening led to better speaking, okay? But what this really means is like the more you pay attention, listening is just another way of saying kind of like paying attention. So if you're a good attention payer, right, you can learn things faster. If you can hear better and pay attention, you can hear the nuances, your progress will be faster in terms of language, right? And this is just a little anecdote, a little aside. Tabetaku nakereba tabete agemasu. Tabete ageru, right? This, when I first was learning Japanese, okay? This is a complicated sentence-ish. But when I got, it was a breakthrough for me. Tabetaku nakereba tabete ageru, right? When I could hear that in my head, I got so excited when I knew enough that I could hear this. What's another way of saying this? Let me illustrate this for people who maybe speak something else. Okay? I'm not sure if Bad Artist is here.
Ako nećeš da ga jedeš, ja ću ga pojesti umjesto tebe.
What? If you don't know this language, right? It's very hard to hear this stuff and make sense of it. How about this one?
Si no quieres comerlo, me lo comeré yo.
Maybe some of you have got more Spanish.
Si no quieres comerlo, me lo comeré yo.
Ah, that's what we're talking about. How about French? How about French?
Si tu ne veux pas le manger, je le mangerai pour toi.
Now, hear that. What's this word? Mangerai, right? There's French for me has always been out of reach. Where's my Swedish? Where's my Swedish?
Om du inte vill äta det, så äter jag det åt dig.
Uh-huh. Now you know, Two Hands. Now you know, right?
Om du inte vill äta det, så äter jag det åt dig.
Mm-hmm. For those who have not been included in the languages that I've picked, let's do the English. Let's do the English. What are we saying here?
If you don't want to eat it, I'll eat it for you.
Tabetaku nakereba tabete ageru, right? It's a negative conditional sentence. It's a if you, and there's also like an ability in there. If you can't do something, in this case eat, right? If you can't eat that, I'll eat it for you. All this is to say, I got very excited when I got good enough at listening, right? Spanish, French, I can't tease apart the syllables. It's very difficult for me, but Japanese, for some reason, I could tease apart the syllables, right? And that was the first instance of me being able to kind of hear progress. What are we talking about in terms of Dark and Darker? Okay? What are we talking about in terms of Dark and Darker? There's a lot of ways in this game that I'm a bad speaker, okay? Italian Matthew might understand this. If you grow up and you hear Italian in the household, right? When it comes to a language that you can hear and understand, that's one thing. But being able to speak and command the language, right? To produce or execute the language is another thing, right? As a linguist by trade, this is tickling my brain something fierce. Yeah, so true. So, when it comes to Dark and Darker, there are things, so many things that I can hear myself doing wrong. I can hear myself, I know what I should do, right? But I struggle to speak or execute those things in Dark and Darker, okay? We're going to talk about some of those key issues today. Some of my key issues today. Namely, what are the things that I don't do well in this game? Okay? I don't have a broad adoption of many of the game's advantages. This is just this, we're gonna dive into all this, okay? But at a top level, I don't use or make full use of all of the game's advantages. That's an issue for me, okay? I also have poor impulse control and sloppy thinking under pressure. We saw that towards the end of that last wizard raid, right? You're at the end of the circle, you're kind of in melee range, and my thinking just goes, brah, right? It's bad. And then also, for me, a kind of a habitual character flaw for the past 2 years or so is that it's been easier for me to complain about the game rather than just adapt. Okay? This is a big admission. It's hard to admit this kind of thing, but it has been easier for me to sit back and just kind of point fingers and mock the game than actually doing the work and adapting and changing my playstyle to do better, right? That's the thing. I'm gonna grab a beer. This is shaping up to be good, a good yap. Just wait. Just you wait. Tabetaku nakereba tabete arimasu. Dad therapy yap. That's kind of what it is. Okay. Plus. So in addition to these, diving into these key issues, okay, we're also going to talk about the nuance of combat range. Because the more now I've been playing Wizard, and the more I've been playing Rogue a little bit, right? These are classes that don't do well right up close, right in melee range. And it has opened my eyes and opened my mind to the fact that the different kind of like tiers or like zones of range in this game are actually like kind of their own game, right? There's the long range game. We're not going to talk too much about the long range game because there aren't many classes that actually perform at long range, but mid range is certainly a thing. There's Charlie. There's Charlie. Wait, one more for Charlie. One more for Charlie. I did it first. I should have waited till I seen him. There we go.
Ako nećeš da ga jedeš, ja ću ga pojesti umjesto tebe.
Oh, I heard it. Oh, excellent. Great. Okay, good. That warms my heart. Hi, Charlie. It warms my heart. Long range, mid range, the edge of melee, and close combat. All of these kind of like bifurcations are different levels of the game, and each have their own set of skills. And I didn't really fully appreciate that until I started playing classes that that dwell in these ranges. So we'll talk about that too. Okay. Skills and time. Let's do this. Okay? My skills in the game, in Dark and Darker, have long been eclipsed, right? I have long been superseded by other more dedicated players. I only have 3,000 hours in the game, okay? And the skills that I have been eclipsed by other dedicated players. But there was a time where my knowledge could help new adventurers who joined at a certain time. So first of all, let's explain the chart. here we've got time in game. Okay, we go from 3,000 hours, 6,000 hours, 9,000 hours plus, right? And then across the x-axis, we've got the different kind of like eras of the game, right? Charlie is Estonian? Not quite. Not quite. There's the early playtests and the launch of early access, right? I started playing in summer of 2023. And then we've got this chunk is summer 2024. And then this chunk was summer 2025, which was when the water map was released. And now we're kind of in like early summer 2020. That's a long time to play a game, right? It's a long time. There are some people, right, that have been playing this game since the playtests. And so we can see this is when they start, and this is the amount of hours they have. So as we move to the right, this is the amount of hours that these people have in the game. This is me, and this is somebody else who's been playing since the early playtests, right? So I started in summer 2023, and then I quickly got 1,000 hours, 800 hours, whatever it was, right? And then by the time the next year rolls around, you know, I'm pushing 3,000 hours, okay? But people who started in the playtests maybe have just been playing this whole time. And by this point, right, now that we're in 2026, maybe have 7,000 hours, right? So I don't have, right, the people that have been playing for much longer than me, they, like, their skills in the game eclipse me significantly. But, there are some people who joined the game at the Steam release, right? The Steam release happened in the summer of 2024, and there were some people who started playing the game at that point, and it's at this point here, right, where there was once a time where my skill in the game, right, I had something to teach these people. Of course, there are people that also started playing earlier than me that stopped playing, right? And there are some people that started playing later and then also never really kind of followed through, right? I was there, Blindolf, at the stream release. Yes, totally. So this is just an interesting kind of chart to kind of get an idea of different people, when different people have started playing the game, and how different people's time has gone, right? That's when he started streaming and we met all you lovely people. It's true. It was around this time, okay? Shields at this time. Think back to like mid-summer 2024. Mid-summer 2024. At that time, shields were used more for stats, as like a stat stick, right? Blocking was limited. Shield blocking was kind of sketchy, actually, right? You couldn't block. There's some thrusting attacks that your shield wouldn't stop, right? I remember that first stream, I figured Blinn would try it, then realized that making vids was more rewarding. Boy, was I wrong. We had no idea where it was going to go. But at this time, shields were more for stat sticks. Blocking was limited. Blocking was more sketchy. A lot of players didn't fully utilize it, or at least shield blocking was not presented in explanatory videos. So that means that for the people that had started, right, at this point, there was a small differential, and there was something that I could teach, right? And there was a skill that I had. But here's the issue. I had a distinct advantage in the game for a short period of time because many players did not expect consistent melee blocking or hadn't been forced to develop techniques to fight against shields. Shields were hidden power until you showed everyone. I mean, can I take credit for that? I can probably take credit for that. A little bit. Self-report, right? A little bit. Okay. Now the game has matured. Most veterans have thousands of hours of arena experience, right? There are no surprise niches of melee combat. And combat in this game requires more than one melee technique, more than one gimmick to win fights. The pinned message widget is working. Yes, Clippy, totally. No, we just started, Moss. We just started. We'll do one for Moss here. We'll do one for Moss. Just so Moss knows what we're talking about. This is going to confuse him. This isn't going to help. This is not going to help. But we'll do it.
Si no quieres comerlo, me lo comeré yo.
Uh-huh. One more time.
Si no quieres comerlo, me lo comeré yo.
We do love the Mossman. It's true. Okay. The game has matured. A lot of people, most veterans have thousands of hours of arena combat, have thousands of hours of dungeon experience, right? There are no surprise niches of melee combat, and combat in this game now requires more than one melee technique to win fights. Player skill has evolved, and I have not kept pace with many aspects of combat. Okay, this is an admission. I have not kept pace. You can see my yellow line here. I don't have more than 3,000 hours. Okay? Other people, even people who started later than me, right? Who have played more, right? I am easily eclipsed by many player experience in this game. Even people who played back in the playtests. If someone in the playtests took a big break, but then played more at the end of the water map, played more arena, right? I have fallen well behind the curve, right? I would say 90% vibe code, 10% hand code, manual. That's the cherry on top, though, Clippy. That's the cherry on top. Yeah, I'm that red line, totally. So everyone can see themselves here a little bit. So here's the question. Chat question. When did you start playing the game? And how many hours do you have in game? 2 questions. Before we move on, I just want to get a sense. I want to get a sense of your response. People in chat, when did you start playing the game? And how many hours do you have in the game? I'm red line, but it needs to a dip below graph. Playtest 2 or 3, maybe 900 hours. Wow, so this is... So Moss is maybe more like... Maybe Moss is a little more like this. And maybe Moss has got like... Moss played a lot earlier too. You know what I mean? Let me just do this one. Let's do this. Let's do a Moss line. Playtests, right? But if Moss has got only 800 hours, right? Maybe this is like... Maybe that's Moss. You know? The line never goes down because you can't erase the hours you've spent, kind of thing, right? Feb 2023, I think. Playtest 2 or 3, about 4K hours, smooth. So this is like typical blue line for smooth, right? Maybe not quite 6K, but like maybe like this kind of thing. Season 1, 2,800 hours. 144 is not sure how to check when I started. You just kind of have to remember. Somewhere around 3 or 4K hours. I just need a hard break for a while. It sure gave me more time for IRL stuff. Yeah. Playtest 2 was Christmas. I played that one. I feel like Jay is also kind of a red line, but the bump is earlier. I don't remember. I have about 2,000 hours. 400 hours, summer 2024. So I've got 2 hands here. I figured this was kind of the 2 hands line. This second green line was 2 hands. I played first night of early access, got 2.4K hours, but a lot of that is the menu while I work, probably 2K. Interesting. Cool widget. Technology, right? I remember when I was confused. Yes, 600 hours right at the playtest and then 50 over the rest, Lamau. Yeah. So maybe like this, a second red line for Sackboy is like, we just don't have, this is like, it's like this. There's Sackboy, right? The red line. You did trick me with that one. I stopped playing Dad right as golf got serious. Well, that's a good thing to do. That's a good thing to do. Okay. You have no choice. I know. Totally. It's a luxury to have so much time. Anyway, all this is to say that there was a period of time where I had a little more experience in a part of the game that a lot of newer players did not yet, hadn't yet fully explored. But that period of time where I had an advantage, or I had knowledge, or that there was kind of surprise niches of combat is long gone, right? Is long over. And I have not kept pace with many aspects of combat. Let's talk about those things. Okay? Character flaws. This is the deep introspection, guys. What is a character flaw? Does anyone know before I show the answer? What is a character flaw? When I say this, what does that mean to you? I think it's a literary thing, right? 520 hours, like late summer. I remember, dearie. I remember. If anyone is noticing lag, when someone has a different opinion than I do. Something like that. It means a characteristic I don't want, either in oneself or another. Yeah. I think when I learned this in high school, a character flaw for me meant like a thing that someone can't fix and usually causes their downfall, right? Or just personality traits if you are narcissist enough. Okay, officially, semi-officially, okay, a character flaw is an inner limitation, an imperfection, or a negative trait that hinders a character's effectiveness. Okay? Inner limitation, imperfection, or negative trait that hinders a character's effectiveness. And apparently there are minor, major, and tragic types. Okay? But usually it means like a deep-rooted issue that's hard for the person to fix. Like when someone has a different opinion than Jay and he causes their downfall. Something like that, right? Is stream stuttering a bit? Just me? Maybe fixed now. It's been off and on. We just have to kind of roll with it, okay? As I considered, right, where I am in the game, and as I've been playing other classes and exploring other playstyles, I'm kind of at a crossroads where, you know, I've put a ton of hours into learning one version of the game, and that version that I've learned has hit a plateau, right? If I was interested at getting better and breaking my plateau, breaking through my kind of skill ceiling, right? Here's where I think I need to focus my efforts. And you might ask, why are we doing this? What's the point? What's the point of all this, right? Why are we doing this? I think there's something in it for you. If you care about Dark and Darker, if you want to get better, right? Maybe I'll say something today that's going to help you better understand your own game, right? Maybe you haven't thought of the game in these ways before, and there's something I'm going to say about my own style of play that will resonate with you about your style of play, or maybe I'll highlight an area that, you know, you want to focus on and improve. That's the point. That we can, through the lens of my experience, maybe you can reflect on your own habits, tendencies, right? And it'll help you improve if you want to. Clippy loves cheese. I hit a plateau and then messes were handed that you didn't even have shields. I've never been interested in using a one-handed shield in any game ever until I watched you play and heard you talk about it. I don't get it. It is smooth. It is smooth. Okay. Let's fire it up. I don't think I played fighter at all until I met Blinn, but you had a shield on the bard, right? You had a shield on the bard. Let's do it. Let's do it. If I was interested in getting better at breaking my plateau, here's where I would focus my efforts. Number one, obviously, I gotta overcome my reluctance to embrace all of the game's systems and advantages. I've been walking a very narrow path for a long time, and that just let me kind of like like ignore big parts of the game and just focus on this narrow path. But I did myself a pretty big disservice by not embracing all of the game's systems and advantages. Number one, right? Bloody pots. Now, we used to say blocks, not pots, and that was a fun thing to say for a little bit. But really, there's a whole skill set that revolves around using utility that I never really challenged myself to improve, right? I relied too much on blocking and blocking perks only. I let go. I did not really try to get better at the timing and the manual dexterity required to make good use of utility, right? Blocks, not pots. was funny, but also, you know, a bit hurtful. I am also reluctant, have been reluctant to fully leverage map abuse, doors, and jump spots. If I wanted to get better, right? Hi, Schneely. Exactly. If I wanted to get better and increase the likelihood of me winning more fights, then letting go of empathy for my opponent's experience. I know how shitty it feels when people abuse the map, when people take advantage of jump spots that are hard for other people to get to. People just have a unabashed use of the advantages of doors. I hate all this shit, right? I know how crappy it feels to play against this stuff, so I've kind of like, I've not really embraced these things, but my reluctance to take advantage of all the game's systems and advantages has ultimately hurt my game. So fully leveraging map abuse, doors, and jump spots is part of the game. And if you want to, I mean, yes, but it's get better is same as win more fights. That's the, you know, winning fights is kind of the metric. It is. And I think this whole time I've been interested in winning fights with shield blocking, right? And as my ability to rely solely on melee damage and shield blocking falls by the wayside, right? It's becoming less and less and less viable to win fights using melee damage and shield blocking only, right? So yeah, I think getting better, like beating more players in PvP, right? Fighting with lead weights on makes you stronger, half sarcastic, I know. But the fact that I did not use pots, the fact that I have not abused the map or taken advantage of all the advantages available to me causes me to lose more fights. And so, yeah, I think for this conversation, getting better does kind of mean like winning fights more reliably. Because I view this as a PvP game. And I think the lens of most of my instructional content has always been like how to win PvP fights, you know, through the lens of shield blocking, right? But that's a good question, Charlie. I also need to take a longer view on combat and let players retreat, right? I think I've always been a little bit like loath to let people run away from me. And so I would typically all in too early. And this game, we all know, punishes the person who is chasing. This game is so curiously designed so that the person chasing is the person who gets the weird mob aggro, is the person who, you know, has to open all the doors kind of thing. Let's see. Melee characters have to jump on any initiative they get, so it makes sense that you would reinforce this character flaw. I think losing to a shield has never really felt like bullshit in this game in the way some other losses do. That's a nice thing to say. That's a nice thing to say. I think I feel the same way, right? Now, some people don't like it, right? Some people chirp a mighty chirp when their attacks are shut down time and again, right? But I think I agree with Jay here. I think I agree with Jay. Yes. Yes. Leveraging jumping while fighting is an annoying exploit that would help you take a lot less damage limb shots. Yes. And I'm not a jumper. I think we've said this many times. I'm more of a croucher. It's my old like Counter-Strike 1.6 roots, right? Crouching is safer and more accurate than jumping. So I have like trained myself away from jumping a long, long time ago. Very good point, Moss. People lose their minds, right? I have heard this, you know? This guy, I've heard this, right? I've heard this. Grinding arena gave them bad habits in terms of impatience with fights. Very good. Very good. Okay. I see a lot of comments that we're gonna touch on here. Okay. Just hold W and left click like a real man. Yikes. Okay. What else? What else can we put into this number one column, right? I've never really adopted new playstyles as the meta has changed, right? And part of this is because shield blocking, shield fighter was semi-viable for long enough. But another part of it was I just wasn't really interested in these other styles of play. But I could have challenged myself, right, to better leverage two-handers. Two-handers have always been strong in the game. I could have done better to take better advantage of hybrid ranged melee damage, right? Longbow on fighter especially. Like it never really was a thing that I fully leaned into. And certainly taking a break from fighter to play halberd Boklock, right? Or to play smite cleric. Like those kind of builds that had very, very fast TTK. Again, they frustrated me to play against and therefore didn't appeal to me to play as, but certainly, right? Like they have meta power, right? There's the magic melee DPS is incredible in this game, especially at different periods of time in the past, and I never really took advantage of those things, right? I never took advantage of those things. And I should have. Long story short, I'll say this, that contempt for certain styles of play, whether that was magic or barbarians or range damage or curse locks or bloody druids, right? Contempt for certain styles of play kept me from trying some of those classes firsthand, right? I hated playing against them, so I didn't let myself play as them, and therefore I never really fully understood those opponents, right? Righteous contempt. I mean, yes and no, right? Yes and no. As a barb main, yeah, I can confirm they get very mad when their giant damage gets blocked. Yes, because it's the only thing that the barbs can do, right? And so you feel like you're completely hard countered. That's frustrating. I totally agree. Know thy enemy. Yes. Learn the weaknesses. Yes, exactly. And part of my laziness and part of my righteous contempt, right, blocked me from fully learning those classes and thinking of better ways to fight against them. So that's a shortcoming. Okay, so that was a reluctance to embrace all the game's systems and advantages. What else? If I was interested in getting better, right, at breaking my plateau, at shaking myself out of my mode in the game, where else would I focus my efforts? How about this one? I should improve my heat of the moment decision making, okay? I hate that I still can't recognize the silly Storm multicast merge thing. The point of contempt stings for me, yes, and it's limiting, right? I realize now that it's limiting. But that's okay. We'll come back to this. This is a big point that kind of runs through a lot of what I'm going to say today. We'll come back to it. I need to improve heat of the moment decision making, and this is true for any PvP game, right? You get punished so fast for misjudging in this game. Sometimes because I have such a loathing for a kiting style of play, I will int after those players without a plan, right? I will just see them and think that I can block the curses or block the arrows or whatever, and block the spells, and I will full commit to chasing a kite with no plan, and that's a horrible idea, right? I will also push fights in disadvantageous modules or positions, just because, again, I think that my skills in melee should be enough to help me navigate a situation that I'll push into a module, or I'll push into enemy positioning that really puts me behind the 8 ball, and that's not good decision making. And this applies to any game, any PvP game, really. I've struggled, I think, historically with the proper timing of class skills. Part of this is like I'm so locked in on the actual melee exchange, and I know that this game, as Jay says, right, like the game moves really fast when you're in combat. It's such a slow game that lulls you, but in combat, the TTK is so low that I've always felt like a danger if I like take my eyes off my opponent. And even that like half second required to make space and use an ability I've historically seen as a kind of vulnerability, as a liability. And so I've been reluctant to kind of like properly use my class skills because I've been so focused on just pure melee, which is not good decision making. Knowing how and when to disengage is another issue that I've struggled with, again, out of contempt, right? I really don't like it when people are able to get away from me. And so I kind of don't like myself when I pull away from another player as a melee class. And that contempt, right, has made it harder for me to actually disengage. And learning the skills related to knowing when and how to properly disengage. Disengaging is a huge part of the game that I've never really embraced. And that's a huge shortcoming. Something here, as a bard, when I'm playing a song, a huge part of my brain disconnects so I can look at what's happening in the group fight and I can kind of figure out what to do next. Interesting. Any caster goes through that. Whenever I chase a single mind lead with the Pavis, I'm always aware that I can choose to stop, but my four foes cannot choose to stop running from me. It creates a sort of logical dilemma for them. Interesting. What are you referring to here, Maddie? It's just not in the spirit of the game. What are you referring to? I'll keep that up until we get a bit of clarification. What's the last thing here? Of course, right? We go back to this. We go back to this guy here. Ignoring pots and utility. Again, because for the same reason that I struggle with my poor timing of class skills, because I'm locked into just melee and melee blocking, I also completely ignore my pots and other utility. A little bit to reset the endless kiting and door tech. Honestly, I think the endless kiting and door tech is the spirit of the game, right? I think it is. I think that, like, the fighter's ability, the shield fighter's ability to kind of play with combat dialogue is a thing I'm realizing is not like universal to the game, really. It's only semi-viable, like kind of with fighter or at a tiny amount with any class that can use a shield. But even like clerics and warlocks, like the shield is so cumbersome to use without the perks that no one does it in a sustained way, really, right? Kiting is High Red 5. It really, really is. And I think that's been a big part of the cognitive dissonance for me the whole time, is I want the game to be something that it's not, you know? And really, the majority of the game is like, no, this is how we do it. We run away, right? We like, it's skirmish, and it's poke, and it's run away, and it's a war of attrition, right? Kiting is Dad's major character flaw. Very good. Very good. Yeah, they've always had a chance to do something about it. So if they haven't, I consider it to be... Now, it's tough to disentangle, right, all the bullshit that came with SDF's vision or visions, right? And like the actual good game that Paul and co are now trying to kind of like refine, right? So we'll see. But I think let's take it back to this, right? To improve heat of the moment decision making, because I'm so focused on just the basic technique of reading my opponent's attack patterns and blocking and getting my block timing, I have ignored the timing related to my class skills and certainly ignored the timing related to my pots and utility, to my disadvantage. What else? If I was trying to get better and break my skill plateau, what else would I look at? What else would I look at? Difficulty with impulse control, even now. And I think I consider myself to be fairly stoic, right? I have a pretty good command of the things that I choose to react to. Like, we can't control our feelings, right? Feelings emerge from us. Feelings flow from us. We can't control what feelings we have, but we can control how we respond to those feelings. And the more you practice kind of recognizing your feelings, the more of a buffer you get between having the feeling and reacting to it personally, right? Even so, even someone like me, who I think has a pretty decent command over my reaction to my feelings, I still, in this game, in the heat of combat, have difficulty with impulse control, right? Sips beer at 1:30 p.m. I know what you mean, Lyrebird. I know what you mean. So many times, even now, after everything that I've trained for, right? I attack when I should block. I'm such an aggressive player, really. It's actually too bad that someone with my level of aggression, I got bit by the shield bug. It's such a weird conflict because I want to attack. I want to find little advantages. I want to sneak hits in, and to play a good shield fighter, like that is the number one thing you have to resist. So it's this kind of cruel irony that an aggressive person like me just fell in love with shield fighter, right? There was a dad video from Vindication on YouTube a couple years ago that leveled me up significantly in one-on-one fights, talking about not taking fights that you don't intend to win. I remember there was I saw someone do some Apex Legends coaching, and they made a video about it, and they said you shouldn't shoot at somebody unless you feel like you can empty the whole mag and drop them. Don't shoot at someone unless you can dump the whole mag and drop them. And I thought that's really cool. I took that into Arc Raiders. I was pretty good at, and that was advice. I saw that clip in 2018. It's so weird, the things that stick with you. I know what you mean here, Zio. I just run in and died to 1v3, right? Impulse control, right? If you don't show aggression, people will just mog your shield, though. It's true, right? And we'll talk about this. This game does heavily favor the attacker. We'll talk about this. Shields are just cool. I just think they're neat. Weapon block is fun, and aggro too. You're already good at blocking. It's true. Very true. You'll attract third parties. Yes. The best way to learn all those things is to play a ranger or a rogue, being super fast and running away. Well, and we're going to talk about this, Charlie, because stay tuned. Stay tuned, because we're going to dive into all that too. Because I've learned that at the different ranges of combat, the game is a different game. And I didn't fully appreciate that until I started playing Wizard, right? But, okay, long story short, okay? Long story short, I have a difficulty with impulse control. Even now, after all my training, I attack when I should block, and that invites bad melee trades. Not a good way to win fights when you don't have competitive DPS compared to your two-hander opponent, right? I also, Fart pointed this out. Fart, very astute, very learned young man when it comes to Dark and Darker, okay? We would spar every once in a while, and then he would share his knowledge with me. And he said, I notice what you do is every time you block, you counterattack, and you don't have to do that. And I was like, huh, I don't. and so he said that to me a year ago, right? A long time ago. He's like, you can just block, you can chain blocks and reposition, right? And it's like, oh, right. I'm so aggressive. I'm such an aggressive player that I feel like as soon as I get that audio confirmation of a block, my instinct is to attack and punish, right? So I don't have the calmness of mind. I don't have the impulse control to say, okay, I just got a block. I don't need to counterattack. I can find more advantageous positioning. I can take more of a macro view of this combat, and I struggle to do that, right? The Lantern Shield lets you do both, totally. I should, up here, I should put, right, Lantern Shield. To overcome my reluctance to embrace all of the game's systems and advantages, the Lantern Shield is kind of like his OG aggressive shield. And I never put in the work. I could never overcome my kind of initial distaste. It didn't taste good to me, the Lantern Shield. It didn't taste good. And guess what? If you don't like how something tastes, you often don't make it for dinner, right? So you don't get better at cooking that thing because you don't like how it tastes. But I should have. Impulse control, okay? I fight when I should reset. And this is partly because I don't like to let people run away, right? I don't like to let players retreat. And I've noticed that one way to make sure people fight you is for them to believe they have an advantage. Because most people in this game, and you can't blame them, will not fight unless they have a perceived advantage. Because the game is so one-directional, right? So I have a lot of experience fighting from a disadvantage, but I should probably reset most times. I should. Because the game punishes the chasing party, right? If I wanted to get better, if I wanted to improve my play and win more fights, I should reset instead of fighting at disadvantage, right? I missed that one patch when Lantern was really strong. Yeah. I watched the enemy fighter slide away from me while using its riposte lately, and I felt a surge of pride. Yeah. Okay. How else? How else do I struggle with impulse control? I will push into range damage. Okay? If someone's using a bow or is casting projectile magic, I'll push it, right? And I've trained myself to do that, but it's a bad idea. It's a bad idea, especially as people have gotten better at aiming, right? People have hardened themselves in the blast furnace of arena. People know how to shoot a lot better these days. So my ability to use a shield to mitigate range damage has fallen off, basically. But I have a hard time. I have a hard time not doing it and controlling my impulse. Again, out of spite. Out of spite for kiting classes, out of spite for range damage, I find it very difficult for me to prevent myself from pushing those players, even though I know it's a bad idea, even though I got no plan, right? Even though I'm pushing into disadvantageous modules or positions, okay? It is bad impulse control, and if I want to get better, I have to get that under wraps. And then the last thing I'll say is, this is kind of a minor point, but it happens often enough. If I'm in a really good spot in the dark, right? And I've got the jump on a player or a team, I often do not wait long enough to launch a surprise attack. So many times, you know, if I had waited just another half second and gotten behind the back line instead of attacking the flank, if you attack the flank, they can still kind of run back the way they came. And I've missed out on a lot of really juicy surprise attacks because I'm too excited. I don't wait long enough to get behind them, which is really what you need to do. It's an impulse I have a hard time controlling. Are you really bothered by your performance in this goofy game? I'm not really bothered. I think it's just like, it's just similar to like learning, you know, a second language, another language. I'm beginning finally to understand like ways that I could be better at the game. Like I can hear the language. I can hear the language of the next kind of tier of skill, but I can't yet speak it, right? If there was a language that was spoken in your house growing up, Italian, Yiddish, you know, Spanish, Cantonese, whatever it was, right? You can hear it, but you can't speak it, right? And that's kind of where I'm at, is now that I'm playing a few other classes, and now that I've stepped away for long enough from Shield Fighter, I can hear all the ways that my skill is lacking. But this is kind of like if I wanted to put in the work, right? If I was interested in getting better, this is what I would do to break the plateau of skill that I have currently, right? What's going on, Naro? TNN? I know how to make a basic pasta dish from a recipe, but I still want to learn how to make different kinds of food. Precisely. Yeah, exactly. Okay. What's the next thing here? What's the next thing? I think, over time, I have been slow to this critical realization. We kind of talked about it a moment ago, about how the game actually is kind of like a majority kiting game, right? This kind of relates to that. I've been slow to this critical realization about Dark and Darker. Oh, I thought you had a pretty good grasp on the game overall. I really don't. I really, really, really don't. And we'll talk about more of the nuances in a bit. Here's the critical realization. Dad's melee system strongly favors the attacker. Okay? It strongly favors the attacker. There's no turn cap. So when you swing your weapon, right? You have full mouse control, you have full mouse sensitivity, even though that hitbox is active for, you know, a good period of time. This is one way that Dark and Darker's melee system favors the attacker. There's no turn cap on swing. There's no real missed attack penalty. For some weapons, maybe like a felling axe, maybe like a bardiche, right? Some of the two-handers, yes, but there's no real significant penalty for a missed swing, especially with some of the lighter weapons, okay? There's no stamina system for swinging, right? It's just swinging, missing, it doesn't matter. And then also, no turn cap, right? I don't necessarily think favoring the attacker is bad. Stalemates might be the norm. I think that we don't need to be so fundamental about, it's not binary, right? But I think it strongly favors the attacker, and it might not have to so strongly favor the attacker, is what I'm trying to say. It doesn't have to be binary. It doesn't have to be like full defense. What's up, Blinn Fighter? Welcome back. But what else? Okay? It's not that this is a bad thing in and of itself, but there are many points here that kind of make the total calculus. Okay? The way that combos motivate you to miss intentionally is kind of weird. It is kind of weird. I wish there was a mechanic like the felling axe for other weapons. I agree, right? One, I hate to keep ragging on the golf, but the analogy is just perfect. Breaking my golf plateau always came from getting my ass kicked by much better golfers and then swallowing my pride and asking. Oh, to practice rounds with them. Interesting. The inconsistency is infuriating. Also, what's bad about stalemates given that it's an extraction game? Very good question. I think chivalry, and I'm gonna bring it back to this game, but this is like kind of my gold standard for like a multiplayer PvP melee game. You could argue that Chivalry 2 was at least equal power attacking and defending. You could even say it probably slightly favored the defender, right? The Chivalry 2 slightly favored the defender. And so the combat came down to who would make the first set of mistakes instead of who was the first person to win the DPS race. And that to me was more interesting, right? That to me was more interesting, where the fight is more about forcing your opponent to make a mistake instead of just swinging and DPS racing, right? Dozens of us. Okay, but this point alone is not the only thing. Okay, the melee system strongly favors the attacker, yes, but also server performance for blocking and parrying is unreliable. I think we can say favorably, right? We can say this kind of charitably, that server performance for blocking and parrying is unreliable. There's also a difference between when you're blocking mobs, the mobs are client side. And so the mob attacks, you can block until the last frame, right? There's no lag. There's no desync on blocking mobs. The weird thing is, for players, it's server side. So as the shield user, as the blocker, as the parry person, right? Doesn't have to be only shields. When you're blocking PvE, you get the immediate frame perfect last minute responsiveness of client side blocking. But when you're in PvP, there's more of a disconnect, right? That player is ahead of you in time. So you get used to the immediacy of PvE blocking, but then when you switch to players to PvP, there is much more of an anticipation required, right? There's a PvP desync that doesn't exist with PvE. So there's this kind of weird head fake, right? A timing hiccup that you experience. The Shiv 2 and Dad analogy just doesn't work. I know these are the only melee games out there, but that's it for similarities. I'm not trying to say that they're the same. I'm not sure. I'm not trying to make an analogy. I was saying the Chivalry 2 example was just to say that another game that maybe slightly favors the defender, I believe, has much more satisfying kind of melee exchanges, right? There's a whole separate convo. I'm just gonna let that go because if I get caught there, we're gonna get bogged down. Okay, what else? What else? Slow to this critical realization. Dad's melee system strongly favors the attacker. Not a big deal in and of itself, but combined with the following, a bigger deal. Server performance for blocking and parrying is unreliable. Okay? Disengaging and walking away from melee is easy. In addition to the above, disengaging from a fight, just simply putting your weapons away and walking away from melee damage is easy. Faster movement speeds prevent melee damage, right? If you are faster than your melee opponent, you take no damage. And in this game, there is no chase mechanic, really. So that's another thing we can factor in here. In addition, optimized gear DPS is significant. If someone has very powerful gear, optimized gem gear, optimized kits that lean into a certain stat, the TTK is incredibly fast and there is very little room for error. This is, again, not that big of a deal in and of itself if maybe blocking and parrying was more reliable, if the melee system did not favor the attacker. But we can start to see when we stack all of these things together, there's an issue. Ranged and magic DPS is very strong. Agree and disagree with this? New weapon blocking made a lot more opportunity for survival? Yes, yes. But in my opinion, it's not reliable enough. It's not reliable enough, especially with the server PvP desync, right? If you try, you know, if you're using a shield or if you're using just like an arming sword, like a weapon guard, trying to block the Morning Star with any weapon is at best a dice roll, right? At best. Ranged and magic DPS is almost as powerful as melee DPS, which is crazy. It's crazy if you think that this game is a melee game. And that's the realization that we're getting to here, okay? I agree with Lyrebird. I agree that it's crazy. But for people like us, it's only crazy because we have a certain expectation for what kind of game this is, okay? What's the takeaway here? I was very slow to this realization, and it caused me a lot of grief. This is not a game that can be consistently won by melee skill alone, okay? Dark and Darker is not a game that can be consistently won by melee skill alone. Perhaps once upon a time, back in the day, in the playtests, early access, right? Once upon a time, this game was a majority hack and slash, or at least had, you know, was kind of, I don't know, strongly leaning that way, right? Was majority hack and slash. But really, now that it's closer to its final form, it plays more like a first-person MOBA. It's more about macro positioning, it's more about range damage, it's more about AoE, it's more about cooldown management and ability management. It's not about melee skill per se, it's about DPS, it's not about like nuance. I hope that makes sense. Like a melee game that has good melee mechanics, that has viable paths to victory through melee in the majority of situations is not this game. Yeah, the solo thing has never felt right. Remember when they left the soloists used the handshake mechanic for it? Yeah, that was a weird time. It's definitely not a solo game. You got that right. No, it's not. But I would say that it's been a long time since this game has had the complexion of kind of a melee game. And so for people like me, right, I was slow to this critical realization that if you play the game with a melee style and expect to do well consistently, it's a fool's errand, basically. It's a fool's errand. And it took me a long time to kind of like fully accept that, appreciate that, right? Okay, the last thing, and this is again, kind of like a major personal admission. Effective ranges and positioning are so incredibly important. Yes, totally. Playing, for me personally, playing or clinging to a disadvantaged class in solo enabled a kind of personal cope. I refused to play Warlock. I refused to play DPS Barbarian. I refused to play Ranger, right? There's ways I could have played solo in the past that would have given me access to more success, more PvP victories. But by intentionally clinging to a slow, disadvantaged class in solo, enabled a kind of personal cope. I could tell myself it made it possible to blame class balance and desync issues for my broader skill or decision-making deficiencies, okay? I've never really been that good at some of the decision-making skills in this game. At managing my abilities, at managing my timing, at managing my spacing, at managing my utility. But by playing a crappy class in solo, Shield Fighter is a crappy class to play in solo. Clinging to that gave me personal cope. I've said it before, but I'll say it again explicitly, okay? By playing and clinging to a crappy class in solo, I could blame the game design and the server desync issues for the reason I was losing often, instead of acknowledging that it was a broader skill deficiency and it was a reluctance for me to, play other aspects of the game, basically. This is self-criticism, trying to get better. Yes. A lot of us do the same stuff. It's just a normal part of getting better. Yes, totally. Totally. I'm glad you get it, Slugbones. I'm glad you get it. Okay. Playing a Shield Fighter in solo, right? The reason you don't see it very often is because you have slow move speed. Your damage is melee focused. You have one-hander DPS, so there's a DPS handicap. And there is a high-risk, low-reward, blocking-dependent playstyle, right? For me, clinging to this, let me blame the game instead of blaming myself. This is my brain speaking, okay? This is my brain speaking. It's not my poor decision-making or lack of skill causing me to lose. But it is, right? It is. It can be enjoyable to play a class you know is at a disadvantage and make the wins feel that much better. Yes. But I think if you knew the depths of my frustration, right? Like maybe I put on a brave face, maybe. But, there are times where it was certainly more than this, right? I think it's more about adapting than self-blaming. I mean, it's both. It's both. But this was me saying it's not my poor decision-making or lack of skill causing me to lose. It's the insurmountable handicap of this class in solo, and that's some pretty strong cope, right? That's some pretty strong cope. If you want to break through a skill ceiling or a plateau, you have to look honestly at your own biases and character flaws. Not just for Dark and Darker, but for any PvP game that you want to be competitive in, right? Is the kind of takeaway of this small section. And there's a lot of ways that like I was reluctant to look at my biases and character flaws and the different ways that those kind of like personal convictions were kind of limiting my success. And not to say that you got to play the game to win, right? You can play the game to have fun, but if you were looking to be competitive, right, is the operating word here. Okay? I have a desire to play and win in a PvP context. I'm not always playing to have fun. I want to play and win. And this is months ago, right? Like the Squire to Riches stuff these days is just me killing time. It's just fun, right? I'm not trying to advance, right? But there have been times where like I really want to play to win. I want to be competitive. And if you want to be competitive, you have to look at these things. So that begs the question for you guys. Do you have a character flaw in Dark and Darker? Is there something that you know you can do better, but still struggle to improve? I'm asking you guys. Ouch. As a Shield Fighter vet, it has no room for experimenting or anything. The brain speaking is so good, thank you, Clippy. You play with certain perks and certain gear or else, and I think this is a lot of classes, right? This is a lot of classes. Hi, Georgie. Here, let's do one for Georgie, okay? Let's do one for Georgie here. But also, guys, do you have a character flaw in Dark and Darker? I'm going to come back to this after we say hello to Georgie. Is it this one?
Si no quieres comerlo, me lo comeré yo.
Mm-hmm.
Si no quieres comerlo, me lo comeré yo.
Mm-hmm. My character flaw is I hate sorcerers. I used to hate warlocks. Nothing changed there. Sorcerer was just introduced. What? So does this mean that you play horribly against them? I definitely also relied way too hard on blocking, but I thought it was fun. When I'm kited, I can't help but think to myself, game broken. I love the sound of stuff hitting the shield, yes. I think my frustrations with the game, my own performance, bleed into my comms at times, and I know that is so annoying to deal with. So you're saying that you maybe, when the pressure's on, you kind of like reserve all mental bandwidth for playing the game, and you kind of like, you shortchange your comms. Interesting. Interesting. Jay goes non-verbal with the boys, right? Decision making during fights. I don't know the correct time to disengage or push. I also miss way too much and can't dodge. This is excellent. Excellent. Okay, this is what I'm looking for. Guys, let's reflect on ourselves. Okay? Think about character flaws. Think about the things that you historically struggle to get. There's so many ways to suck at Dark and Darker. There's so many little details that maybe you want to improve. This is an excellent example. Tortuga. My flaws, I don't like PvP. I only like dungeon crawling, so I never get better. Interesting, interesting. But it's strange. Do you have a desire to get better, Red? You don't like PvP, but there's still like, it's a challenge you still want to take on. Interesting. Oh, and also I only play melee classes. I do not like range. We're in the same boat, my friend. We're in the same boat, right? It's tough. My fault is I get too red-eyed and make mistakes. Yeah. Impulse control, right? My character flaws, I can't stop playing. I suck at bossing and dodging. I definitely rage out in comms when the game really makes me stroke out. That's tough. Nah, Jay never goes nonverbal. My other flaw is I tend to freeze when someone runs at me and hoping they might be friendly. That's funny. That's funny. My main flaw is I run in without my team and I get grouped up on. Barbarian, right? The two-hander melee brain. I also don't communicate when doing so as I am too focused on smacking enemies. Yes. Yes. Yeah, not really nonverbal, more just like calming wrong things or complaining. Interesting. I just don't care enough to win, I guess. As soon as I see someone jumping to a safe spot to reset or some other exploit or cheese, I've already won in my mind anyway. Interesting. Not really, but I do want to defend myself. Interesting. Right? The kind of person who goes to karate classes at night, not to like fight and beat people up, but to be able to break someone's arm if you have to at a club. If someone jumps you, you want to be able to like pop someone's shoulder out of their socket, right? I feel that. I know that. Aw, Jay doesn't complain. We all get bummed out. We all get bummed out of the game. My character flaw is I hate teammates without VoIP. You do. You have no tolerance for the VoIPless Lyrebird. I think my flaw is that maybe I'm not verbal or hesitant to make decisions for the team. Like there are times I should speak up and be like, yeah, it's tough. It's a kind of thing that you need to have a certain understanding, right? You don't want to just, those are, you know, you don't want to be too forward with comms. I know what you mean, Mus. I rely on utilities too much. Interesting, Lord Sama. Interesting. I also expect my friends of less skill to carry too much weight. Interesting. I get a little too trigger happy at times, then try to overcompensate the next round by being too field commander-ish. My biggest weakness in general is General Tao's chicken. Yeah, there's some delicious Chinese food in the world, right? Delicious Chinese food. Thank you guys for sharing. This is so good. This is so good. It's super common in trio, especially with randoms. I believe solo mindset is a thing at Deary. Yeah, JD, Smooth is right there with you, right? Jay knows we're just joshing. Is refusing to play the game solo a flaw? No, I think that you're doing it right. No, there is minimal growth to experience in like there's some things that you see mostly in solo, but I think that from my perspective, a reluctance to play in teams because I'm such a lone wolf, you know, in a lot of ways that I've done myself. The playing in squads in this game is way more fun, and I would say it's the opposite. Refusing to play in squads and instead sticking to solo for too long is a flaw. Is a flaw. I have too much empathy for my opponents. I refuse to fight anyone who doesn't want to fight because I believe it's better to suffer injustice than to commit to it. Wow. This is me. It's better to suffer injustice. Right? This is me. This is exactly it. Right? Clinging to a disadvantaged class in solo enabled a kind of personal cope. Right? Suffering injustice. That's a very good admission. Thank you, Shadow. Thank you. Appreciate that. Someone needs to be designated team leader. Interesting. Whoa. Thank you for all the chats, guys. I'm not sure how I feel about this. I think it needs to happen organically. I'm not sure how I feel about kind of designated team leader positions, but I have a hard time shutting my mouth also. You know what I mean? I have a hard time. I do a lot of potion-based healing build, and I'll get hit with the pot instead of swinging or blocking. I see. Solo sucks, PP caca. Solo mindset and trios, yes, huge problem. Solo is nice for learning how the basic mechanics works. I mean, a lot of squad gameplay does kind of devolve into a cluster of 1v1s, so there is something to be said about it. But the things that happen in solo are just infuriating, right? Just infuriating. Guys, I gotta catch up. The solo experience is mostly miserable, yes. One of my flaws is my utter resistance to impure builds. I refuse to use weapon mastery unless I get value from both it and that's fine. I think it's one thing to, like, you know, to be mindful or thoughtful with your build, but maybe that does stifle a bit of creativity. I feel you, Mountain King, but I wouldn't be too worried about that. I also don't like playing solo, but I don't try hard enough to find people to play with. Yeah, so you don't play solo, but you also kind of like, but you allow yourself to get disappointed playing in trios with randoms, right? That's funny. Certain groups it varies, yes. I only play solo. I should hop it. You know what? Not having the stake, right? Not having the risk. Squire to Riches, right, is probably one of the best things that they did to the spirit of fun in this game. The spirit of fun in this game was like hiding in the rafters for like 3 or 4 seasons. I watched your shielding guide 2 days ago and started to practice, and now you're telling me shielding is the worst way to play. It can be. I'm saying that the game is not a melee game, and you can't expect melee skills to reward you with consistent victories, is all I'm saying. People who are casters making better team leaders because they can see everything unfolding. Yes. I agree with this. Like, the quarterback is not on the line of scrimmage, right? There's a reason the quarterback is not on the line of scrimmage. Let's say that. On the topic of team leader, IGLing, in-game leadering, right? There's an interesting video from a professional Apex coach. Oh, okay. Can you DM that to me? Old and slow are 2 of my flaws. Hey, you gotta know thyself, right? And then you order donuts, right? I guess that has nothing to do with being old and slow. Solos for money, squads is for fun. I will try to link somewhere if I remember. Oh, I think I said Moss, but that what Moss was about. Sorry if I conflated Moss with Jay there. Sorry about that. Games go a lot better if the leader has good comms. Doesn't it have to be a frontliner who leads the team? Uh-huh. Oh, that's nice. Clippy saying hi to Abdel. Very nice. Okay. We're almost caught up here. Almost caught up. Thank you guys so much. It is nice to hear what you think and say. I refuse to use whatever the meta is. Yes! Me too. Another flaw, says Moss. I refuse to use whatever is the meta at the moment. Let's highlight refuse. I love Halberd, but it's running rampant in the dungeon, so the taste has soured. Yes. What? Now, what is it about that? Is it just, you know, is it an aversion to things that are too easy? Go one level deeper. Go one level deeper here. If anyone else feels the same way, right? What is it about something being meta that makes it less palatable to you? Squire to Riches, it was the spirit of fun hiding in the rafters. Yes, totally. Best part of Solos is good. I agree. I totally agree. What class will you choose if you are bad and want to be useful to your team? Any advice? I was gonna say cleric. I don't know though. Any advice here? Barb? I don't know. I don't know. Game is having most of its fun optimized out of it by now. Random trios makes it less optimized, more fun. Agreed. Agreed. And when everyone starts in Squire, a lot of the broken aspects of optimized builds, a lot of the really kind of gross and unsatisfying TTK issues don't exist at the bottom level of the gear score, right? Not dad specifically, as I don't really play it, but I think I gotta work on my comms. Just better indicate what I'm doing rather than just going for it. It's hard. You gotta train yourself to do it. It is hard. I will agree that not all teams need a dedicated leader, but some people have difficulty with decision making and need that role in a team in order. I agree. I agree. A frontliner that doesn't know when to push is a recipe for disaster. I also agree. As a tank player in Overwatch, you really don't want the frontline being the shot caller. Supports are the ones that make better leaders because part of their job is tracking other players. Yeah. Yeah, it feels both too easy and I love being the underdog. Aha. Excellent. Excellent. Okay, permission to speak freely. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Maddie, lay it on me. My body and mind are ready, okay? Play cleric with resurrection. Uh-huh, and farm that blue name. Very good. Very good. The majority plays meta. I like diversity. I'll be the one to find either anti-meta or something fun. Yeah. Cheers to you, Tortuga. Cheers to you. I think it's good to play meta and off meta. See, again, it's a kind of a shortcoming, right? Because, you know, if you can play meta for some confidence boosting, right? I never let myself play meta even for the confidence boosting. Like, once every 5 months, I would play a Knight of Barbarian and then be like, ugh, you know? But I think maybe because I was always the underdog, right? My timeline to burnout on the game was a lot faster than it could have been. I agree with Moss. When I play Barb, I do glass cannon most of the time with perks that aren't really for living. Uh-huh. Logsword is what I mostly use now. Yeah. What Moss said is the incompatibility of the win equals win fights, and I should be more flexible to win. We are just not the same people to have fun while being favored. Interesting. Uh-huh. Okay. Dudes. Dudes, good. Thank you for that. That's good. It feels good, right? Feels good. Just for a second to, like, turn the old camera, the old FPS camera inwards a little bit, right? You can counter the meta easier if you play it every now and again. It's true. And if you think about your long-term health, in terms of your long-term interest in the game, right? Maybe dipping into the meta is something I never did, right? I have a contempt for certain styles of play, right? And I did not let myself play these things, and therefore two things happened. I never really learned the intricacies of those classes, and by always being the disadvantaged underdog, I burned out of the game a lot faster than maybe I could have, right? So there is a kind of advantage to playing meta that I'm realizing now that's not that obvious. The reason I hate playing meta is because mama didn't raise no wussy. And if I wanted an easy brain dead game experience and decided to play meta, I'd be unstoppable. But what's the point? I agree. I agree. If I, at certain points in the game's history, you know, if I took my then kind of like nascent skills in melee combat and played Barbarian, I probably would have lost a fraction of the games that I played, right? But it's like, who cares? Who wants, like, who cares? Like, yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Inside of you are two wolves. One of them is meta, the other is fun. I enjoy the challenge of sticking to my roots and fighting through adversity. Yes. But there is a limit, right? There is a limit. Because you can experience that adversity, and that adversity can, you know, with some unlucky rolls, wear you down, right? Wear you down. A Chad chooses, a meta slave obeys. There's like an old rave song that has that line. What is that? There's a movie. A man chooses, a slave obeys, right? They use that sample. I lost my mind on the dance floor. I lost my mind. It's also boring playing solo Barbara as an example. It all comes down to if winning is the most important thing to you. And it's not, but I do like, don't get it twisted here, right? Like a lot of this is things I could do differently to improve my shield fighter game, right? To improve my shield fighter game if I wanted to, okay? What's the point, guys? What's the point? Again, maybe we're going to say something here. Maybe we're going to encourage you to self-reflect to help better understand your own game or highlight an area that you want to focus on and improve in Dark and Darker or otherwise. Okay. You know what? Speaking of meta, hey, let's do this really quick. I thought this is really interesting. I don't envy Iron Mace. Okay? We'll just talk about that. We'll do this. We'll talk about meta, and then maybe we'll go back to the dungeon for a quick game, and then we'll come back and do the rest of the yap, okay? Okay. I don't envy Iron Mace. There are many, many factors in a game this complex. And the combined result of major and minor changes, they're always making changes, right? Whether they're minor changes or they're major class overhauls, right? The results of how those changes will reverberate through the system are very hard to predict. What is this little graph? I'm a visual thinker, okay? And I thought of this, I think I was on the toilet. I don't know what it is, but you're in the bathroom and you just kind of let your mind go. And it's funny when you're in a situation like that, you're not actively trying to solve a problem, but there's kind of like just a divergent phase, right? Bathroom time is a divergent phase, okay? A man does not own the sweat of his brow. Does a man not own the sweat of his brow? That's a very funny thing to say, okay? Hey, it is like a toilet. Hey, it is. Best time to think about problems. Okay, it is. What's in the middle here? Okay, these are players. It is like a toilet. It is. Neurodivergent, right? These are players. Okay. The gray lines are the different aspects of class design and balance. Okay. And what's this circle on the very outside? Log thoughts. Yes. Easy wins. Okay? We've got players, we've got class design and balance, and we've got easy wins. I don't envy Iron Mace because players, right? Players are like shithead gamers. They want to find a way to that easy win, right? They're always pushing and prodding. Most gamers, right? Especially the meta enjoyers, are always pushing and prodding because they want access to those easy wins. And the way that this game is so complex, you can imagine a motion graphic where aspects of this game, they make changes, right? They change a value, they change a perk, they introduce a whole other set of skills or something. And eventually, as things change, well, then you get to a point, you get to this situation where the game for a moment opens up and the shithead metagamers are kind of like water, right? They find the path of least resistance. And in a game like this, where there's always these kind of like rotating changes, right? The players are like water. Let me do this. And so I really like, it's always been a thing. But I don't envy Iron Mace because as they try to change the game, make changes, they invariably will open up different pathways at different times, right? It used to be Bardiche, now it's Halberd. It's also overdraw shotgun, right? There's kind of like unintended or like overlooked aspects of a confluence of systems in the game that gives players access to easy wins, right? Some cultures call it Dream Walk. Penguins on the water map, for example. Exactly, right? Exactly. Players are like water. Dropping log splash. Players are like, well, maybe you know what? We can do it like this. We could do it like this. Maybe a more apt description would be like, players are like liquid shit, right? Or just fucking wet shits. Something like that. We'll say water. We'll say it's more like Project Zomboid, where that cool, refreshing, clean taste of gas station toilet water, right? It's day 115 and you're just outside of West Point and God, you need a drink and there's a toilet and it's full and you're like, yeah, Papa likey, right? Papa likey. Anyway, I have some empathy, right, for Iron Mace. I have some empathy for the designers, the managers of this game, because it's not a simple system. And changing values here and there, right? They reverberate. They reverberate. Let's do a poll. Do you want to watch another Squire to Riches, or do you want to do... Let's do a poll. Engage with your audience. Do you want to do some trivia? Squire to Riches or trivia? Squire to Riches. Trios. Just to make it more clear. Trivia Abyss. And then we'll say only Mingus. Right? Just for the trolls among you. What did Zao say? What did Zao say? Where is it? Where is it? Big text. I want to see a HR solo run? Dang. My punishment this season was Wizard. My punishment was not playing High Roller solo. Be better. My character flaw is that I want heroic leap on fighter. You've always talked about this, Georgie. Dungeon combat. Solo sucks. It does. It really does. I love Bee Butter. If we took one thing from Arc Raiders, guys, bless be to Bee Butter, right? Bee Butter. And then the proper response is also to you. And also to you. It looks like 19 votes. Ooh, it's well and away. Dungeon combat. That is what that means. Yeah, be better. Bee Butter. Someone put Bee Butter on the response form and I didn't know what it meant. And also to you is what we say in response to Bee Butter. Okay, let's see some combat. Shall we? Let's see some combat. It's a little off center. Let's boot it up. That's half the app, dudes. We still got trivia. We still have Clippy for a moment. Clippy might have to go back to work. And so we complete... Can we get a clap? Dudes, can we get a clap for Clippy? Please and thank you. Clap for Clippy. Yes, Clippy needs to get back to work. Look! Look at what Clippy did. How cool is this, right? How cool is this? Thanks. Claps for Clippy, because this tech is incredible. The widget master, right? I feel partly responsible for this Bee Butter. It's true. But that's, you know, Cheddar Max, Zio. Cheddar Max. Claps for Claude, too. Nah. Can you add 1% RNG to make the message golden? Interesting. a little holographic foil, right? Ooh, I got a foil message. Maybe Comic Sans. How about Golden Ant? Why not both? Right? Why not both? It's all about Clippy. Golden Kappa. Yeah. Thank you, Clippy. Okay. We can release Clippy. Thanks for hanging out, Clippy. Appreciate it. Clippy will consider it. Have a great day, everybody. Isn't this nice? I like this. This is so cool. This is so cool. Bye, Clippy. Bye. Let's see some combat. I got my own golden message. Check it out. Check it out. It also works on these ones. Badass. Thank you, Bad Artist. 16 months, buddy. 16 months. It's been a long... That was a long time ago we were playing Arena, right? That was like 4 seasons ago we were playing Arena. Oh my goodness. Let's see some combat, guys. Let's see some combat. I'm going to spend 50 gold on meds. Our little fam. Mine's platinum. What's wrong with yours, Charlie? It's not a competition, Lyrebird. We're not measuring the size of our infant penises. But thank you also. But thank you also for 21 months. Lyrebird is like OG early adopter. Maybe in the first dozen or so, right? The dirty dozen. Yeah, because I'd win on baby pee-pee size. We've seen it. We out here. Okay. Okay. Thank you, guys. Okay. Yay, inside joke there? Uh-huh. Oh, I got a tin one, right? I got a tin one. We're here with the baby peepees. Then we're in danger now, right? Of YouTube being like, hey, we're flagging some systems, right? Who has the brass one? What? There's like, is the 20-year anniversary? That's not the tin anniversary, is it? Did you know that every? Yikes! 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 Okay. 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 That's what it is. It's just the mushroom head, right? It's just the hairless testicles and a tiny mushroom head, right? And when you sit down for a number 2 on the toilet, you pee straight up and out, right? You can't pee down on the toilet. Okay. You're a hairy wizard. Guy, the guy's name is You're a Hairy Wizard. You're a hairy wizard. Schwing whing. We got a fighter. We're in it. Let's see some combat. You're a hairy wizard. That's so funny. I got the wisp. I've got the wisp. Hairy wizard the sork. Yeah. Don't think too hard about it. A crystal ball. Is that only me? Is that only me? Magical damage. No, I got no book. I got no book bonk with that. Maybe that's okay. Maybe that's okay. I feel like it's a bad idea. Flanged mace, I wish. Right, I wish. I'll pick it up. I'll pick it up. Yeah, I've got no... This is a... I can block, I guess. You can block with it, though. Find a rondelle. I'll try. I love that. Let's see some combat is sticking around. Yeah. I mean, it's hard. It's hard to... The best memes are emergent, right? The best memes emerge. Ooh. He didn't ping those bad boys for me. The leather chouses. A bandage. We might need more of those later, right? We might need more of those. I'm looking for a rondelle. If you see a rondelle, please let me know.
Roger.
You want to go downstairs and do the worm? Is there still a worm downstairs?
Yeah.
Let's check it out. I got the key. I got the key. We got the key, dudes. Ooh, rusty. It's true. The old rusty key. Hi-ya! Took one for the team. Big rusty boy.
Gotta pull the lever on the statue.
Yeah. Wait, what does that open? Like a treasure loot room? A treasure loot room? Does my explode work on this thing? Looks like it. Get in there, buddy! Get in there, buddy! I'm so bad at this. Wow, I'm so bad at it. Do a zap for old time's sake. Oh yeah. Oh, ignite. Oh, bonk there. We're helping. I'll spend one of these. Then we don't need to. Good. What's in here? Anything good? Look at that thing. Look at these things.
Holy shit.
Take the robe. 2 heavy ornates. The juice, dudes. The juice.
Motherfuckers, the quarterstaff.
Come on, Rondell. Silver chalice is the hard thing to come by, right? Silver chalice. Is that the sword using the legendary quarterstaff? That's cool. You guys can take these things. I'm really not that interested. Where's my guy at here? Let's try to stay together.
Wait, are you Bonk Wizard?
Kind of.
I got some pretty good pants for you.
Okay. I just kind of bonk for... Thank you very much. Thank you. For the PvE. I'm not going to bonk other players that much. Dexterity? Strength? I mean, it helps, I guess.
We're close to the key room, but if we go down there, we're definitely going to get ran up on.
Yeah. Do you want to just wait until it crypts? See if we can hit a red and go to the armory? Next one down? Because we can use the rusty key and the next... We can use it in crypts, the next level.
Yeah, if it spawns.
Want these pants? They got knowledge on them. You can? Yeah. Yeah, use the rusty key in the armory.
It's a very knowledge charge.
Probably can't get rondelles from these guys. Let's go north. Crusader armor. Various things. Let's go north. Not doing key. Oh. Oh, that was a weird ping. We're gonna save it for the next level down, I think. Crystal key's not guaranteed is tiny. Interesting. This guy said he didn't want to... He didn't want to... if we go there now, we're gonna get run up on. So I'm with him on that. Oh yeah. Anything good here? Warlock. Trunk hose. Dang. I'll take those.
Really good for the fighter if he doesn't want, if he...
There's the other ones for the fighter. If you like. Okay, let's keep going north. Can you help me with this? Yeah, thanks. Okay, one more north, and then we'll cut west. The harpies sometimes have daggers. Dead stuff. Check the harpies. Oh, steps behind, I think. Steps to the northeast. Look lively.
Underground, they're underground, they're coming up.
Wants the fighter on the right hand side. Oops. Oh, very nice, very nice. Very nice.
Holy shitty lips.
Very nice. Hell Shrine? Grab the Hell Shrine. Upstairs?
I'm dropping a campfire right here.
Nice. Those lockpicks. I'll put a lockpick. We'll separate these lockpicks here. Might do another campy. Grab the Hell Shrine up here, buddy. This way. The Hell Shrine. Fighter. Yeah, this guy right here. Get that guy. Yeah, you got it. Okay. Didn't really help too much in that fight. Grab some more campies. Spellbook. Cleric book was an upgrade. Thank you. I'll get that before we move on. Let's go for those reds. Where'd he go? Was it an upgrade? My bad. Let's go for the reds. Oh, did the fighter not heal all the way? Let's go for the reds. Right here. Let's go, let's go. Hop in, hop in. Hop in, hop in, hop in. Nice. Lily, what's going on? If some doors spawned locked, yeah, it would be interesting. I'm gonna hold on to the crystal ball. Put my mace away. Lucky mace. Put this here. Stay organized. I don't need all of these bolts. Okay, let's see if we get lucky. With the, what do you call it? Barracks. Tell me how you feel about Fireball. Do you think it's worth a spell slot? I think that you need to be close. It's definitely worth it. But, you know, you need to be really good at playing on the edge of melee. Ouch, you son of a bitch. The projectile speed is so slow that, like, the target has to be either unaware or close enough that you can hit them reliably. And that's tough. I'm gonna do one more campfire here. On me, if you need it. I like going down at least one level. I don't think I see barracks. Okay. Let's get organized. We can probably drop the key, right? Armory, but no. Sorry. Yes, armory. Armory. Yeah, sorry. Armory was the word. Not the barracks. Armory. Yeah, it is dead. Let's see what we can see. Stay on the south side. I don't think we can get across up from here, can we? No, not really. Speed shrine here. We're in the corner, so at least we can't be surprised. Where's our fighter friend? Oh, he's here. Nice. I'm gonna move towards the middle of the big space. Oh, we have players inside already. Players inside, probably. Yeah, I didn't want to force him. Yeah, across the way. They may be fighting. They're between us now. Let's stay by the door here, guys. Don't overcommit. Stay by the door. Darn. Got too close. And the halberd, you can't get too close. I tried. I just couldn't. I should have tried to run back towards the door, I guess. Did I hit him with a zap too? That's where a good book bonk would come in handy, but I don't want to face tank a halberd. I have faith. You're a hairy wizards. So the better play there is to just keep more of a leash on my team, especially the fighter. I thought I let myself wander too much. Now this is a very difficult position, right? Here he comes. Oh, nice try. Oh, nice try, nice try. Oh, nice try. Second win free. Yeah, quarterstaff. Get him, buddy. Nice try, nice try. GG, guys. GG. One more. Ooh, wait. Okay, how about this? After this next one, you're going to guess my AP, okay? People in chat, we're going to do a little advanced trivia. I'm going to play one more round, and then before the end of the round, you're going to guess my AP. I'll take a screenshot. I'll hide the screen like this, right? You won't be able to see it. We'll hide it, but it'll be a trivia game, okay? Heads up. You heard it here first. Yeah, good damage extends way up the shaft. No sour spots. No sour shaft. It's all sweet. Right? It's all sweet. I like those guys. There's been a lot of cool guys. Cool dudes. Right? In the Squire to Riches. Highest damage also, yes. Sweet shaft. I think what Lyrebird said earlier, right? It'd be very interesting if ranged, like, if rangers were actually indeed very vulnerable up close, right? More so than they are. Like, if the majority of the DPS for the ranger was at range, and then also, if the two-handed weapons had, like, a significant sour spot disadvantage. You know what I mean? I'm not sure what it is on Halberd. Is it like 70%? Something like that? Like, if there needs to be more of an incentive, I think, to keep those users, like, at bay. Let's practice this a little bit. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We got a fighter again and a sword. It's the same comp. It's the same comp. 80 on Halberd. Do I want these? Maybe I do. Maybe I'll take the arcane gloves. Maybe I'll drop these. I'll ping these for him in case he wants to wear the mystics. I'll take these ones. Oh, team in. Druid's in. Thought maybe I could. Tried to zap. Ran to safety. He's got tumble. Let's see if I can help stick him. Stick with my fighter. Not sure what happened there. There's a druid and a tumble rogue who came in immediately. We lost our Sork. I'm in trouble now. Where'd the fighter go? Away. Oh, dang. Oh, dang. Massive move speed disadvantage. The halberd was unusable before they buffed the sour spot. I think 80 is a bit much, but I'll give it 70. Interesting, interesting. Yeah, they are playing meta. Fast characters can engage, disengage at will. What is halberd move speed? Let's find out. Minus 45. Yeah, that's as much as a shield and a falchion. Right? If you're running shield and falchion, get him! Nice, whoops. Nice work. Do we wait for the res? I'm gonna reset, okay? Good luck to you. I'm gonna reset. Goodbye to you, sir. Those guys came in really quick. One more. One more. I thought I could maybe hit the rat with the lightning off the start there. And I thought I did okay to stick with my fighter, but there's just a lot of rotation going on. I don't think I've been on the receiving end of Panther as a caster yet. And that's a thing, right? I can see that being the source of grief for a lot of people, being a caster. Does the Panther still silence? Melted even faster. Moved to zap, but it was dry. I was using too much zaps on the PvE clear. I don't think I expected. In my mind, I was like, oh, I'm gonna use my spells more to PvE clear, and then there'll be a chance to charge up before we move on. But those guys came in immediately. It does silence. Uh-huh. Let's try again. Last one. Hey! How's it going? Nice. Hey! Uh-oh. This bard better have his VoIP on, or I'll be very upset.
I don't know anything about VoIP.
Imagine. We got it now, guys. Can we stay away from the bridge, please? Let's go south.
You said you wanted to stay away from the bridge?
Yeah, let's go south. Let's stay away from the bridge. Stay away from the bridge, fighter. Come with us. Stay away. I'm not sure if you got the memo. Hey. Two of these should do it. Get out of here. Felling axe. A mitre? What is Lyrebird is going crazy. Whoever this Lyrebird guy is, he's going crazy. Team to the south. Team in on the south. Oh.
Team.
Yep. We're separated. Come on back to the door. Come on through the door. Whoops. Uh-oh. I killed the dude with the explode. Well. Mom's ages. Yeah, we got run down, right? That's a rundown. Okay. Let's see some combat, right? Let's see some combat. Let me try one more as a shield fighter. I mistook that barb for our fighter. Yeah, rip. They weren't hitting each other, so it was awkward. Oh, this is all melee. Here it is, right? This is it. Like, this is a vision of what, like, a hack... Like, if the game was kind of majority melee, think about how different it would feel. Like, imagine if rangers were more like proper rangers. If there was, like, a ranged ability. Like, there was range damage, but they were really good. They could use bucklers. They could use long swords. And there would still be, like, the kind of, like, survivalist perks. They could still heal, you know, your teammate. Imagine if like half the classes in the game didn't exist. A real melee game? I would love that. I know. I know. Okay. GG. Let me try one more. And then we're gonna get back to the app. Because if we don't, if Rangers got longsword, I might actually play them. One more as a fighter. And then we have more yap to do. Let's go. Wait. Wait. Like this. One moment. One moment. What are we taking here? This one, sure. Last Bastion, maybe? Nah, we'll go Barricade. Classic. Let's go. One more. Overload and Squire kind of killing you. I think it's just a general lack of spacing ability, right? Overload. Like too many. What do you mean? How so? I'm curious. How so? Wiz needs that gear so bad. How so? I'm curious. Reduces your knowledge, lowers your cast speed like crazy. Uh-huh. I see. Right. I guess I don't really know what the game feels like without it. So maybe if I turn it off, it'll actually like, it'll feel a lot faster, more responsive. I think I'm just kind of used to like a low cast speed. Okay, we're playing fighter. Look at me, I'm a fighter. Look at me. I'm helping my team by looting this. Helping my team. I'm playing as a fighter. I'm helping my team. A crystal sword. Look at how helpful I'm being. Good. Boop. Anything good? What do we got? A Sork and a Cleric. Ooh, interesting. Maybe I'll stick with the Cleric then. Couple of shield bros, right? And then it'll clear my buff. Nice. Got cleaved. Nice. Keeping an eye out farther afield for a team. Healing as I go. Oh. Good thing the Wisp doesn't cancel the pot, right? I think you learn the more you play, but Wizard in general don't use spells to clear PV unless it's weak to that spell. Quickly, high base charges like Ignite. Yeah. Yeah. Totally. Oh! It's a decent one. I mean, it could be better. Could be better. A falchion. Hold this. This will be relevant to our conversation soon. No, hold the falchion. Sork doesn't need... Sork doesn't need... What do you call it? The clarity pot, right? A chop! Oh, yeah, right. You turned. You sneaky beaky. Okie dokie. Anything good here? That's decent, actually. Strength and agility. That Kassak's pretty good. Crystal Sword Pog. Bandy. I got a little bit of lag there. He's going for the pot. Let's see. I abated. The chairman has arrived. We're just doing one more round as a fighter, then we're gonna go back to the Yep. Because I think that this little run of play actually is very good. Because the next thing we're gonna be talking about is relevant to what we've just seen. Yeah! They're blocking! Can I reach him? Ooh, I can. Look at the reach on this thing. Yeah, get that mud shield going. Good. Now, this way... That's kind of a good anti-rat tech, right? A little flamethrower from the Sork. Kind of good anti-rat. Wasting pots with the boys. It's pretty good anti-fighter too. Sure. I bet. Uh-oh. I had a feeling. My frames on OBS are... My OBS is 11%. Let me just see if I can do this really quick. Oh, I guess that's gonna change the scenes. Oh! Team here. Get some light in the situation. That's good for light. Okay, let's move in. Missed him. Stay close. Very nice. Gonna take a pot. I'm gonna fall back a little bit. Gonna reload. Thank you. Don't get separated here. Oh, he's on the left, on the left. Nice. Watch the swings here. I'm on the caster. Big cleave there. Nice, one down. That's my... Okay, nice. Nice fights. Keep in there, hang in there. I'm not done yet. Oh, dang. Gonna heal. A touch. Hit the fighter. Trade is bad. Can't trade again though. Nice flame. Nice hit. Watch the mob. Good fights. Nice. Loot up and then go down. Spellbook is here. I want some more torches too. I'm a sucker for torches. We can just go down. Heads up, come to me, come to me. Come Come back to the door. Nice. Let's hit the reds. Let's hit the reds. Nice locust. Nice. We're opening. We're here now. Let's go together. Nice, nice, nice. Good play. All aboard. Good squad. I pinged them. I pinged them. The spell books, but maybe they didn't see them. I'm not too concerned about loot. In the world of trios, fighters legit awesome. A force multiplier. What do you mean? What do you mean? Got the good bobs. It's true. Got the good bobs. Is his Squire? Yes. It's the only thing I play. Like, it's the only thing I'm really interested in playing. Like this wipe, and I'm not gonna play much more. Yeah. Let's have a camp. I'm gonna have a camp here really quick. Usually think of fighter the force gets multiplied. If you can delay enough with the shield, maybe you multiply the force of your casters and your other melee. If your shield just absorbs damage, takes damage off the table, it lets other players get more shots off, get more swings in. When you played Wiz, when someone gets on top of you, it's GG. When you're a fighter, you can do stuff in all situations and enable a wizard that has no options. Interesting. Interesting. Very nice. Cuffed boots. Okay. A cloak. Uh-oh. 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 Yeah. If as the melee class, I make space for the range class to do their thing, yes. Fighter can be flexible, especially with weapon mastery, pivot from the frontline damage dealer to backline, longbowing, to peeling for caster teammates, yeah. Barb will not be able to control the situation with a shield or threaten range, even in frontline. Interesting. Barb is just there to kind of like get stuck in, right? Eh. Yeah. Yeah. Dark leaf boots. Maybe I'll take them. I'll take them. They control the situation by threatening to hit you in the head with their 70 damage bar dish. It's true. More cuff boots if you're interested. It's so easy to miss with projectiles and hit scan. It's incredible. Nice rawhides, maybe. I don't know how I feel about these things. Weapon mastery has higher value. Interesting. Make use of whatever. It's true. Crossbow bow access is big. Yeah. We're going to talk about... This is so good. You guys are laying the groundwork. We're going to talk about this exact thing after this raid. Look how many res shrines there are. That's also really interesting. And all the res shrines now reset too, don't they? Let's not fight in the bit there. Maybe pull them in if you can. There's no way they're coming through there. They reset since when? I think it's a patch note, right? The res shrines, don't go through. We'll go around. Don't go through. We'll go around. We'll go around. They might push now that you've been hit. Just heal up. Just heal up. We can wrap them. There's no way they're coming through there. Is it barred? Let's go this way. This way, this way, this way. Oh, mud shield. Ranger saw me. Don't go in, cleric. Don't go in. Come on back. 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 All the way back. All the way back. Come back and heal. This is not the place to fight, but I can't seem to communicate that to them. They're probably rapping. Do you have lightning storm? Do you have lightning storm? Can you put a lightning storm in there? Let's go around. Wait for the cleric to heal and we'll go around. Come on, cleric. This way. Wipe off gamers. It's okay. It happens. He got chewed up. I don't think he gets it. My guy got chewed up. Here we go. Yeah, keep going. They're behind us now. We've kind of lost the zone. This way on me. Gotta get the zone back. Very nice, very nice. Okay. Yeah, you can get that, that's fine. I'm gonna open this. Yes. Let them push in. Let them push in. Keep the door open. We can trap them if they come in. Oh, it's a spider. Okay, okay, okay. Let's go this way. Portals this way? No, they're making it out. Maybe back to wheel. Let's go back to wheel. This way, this way, this way. Better zone. More options. It does remind you of the playtests. It feels great. I never played the playtests, but it feels like two things. No, I don't. You want to save it for the next level? Do you want it now? Go for it now. You can go for it now. I'll cover you. I feel like you shouldn't feel... Your success rate in the dungeon shouldn't be high, right? And because of that, like, you don't take the game too seriously. You know what I mean? Playtest Dark was peak gaming. Because you don't expect to survive, you can just kind of have fun and goof around. If you survive, it's great, right? You carry it forward. But if you eat shit, it doesn't matter. Like, it's just, it's fun and you're not... The game is... We'll talk more about this later. It's almost like the game is so janky. It's not supposed to be like a competitive game, you know? Missed him. Ooh, that's from above, maybe. This is tough. There's a halberd in the mix. Who can we surround? It's a hit. Oh, second wind. Ouch. Watching the projectile magic. Trying to play the pillar. Up. Rocking low. Third one. Oh, dang. I think I forgot there was a, or I didn't realize there was a wizard above me. There. That's tough. Good whiz. Excellent whiz. Right? That's how you play a good wizard. You love to see it. Nowadays, people have like 10 million hours and have expectations of having to win more or lose more. Nowadays, people have like 10 million hours and have expectations on having to win more or lose more. I've never abandoned that mindset. It's not competitive. It's really not. It's not. It's really not. No one knew what was going on. Found a purple Chris. Literally never lost the kit the entire playthrough. That's awesome. That's awesome. That's awesome. Okay, let's get back to it. I'm gonna quick bathroom break. Okay, quick bathroom break. Let's do this one. Ready? Isn't it so good? Isn't it so good? Isn't it so good? Yeah, imagine if you took this skill that people have at this point, right? And you went back to 2023. That's hilarious. I love that little intermission song. It's so good. It's so good. Okay. Ooh, did you see? Did we see? Did you see the AP? Be honest. Did you guys see the AP or did I do the thing first? Did you see the AP? Be honest. Did you see how much AP? I didn't see anything. I forgore, but I think it showed. Promise. Damn it. I forgore, but I think it showed. I wasn't looking. Did we do honor system? I went and got dinner, so I didn't see. Okay. The three people who saw are just not saying anything. They're just like, was not looking. Right? Okay, well, we'll risk it. Oh, it was covered. Was it covered? Did Georgie see? Uh-oh. It was covered. I went back. Excellent. No, I also completely forgot about it. So it was covered by chat highlight. Goof averted. No leaks. Wait, no. You could do the math? No one's gonna do the math. No one's gonna do the math. Let me do this. I was just messing. I did the same. Thank you, Lily, very much. Don't do the math or you're lame. Let's house rules it now. Okay, I'm pasting this in. You can't see. We're gonna do this quickly here. Then we're gonna yap, and then we're going to do the trivia. Okay? Dudes, how much AP did I earn as a fighter that last round? Okay? How much AP did I earn? Don't guess just yet. I want the exact number amount. Spam guessing is okay. Person who nails it wins. Ready to goon? Ready to swoon? Okay. The last round I just played, yes. Yes. Ready? Ready? Guess now. Guess now. Start guessing. Let me remember what the number was. Guess the number, the amount of AP. That's good. I got it right. I'm remembering correctly. How much AP did I get? You guys are good. We're guessing. We're guessing. We're guessing the number. No one's got it yet. How much AP did I get? No question marks, I should say. I didn't say. Okay, yes. Ding, ding, ding. Okay. We have a winner, guys. We have a winner. We have a winner. We have a winner. We have a winner. Okay, Zauzide knows how to play the game. You get in the ballpark and then you just run down the list, right? You run down the list. Uh-huh. We have a winner. That was quick. No, Zauzide knows. Zauzide knows that it's probably around somewhere between 120 and 90. So he just ran 107. Lily got there also. But look, okay? 107. GG Zauzide. GG Zauzide. 100 on a loss is a lot, not gonna lie. Is it? I was around that too. Yeah, you got it, Lily. You got it. Some people be playing a lot of Squire to Riches, right? My character flaw is bad at stream trivia. You've won a few. You've won a few. Zio, on the list. Good. Okay, we'll come back to this eventually. We'll come back to this eventually. I am terrible at trivia. That's okay. That's okay. Okay, dudes. Remember the toilet analogy? That was very funny. Remember when it was a toilet? It was very funny. Okay, dudes. What did we just see? What did we just see? In this game, it's about distance, right? As a shield fighter, as like a myopic shield fighter, someone who is too stubborn to play the game in other modes, really. I did not have a full appreciation of this, but this game really is about distance. In addition, maybe beyond the fact that Dark and Darker has a very stark kind of melee range divide. What does that mean? It means, for the most part, a wizard who is caught by a melee player can barely compete in melee. And it means that you could have the most bist out fighter kit you could imagine, but if you're in the wrong position against a wizard, there's basically nothing you can do, right? There's a stark ranged melee divide in this game, but there's also a finer level of detail, and I want to talk about that now, right? Life is a toilet. Dude, I've always felt you give Big Professor energy, like in your speech cadence. Is that a bad thing? Is that a bad thing? Is that annoying? I can see that being annoying. I feel like you're about to teach me CS 200. Is that computer science? Yeah, buddy, I can't even like touch type. Okay, I'm a good teacher. No, good thing for sure. Okay, great. I can't spell. I can barely read, and I look at my fingers when I type. Okay, this is not CS 200. It's a learning channel. It is. It is. Okay, Dark and Darker. A binary divide between range and melee kind of sucks. but there is a finer level of detail. Let's talk about it. Allocating combat in distance groups helps me further understand how and where my skills are lacking in this game. I never really thought about this before this season. You can't touch type? I can. I can. I'm all crossed up for stream. It's really weird. My keyboard is like a lot farther over than I'm used to. So like it's very awkward. I'm like reaching, you know how like to type well, you kind of have to be kind of like aligned perfectly. And for streaming, it's just not possible, right? Yeah, I'm just like, you can't really see my hands, but like, I'm like way over here. It's weird. It's a weird situation. Yeah, okay. What do I mean by distance groups? What do I mean by any of this? We mentioned it earlier. Let me go like this maybe. We mentioned it earlier. In this game, in Dark and Darker, I feel like there are kind of 4 main distance groups that you are a part of, you move through, in and out of, during the course of a combat, right? There's long range when you're very far away, like most of the module away, right? There's mid-range, where you're not close but not far, right? There's the edge of melee, when you are just outside of the reach of your opponent, and that's going to be variable. If you're fighting a rogue versus fighting a bardiche, right? The edge of melee is variable, but that's a zone that exists. And then there's kind of like skin to skin, like close combat, okay? Long range, mid-range, edge of melee, and close combat. And I feel that different classes in the game excel, want to be in some of these zones. And I've drawn this chart to kind of like indicate where I think these classes live in terms of distance groups. Okay? Let's go like this. The pear shape is the Smite Clerics, the Barbs, the Druids. They don't have any long-range potential, obviously. They don't even really have a lot of mid-range potential. These classes are kind of like the pure melee classes, more or less. They want to be on the edge of melee, and predominantly they want to be up close, right? Generally speaking, I think it's safe to say. The pear shape, right? The teardrop, right? The teardrop is the fighter. And in some cases, like a plate lock or a kind of like hybrid lock that has a mid-range curse, but also BOC wants to be in melee combat, right? The fighter has a crossbow, a bow, right? Has some ability to participate in mid-range. Smite Cleric is kind of easy mode, mid-range option. The only thing I'd say is Smite Cleric is kind of easy mode, mid-range option. I'm not sure what you mean. We're not here to split hairs. This is like generally speaking, okay? We're gonna have a different perspective on this. We don't need to split hairs. But from my POV, right? The Bard can reach through walls. The Sork and summon spells kind of do that too. It's so weird and doesn't fit in this diagram. But that's a failing of the game, not Blinn. Fighter and Plate Lock have some options mid-range. Want to play at the edge of melee. And in terms of my shield fighter, right, wants to be close. Wants to be right up, basically skin to skin. Who's this one? Who is this? It's no mistake that it actually kind of looks like fletching, right? That's a gourd. That's a gourd. This is the Ranger in general. There's different ways to play Ranger, right? But Ranger is one of the only classes that is viable actually from a long range, right? A windless shot on someone unsuspecting. Longbow shots from across the module do a lot of damage. It's viable at long range. They excel at mid-range, right? They don't necessarily want to be at the edge of melee, but they can fight at the edge of melee, right? They, generally speaking, don't want to be in close range, right? I think that makes sense. A Ranger in general. Different builds and nuances are going to push this diagram around, but I feel comfortable saying that. What's this one? Mid-range, edge, close. What's this one? I'm going to say this is actually the Wizard, the Kite Lock. The Wizard and the Kite Lock. I feel like the projectile spells are so slow that if you see or hear an ice bolt coming, or a fireball for that matter, even an elemental bolt, like the projectile speed is not that fast. Very easy to dodge projectiles long range. The Wizard and the Kite Lock The wizard in particular, now that I've got a little more experience with it, right? I feel like the wizard wants to be somewhere between mid-range and the edge of combat. The really good wizards, they play as close to the edge of melee as possible because of the slower projectile speeds. The closer you are, the less lag there is on, like, the less you have to lead the shot kind of thing. Why does Ranger have longer range than Fighter? Fighter has access to longbow. I'm just saying, generally speaking, that a Ranger is almost like geared for longer range combat, right? They have a certain distance they like to orbit you at. Yes. Oh, okay. Yes. It's true. The wizard in particular, right? That sweet spot is at the edge of melee where you're close enough where you can hit your projectiles more reliably, but you don't want to be at risk of in that close range for melee, right? I thought you meant like capabilities. I'm kind of like, I'm just kind of thinking like, where do certain classes like want to be most effective, I think is the way I'm saying this. Where do classes want to be in terms of combat distance to be the most effective? For clerics, barbs, and druids, it's up close, right? It's the edge of melee, it's up close. For the fighter and the plate lock, it's mostly up close, right? Bit on the edge, and they have some ability to contribute at mid-range. The ranger wants to be farther away, generally speaking. The ranger can do things at the edge of melee. Generally speaking, the ranger doesn't want to be stuck in, right? The wizard and the kite lock, to hit the most spells, want to be at that edge of melee, but also enjoy the safety of mid-range. And how about this one? What haven't we talked about yet? The rogue in general, there's going to be... The rogue has a lot of nuance, right? Different rogue builds have a lot of nuance. But in general, I feel like the rogue and the bard and the sorcerer, they all kind of... Maybe we'll just talk about the rogue. The rogue, I think, is comfortable transitioning between these distance groups often, right? That's kind of like the... One of the interesting things about the rogue is that the rogue is weaving in and out of close range, edge of melee, and mid-range a lot more frequently than other classes. And I would venture to say Bard 2 and Sork 2, right? W Graph, thanks very much. Thank you. Does that make sense? So before this season, right? I did not play. I'm gonna quit the game. It's it's chewing up some of my CPU here. Before this season, I did not really play anything other than Shield Fighter seriously. And now that I've played enough of Wizard, and I've refreshed myself on the Rogue, I'm reminded that these distance groups are a really interesting way to kind of look at or break down where certain classes are most effective, especially in kind of like a trios or team fight situation. I generally agree. One thing to take into account is how fast these classes are, because being in your preferred range at will is a big part of it. Yes, I agree. Being in your preferred range at will, yeah, it's like where are you trying to make it back to? You're not going to be able to play there perfectly every time. You're going to get pressured. You're going to have to catch up, right? But I know what you mean, Charlie. Okay. The question for you is the following. At what range of combat do you personally feel most comfortable? Based on the style of play that you enjoy, based on the kind of classes you enjoy the most playing, where are you? Where are you? Exactly, in my opinion, the Sorks and Wizards and whatnot should need teammates in order to position well consistently, because they should not be able to keep that distance with their own powers. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I know what you mean. I agree with the pair-ish for Lily Heals Cleric. Yes, pear shape, right? How about you guys? What range of combat do you feel most comfortable, would you say? Let me have a smug. I'm gonna re-up my smug. I love the dance and being able to play all the ranges. Well, guess what? Jay plays Bard, doesn't he? Right? And then if you look here, the Bard, according to my calculation, has a fluidity to it, right? I find myself at close and edge with slight and mid if I have to. Well, guess what? Mateo, right, plays a fighter, doesn't he? I definitely feel the most confident at mid-range, since I can still roll for persuasion when I'm not using all my focus to do melee. Right, that's Lyrebird's Bard chiming in, right? Mid-range is where it's at. Spoken like a true wizard, Charlie, right? You're a wizard, Charlie. In the face. Well, that's warrior brain, isn't it, Arkar? It's so funny, right? I'm not surprised by your responses, because you guys all have playstyle preferences, right? You got classes that you play. If they're too far away, they can't hear my sweet, sweet VoIP, right? I prefer close and mid-range. From what I recall, Georgie, you were a shield fighter when I played with you, right? Terminal warrior brain. Definitely got my druid in the right spot. Uh-huh. Awesome. Awesome. Okay, cool. Fun little exercise. What we're going to do now is reflect. I'm going to reflect on my abilities, my skills in the game, but I'm going to do it based on combat distance, on range, because there are, I think, particular skills related to playing classes well at these different ranges. And there's a lot of ways, a lot of places that I could improve. For example, for close combat, what are my weaknesses and what do I need to learn to play better at close combat? The first thing I'll say is I don't really like two-hander melee. I've always found the two-handers to be cumbersome. They have awkward timing, and they make me vulnerable to range damage. I've always liked the idea of a shield, making it possible for me to fight against basically every class. This is kind of once upon a time, but the two-handers, I felt particularly vulnerable to projectiles and to range damage. So I've never really liked two-hander melee. What's the downside? The downside of not embracing two-handers is I have a significant lack of DPS and meta power, right? Two-handers, in a way, have always been kind of melee meta just because of their incredible DPS, right? And if I had embraced, or if I got better at using two-handers, well, then there's easier 1vx situations. There's a reason why everyone is running a halberd right now, because in the Squire to Riches, right? The likelihood of you being in a 1vx situation is high, and the likelihood of you succeeding in that 1vx situation is made more possible by a two-hander like a halberd, right? Where is Runaway? We'll get there. We'll get there. What else? What are my weaknesses? I don't like the falchion. I've never liked the falchion. Kind of similarly, it's always felt sluggish. There's an awkward timing to the falchion, but also the swing is kind of like out of sight, out of mind. It's such a wide swing. And this game is kind of unique in that, you know, it punishes you for not anticipating the wide swing of your weapon. And the falchion in particular, I would always hit the walls when I would try to use it. I would hit lamps and I would get that tink rage. I would line somebody up, I'd have them dead to rights, and I would swing and just be a little too close to like a lantern that was sticking out. And I would lose my swing, I would tink, I would rage, and my opponent would get away, right? And that's just a personal thing. I understand. It's a tremendous weapon. It's an excellent. It's probably, at least it was. It has been like the best one-hander in the game since the beginning. So the downside of me not embracing the falchion are lack of one-handed DPS. If I'm gonna play shield fighter, right? I'm relegated to one-handers for DPS. There's a lack of DPS if I'm not using the falchion, right? I need to spin like a Beyblade to hit these halberd riposts. I always found lamps and torches being immovable objects so frustrating and silly. I know what you mean. Full breakdown of the logic. Can you get to your preferred range? If no, can you run away? If no, back to the menu for Q. Otherwise, yes. Very good, Charlie. Also, because the falchion swings horizontally, and you're playing up close as a shield fighter. Oh, you're back, Moss. The falchion, it's easier to hit an opponent who is close to you because of the horizontal swinging nature, right? Star's here. Evening, gang. Star. Oh man, the best Tink Rage is backing up a bit and then smacking the haft of your halberd behind you on the wall. Yeah. Or trying to cast with the magic staff as a wizard, right? Tink Rage. Anyway, downside for me personally, my weaknesses. What have I neglected to learn? In addition to not embracing two-handers, I've never really liked the falchion, and I've paid the price over the months and years by not using it. I don't like to be, funny enough, I don't like to be super close in melee. To me, falchion has a perfect blend of felt weight and action speed. It's one of the few weapons that can work well without any action. I agree. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. It's just a personal preference for me. It didn't taste good. It didn't taste good to me, and so I wasn't inclined to keep practicing making the dish because it just didn't taste good to me personally. I also don't like to be super close in melee, okay? Which is kind of an ironic thing because a shield fighter excels when you are very, very close. That shield gets very big in your face when you are very close, right? But I don't like it because I lose sight of opponents. They can juke. I lose opponents in the shield. What do I mean by this, right? When you're super close, this is what it looks like, right? You're right up there. This is super close. And look at the concern on my face. I'm concerned, right? Because this is the majority of my experience, right? Being close gives you certain advantages, but being close is also, it can make things more difficult, right? These guys can zoom around you. It's easy to lose the player in the shield. And so, despite the fact that I'm a shield fighter, I don't actually like to be that close. It's also really hard to hit. If I'm using an arming sword, if I'm using a flanged mace, weapons that chop vertically, it's harder to hit an opponent when you're up close with the vertical chops. It's harder. Love the way the falchion feels meaty. Yes. For me, I think I've always been kind of like a slight person. I prefer like a faster weapon, right? So, because I don't play close in melee, what are the downsides? I miss out on handle blocks. It's easier to block the opponent in the handle. You get more value from a block in the handle, right? If you're up close, I miss that by kind of like wanting to back away a little bit, right? Opponents can space when they are blocked. So that's a big thing. You get lucky enough to get a successful block, but the current way that the hit slow works, or like the slow on block works, is opponents are able to space away from you. If they attack and they are blocked, they're not really punished that much with a move speed slow. Think about when you are attacking a Skelly Champ, okay? If you hit the Skelly Champ's shield, you, the player, are slowed rather dramatically, right? That effect doesn't apply in PvP, really. And so, because I'm not super close, if I get a block, they are able usually to space away from me before I'm able to counterattack and punish. Would the spacing problem be better if you had more visibility? Would the buckler feel better or worse? I love the buckler, but the blocking and block timing is so sketchy. And when the stakes are high, trying to rely on a buckler to block a bardiche or a halberd swing, like a BOC halberd or a juiced up barbarian bardiche, and you're gambling a lot. They have a lot more advantage to swing and manipulate the swing around the buckler than you do to prevent the attack, in my opinion. Also, because I tend to back up, right? The more space I create between myself and my opponent, right? The more likely I am to take sweet spot damage. It's a bad place to be. So that's an issue for me in terms of close combat. I don't like to be super close. It's easy for me to miss. I feel like I want to back up. I miss out on handle blocks. It's not a good thing. That's an area I could improve, is getting more comfortable getting and staying very close. Another thing, speaking of Jay is very good at this. Jay is kind of like the first person in this community that showed me time and again the power of almost like that frame perfect input of like swinging, hitting, and then immediately turning and looking away, right? Would only really expose themselves for the melee frames where they are attacking, and then every other frame is a juke, is like is body positioning. The hit and turn away is like very high level, like melee playing, right? Is this for a YouTube vid or live coaching? This is just for personal interest. This is what we do. This is a Monday yap, is what this is. But should I be monetizing this? Maybe. I don't know. I just want to help people, right? Jay got the schmoves. Totally. He's just having fun. That's exactly it. This is, for me, this is more enjoyable than playing the bloody game, right? I'm new here. Welcome in. Underdog. We love an underdog, don't we? Guys, we love an underdog. Welcome in. This is a learning channel and self-reflection time. Jay's only at a fraction of his power. Imagine if his laptop could run the game smoother. Right? So if he's used to already the kind of like stuttery frame rate, right? The guild is watching. Welcome in, GL. Welcome in. Jay is very good at hitting and turning away. Okay? It's something that I've never really liked to do. I prefer to keep my eyes on my opponent, watch for the changes in their attack animations, right? Because blocking is so finicky, I feel like if I take my eyes off my opponent, I'm at a disadvantage. So I've never really learned to do this well. And this is almost like a table stake. What is a table stake? It means like it's a thing that you need to have. It's like it's a prerequisite. If you want to compete meaningfully in Melee these days, right? Now that the game has evolved, now that most players have 6, 7, 8,000 hours in the game, most players have thousands of hours of arena experience. It's not enough to have one melee technique and expect to win fights consistently. And this is one of those things. This is one of those areas that I've never really internalized, right? The movement style is meta cheese. It's always been that way. It's just taken people a long time to kind of like fully learn and internalize it, right? I prefer to keep my eyes on my opponent and track my opponent. And I'm also, right, in the same way that I'm afraid to use the falchion because of Tink Rage, right? I hate losing an opportunity to damage or kill my opponent because I hit a lantern. I'm afraid to hit the ground. There's almost no worse feeling for me than hitting the ground and having that slow ass reset and losing a fight because I lost control of my weapon. And I feel like this kind of hit and turn technique increases the likelihood that you're going to hit the ground, and you have to kind of practice to factor those delays in, right? I think saying most players have 6 or 7k hours is a huge reach. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. But if you want to play competitively, I think the people that are playing in High Roller, the people that are playing competitively do. I don't think that's a stretch. This was kind of like, there's some people like Mateo that picked it up later, right? It's all subjective. I have 3,200 hours, LOL. Who has 67? A lot of people. 3,000 hours is what I have. That's not that much. It really isn't. It really is not. There are people that never took a break playing this game, right? There are people like these people here that started playing the game during the playtests or in the summer of 2023, right? And just kept playing. And those are the people that enjoy, right? There are billions of people in the world. Anyway, we're talking about, for anyone just joining us, okay? The game, now that I'm playing more Wizard, now that I'm understanding a little more about rogue combat, beyond the stark melee range divide, there is a finer level of detail in terms of combat. You can group classes, players, playstyles into distance buckets, basically, as a way to kind of help focus in on skills that are related to combat that exists at certain levels of distance. And what we're talking about is long range, mid-range, the edge of melee, and close combat. So this little chart here indicates where I think some of these classes and playstyles excel or where they want to be in terms of combat distance. I'd never win a fight and most players had 6 or 7k hours. I'm so bad at Wiz and Ranger. I'm saying, maybe not most, but a lot do, right? A lot do, and especially in pushing for high level arena ranking and in high roller, right? I think that, I don't know, you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. Star, you just gotta call it there for real. Uh-oh, what did I miss? I have 2, 3, 4, 5.1 hours, right? I don't want to play just to not ruin that number. Just take a screenshot. You can get a tattoo. Take a screenshot, get a tattoo, you know, and keep playing if you think. I think Yami has like 6k and he's a streamer. I think Yami probably has more than 6k, right? I don't know. You can't play more than 30 minutes without seeing at least one player with multiple thousand hours. Right? Don't ask guild leader how many hours that guild leader has. Don't ask constrictor, right? What did Maddie say? Maddie said he was at like 2,400, right? And Maddie took a giant break. People like this game. What's hard to believe? Yeah, I'm not sure why I'm getting bogged down here. I just think that like Soapy has 7k even after taking a year off the game. Thank you. Yes, confirmation bias. Less than that probably. But in Arena, these shapes change. Yes. Yes. Arena is a different game, right? Arena is a different game. It's a whole other, it's a whole other calculus, and we're not going to get bogged down by that. I feel like this game directly benefits from having more players in terms of fun. I agree. Okay. What's the downside of me not liking to hit and turn away? There's more demand on blocking success. If I'm not going to juke and avoid taking melee damage, then it downloads more pressure on blocking success, which is difficult, and I end up taking more damage. Okay, it's very hard to hit someone like Jay, who's very good at only exposing themselves to melee range, you know, or like a hittable melee hitbox some of the time. It's a very enviable skill. The last thing I'll say is I still struggle with PvP shield block timing, right? If only shields worked. Well, they do, but they're so specific, right? Good jukes on Wizard today. Thanks. And like, I think today is probably like my 20th hour on Wizard, right? I've seen more Wizard content. I've watched Ken stream for more than 20 hours. Absolutely. And the hard thing to remember is, right? It takes you like 200 hours to even get like at the beginning of competent, right? We forget that most of us have, I think it's fair to say, you know, 1,000 hours, well over 1,000 hours. And if you're putting 4 hours in a day, it takes a long time to get to 1,000 hours, right? So 20 hours as a wizard, and you know, this is on top of the other game experience, but it's a whole other skill set, right? It's a whole other mid-range edge of melee. It's a whole different way to read the game. It's a challenge. Back to Shield Fighter. I still struggle with PvP shield block timing. Okay? What does this mean? I've said it before, but it's very difficult in this game to rely on your eyes alone. Let me show you. Let me see what is left here, then I'll show you. When you're fighting mobs, when you're fighting a skeleton or a demon or a wisp or whatever, that mob, I think, there's like very low latency. There's very little latency because that mob is kind of like client side. That's the game running on your PC. So you can be at the very last moment. You can put your block up and get a successful block on PvE because that PvE attack is client side. There's no latency. But when you're versus another player, you're dealing with server side latency. And there is a big delay in this game. So it's very easy to forget how far ahead in time the opponent is. Hits in this game are server side. Hits in this game are client side authoritative. There's a delay. There's a delay. What you see with your eyes is behind in time in terms of PvP. I've done videos where I've done a better job of explaining this. Let me show you in pictures, okay? Here's the situation. Here's me in a doorway with my shield up. here is a longsword fighter, and it looks like they're winding up, right? This is the wind up for the first attack of a longsword. My guard is up, my shield is in position, and what happens? The sword is rendered through my shield, and I'm being hit. This is just a frame later, right? 2 frames later, maybe. A very curious situation. What could cause this to happen? Why does this happen? This is a result of the fighter's client having already sent the confirmation of hit to the server. The server reflects where your opponents are, but it's behind in time. So he has already attacked past my shield on the right-hand side and dragged the weapon in, right? What enables ranged hacks? It is because hits are client-side authoritative, right? The longsword looks like it's a javelin of some kind. And then the result is I take damage. But this is because the longsword player is behind in time. So it's a challenge for the defensively minded player to look at the danger coming in, right? To see the wind up and think that you have time to position your shield correctly. But really, you have to imagine the PvP player is 200 milliseconds ahead of you in time. So there's a degree of anticipation that is very, very difficult to get right. Because if you're blocking too early, then you're an obvious target, and it's easier for the attacker to hit and drag around the guard position of your shield or weapon, right? But if you're too late or too reactionary, it's already too late because the opponent's client has already registered a hit on the server. Time travel and dead. I'm not a network engineer, but this could be fixed with a higher server tick rate. I'm not technical. I appreciate this. I don't know enough about how tick rates work, but it's kind of like a refresh rate, right? I don't know. Anyway, all I can tell you is that this is, a very difficult kind of situation to navigate. Ping difference is a thing in the game. It doesn't ruin blocking. I hit crazy blocks every raid, to be honest, so I don't know. Well, then you are, more practiced and more accomplished than I am at this technique. Because to this day, I still struggle with believing my eyes, right? And that's the issue. That's the issue here. The last thing I'll say about close combat is I struggle with PvP shield block timing because I rely on my eyes alone, right? I wait too long to guard or turn the camera, right? I try to play it too close to like the frame of impact. And that is not good because there is an inherent 200 milliseconds of server lag between what I see and what's actually already been registered on the server, right? I forget how far ahead in time my opponent is. This is a personal challenge that I have. What are the downsides, right? It gives opponents free hits and momentum, right? Me thinking that I can rely on a block or use a block to continue my offensive run. If I get hit or I don't calculate that properly, my opponent gains momentum, right? I get personal, there's a mental debuff, right? There's a mental debuff. When you experience this kind of thing, when you see this with your eyes, right? And you think, okay, like ostensibly I'm doing everything correctly, except I failed to anticipate the degree to which the game fucks with you, right? The level of intuition where you build up muscle memory to compensate for dag lag requires thousands of hours and can't be practiced in isolation, sadly. Yes. And it took me like my 3,000 hours to even kind of approach this. This is an excellent comment. And I'm glad at least one person understands, right? The level of intuition where you need to build up muscle memory to compensate for dad lag requires thousands of hours and can't be... What do you mean by can't be practiced in isolation? I'm curious. What does this mean? What does that mean? Could you expand on that just a touch? I don't, two hands. I know, I'm sorry, I don't. It's just a personal thing. It's a personal thing. I've always found them awkward. And like I said earlier, like if I don't like to eat, if I don't like the taste of the dish, right? then I'm not inclined to practice cooking the dish and to make it more frequently, right? It's just a thing. It's just a thing. It needs to be done in, I see, right? It can't be done in ice, right. You need to kind of fight and lose. You need to fight and lose. Thank you, Maury. Very good, very good. There are mechanics that you can isolate in practice, like aim and movement and FPS. Like your Osu, like your practice, right? Gotcha. But for the timing, for like the melee lag PvP timing that is specific to dad, you need to play dad and you need to eat shit basically again and again. Yeah, totally. Okay, that's close combat. That's close combat. But as we discussed, right? Close combat is only part of the battle, right? There's also the edge of combat. And there's a whole other basket of skills, right? We're talking about what weaknesses, what do I need to learn to get better at playing at the edge of melee? Let's talk about it. Number one, right? This is like OG issue, but I don't really know. Because I never really embraced utility, right? I didn't get a lot of practice using pots, right? Because I just was stubborn and thought that my shield would cover me in all situations. I still am not 100% on the spacing required to pull out and drink a potion, right? It's a basic thing, it's basic spacing, but it's something that I've neglected for a long, long time. Fans of the channel probably know this, right? Probably know this. Here I am, right? Here I am. This cleric is running away. I think, aha, right? The cleric is running away. I have a chance to drink. Nope, I don't. As soon as I pull, look how quickly it happens, right? Look how far he is, right? You pull out the potion, and then bang, right back on you. And then by the time you drink the potion, like you've lost more HP than you would have ever gained back, right? I don't think it's that basic because movement speed is so variable. Interesting. That's it. Thank you very much. I accept that. I accept that bit of courtesy, Arkar. Ever since the jumping to negate MS was patched, I struggle as well. It has been a learning curve for some people that were much more kind of like ingrained with that. I learned to do it eventually, but I never played caster. I never played ranger. So like the constant jumping was something that I wasn't forced to kind of do all the time. My unwillingness to meta made it easy to adjust. Yeah, I still end up jumping while casting. It's very hard, right, to let go. It's very hard to let go. I know what you mean. So the fact that I still have not really learned proper utility spacing means that I miss out on that utility power, right? Fights are won and lost because people know exactly how far away they have to be or how far around a pillar they can be to safely drink a potion. And when you layer on top of that, like magical healing or potion chugger, like that, or, high quality blue pots or magic protection potions, those potions like will win fights. And I miss out on that utility power. And that gives my opponents a huge advantage. I'm a dad Timmy, but I'm curious if advanced players still forget to consider the -10 on pots. I don't think so. I think most advanced players, they have internalized this. You know what I mean? I was away for 2.5 hours. The app is mythical this time. We played a bit of games. We still have trivia too, dudes. Stay tuned. We still have... Where are we here? 1 second. We've still got a ton, 8 more trivia games to play after the app is done. So, hang in there. Hang in there. We're at the edge of melee. What else? What else? What else is considered a weakness for me? What else do I need to learn at the edge of melee? I get baited into chase swapping, right? I've been thinking about this. Chase swapping, like as soon as you see someone run away, you think, oh good, right? Here's a chance for me to use my crossbow, right? Here's a chance for me to do something. And in this game, there is no, you can't wind up and then cancel the attack. There's no kind of like feint, like a traditional feint, right? There's no kind of like faking someone, like I'm gonna hit you, no I'm not, right? I'm gonna hit you, no I'm not. That's a feint, right? You cannot, as far as I know, you can't feint in the game. But what you can do is turn and run. And turning and running, I think, is almost equivalent. It's basically a feint in this game. Got that Uno reverse, you got a Uno reverse, and I do. And there's a lot of techniques I have to kind of bait them back in. If I fake swap to a crossbow, right, and I swap right back to my melee, they turn because they hear the crossbow swap, and then I actually get to hit them. That's part of it, right? To be honest, that first example is more that people are abusing chase reversal or chase swapping rather than you misjudging. I don't think so. I think it's me thinking that I had enough space. I appreciate that, Two Hands, but I think that how it felt for me is I should know that I should anticipate his turn. I should expect it, right? My job is to know how much space I need to actually not take a hit from his Morningstar. And that's something that I have yet to actually totally internalize. So it's kind of a mix, right? I appreciate your comment, but this is an example still stands for me because I should know. I expect him to turn. I expect him, right? Me not knowing how much distance I need to actually prevent this from happening is a challenge of fully understanding distance for using pots, a safe distance to use pots. Feinting in a game about M1 is useful as shooting yourself in the foot. That's true. You're correct. You know, very good. Very good. Like, nobody is blocking in this game, really, right? So feinting, who cares? Like, it's a DPS race, right? Feinting in a game that is about super fast time to kill, DPS race, dumb, like trading melee or kind of like body juking melee, feinting doesn't really do much for you, right? I agree. I think so. I think I understand. But back to this, I often get baited. It's very hard for me to resist, right? If we go back to the idea of difficulty with impulse control, right? Impulse control is a major thing in this game because like the stress is high, right? The tension is high. There's something about this game that like grips us, right? And when I sense vulnerability, it's very easy for me to get baited, right? Very difficult for me to resist someone who pretends to run, okay? What's the downside? It's kind of obvious, but let's talk about it, right? If I get baited into a fake chase and get hit, it turns the momentum of a fight, right? People don't block. The majority of people don't. This is not a melee game. This is not a nuanced melee game. The majority of people don't block, I think. Or at least maybe historically, right? There's a bit of a long tail, right? Understand that most of the people in this chat like have a vision of the game that is cobbled together since kind of 2024. And the way things are now exactly may be different than how we remember them, but we still have a collective impression of the game that is like a collective bias, I think. This game is a range run game for the most part. It used to be more melee. I think we agree, right? I think we agree. It's also, whenever I get caught by this, right? Whenever I get hit by someone who's pretending to run, right? There's more mental damage. It's frustratingly obvious. And when I get got by the situation, right? I feel like a dummy. I feel dumb. And so it'd be great to avoid that more if possible. What else? Edge of melee. What's another weakness I have? I tend to chase with weapons out for too long. So this comes down to like me not lighting. I don't like to get kited. I don't like to get hit by throwing knives. I don't like to get hit by bow shots or projectile magic. And also, as the shield fighter in the chase, I get a move speed bonus if I get a successful block. Counterattack gives me a move speed bonus, a meaningful move speed bonus if I get a block, but that's only if. If a player I'm chasing doesn't throw a projectile at me, then I don't get the move speed bonus, right? So I keep my weapons out in the hopes that I have a chance to block an arrow or block a knife or whatever it is. But if that projectile doesn't come, then I just slowly lose ground, which is frustrating, right? I don't like to get caught with no shield. That feels bad also. That kind of goes back to this. You know, if I'm chasing someone and I put my weapons away and they turn and hit me and then resume the run, That is obvious, and it does mental damage to me. I do not like it. So I tend to chase with my weapons out for too long. I waste time. What are the downsides of that? The downsides are it creates space for player escape. If I cannot close the gap well, they just keep pulling further and further away from me, right? And that enables all sorts of things. Closing of doors, a reset, a bunch of advantages for my opponent, right? So I think I would do better. Especially in a solo environment, if I got more proficient with stowing my weapons and just got a little more practice, or I invested more time in the speed and responsiveness of putting weapons away and taking my weapons out. I think the way you play this game limits your view of how others play. I hope that doesn't sound mean. It doesn't sound mean. Limits your view of how others play. I think that's true for everybody, I think, right? The chase is a byproduct of move speed being the only counterplay. This is a very, very good point, right? This is a very, very good point. So much of this comes down to move speed being the only counterplay to superior melee. This is kind of like the game's character flaw, tragic flaw, right? It's very, very good. If it was more possible for for classes to, how do I say, survive exchanges, to compete at different distances of combat, right? There would be less of this. But this game was designed to be a trios game. And then Iron Mace was either baited into creating solo, or we're chasing dollar signs, right? Solo exists, and it should have never existed, right? I think, I don't want to get bogged down here, but this is a very good point, Charlie. Very good point. I think if you played more geared high roller trios, you'd see a lot more of the game, but I know that's not really your style. Yeah, it's a version of the game I don't care to see, to be honest. Solo ruined it, whatever it was. Funny, I think if none of this deep analysis matters if you just landmine rogue. Not true. Not true. I think if you're going to landmine rogue, right? If you're going to play rogue, you're incredibly vulnerable. It's very important for you to know the distance for safe utility swapping. I think it's very important for you to learn techniques for hitting and turning away, right? I think there's a ton of stuff. There's a ton of stuff that exists at this kind of edge of melee, mid-range, that is incredibly relevant to landmine rogues. Landmine rogues, you don't always get the kill out of the landmine, right? And there's a whole transition game between close to edge of melee, and from edge of melee to mid-range. Self-analysis is wonderful. It helps you grow. It's true. I tend to chase people for too long with my weapons out, and if I don't get a block, then there's no benefit there. I miss out. I also, right, speaking of rogue and landmine related gameplay, I don't like to disengage. Once I'm in combat, right, I don't like to disengage. The cat and mouse reset game does not appeal to me. I understand that, especially in a solo game, right, in a 1v1 matchup, it's kind of more like, the game is more like a war of attrition. And it's kind of more like a heads-up poker game. Like in heads-up poker, in 1v1 poker, you can only win if your opponent chooses to play, right? This is kind of an analogy I've been thinking about for a long time. If you're playing poker 1v1, there's a timeline, right? You can only afford to ante in so many times, right? There is a timeline. But generally speaking, if your opponent folds, you can't clean them out. You can't win totally unless your opponent chooses to play. And there's an analogy there with 1v1 for Dark and Darker, right? There's something about the meta game, like the bigger cat and mouse game of like, you skirmish, you poke, you reset, you play around doors, you play around jump spots. That aspect of the game does not appeal to me at all. I think it's so frustrating. It's just not my cup of tea. And so I've never really looked closer at the skills related to disengaging. Like the role of disengaging when you are not advantaged in the combat, right? I get more satisfaction from winning against the odds. I also get, like, the only way to kind of convince someone to go all in on you, if we're going to extend the poker metaphor, one of the best ways to convince somebody to go all in on you, to give you a path to victory, especially as a slower, one-handed melee playing character class, right, is you have to have some kind of disadvantage. That opponent has to perceive a strong advantage over you for them to risk going all in on you, right? What's so bad about resetting? I don't like it. I just don't like I don't like how I have to play. Like, I prefer to go in and then use like melee blocking as a form of kind of combat dialogue to play the fight that way. That's just my personal bias. I've always been discomforted by the kind of style the game makes you play by, like, resetting and closing the door and finding jump spots and the rope-a-dope, right? Other people, you know, have a different preference, and that's totally fine. Appear weak when you are strong and strong when you are weak. Totally. One door closed equals it's over. Resetting should be earned through utility and should not be possible if you are ambushed. Abilities like Phantomize spit in the face of this. I've had worse, you liar. It's like someone said earlier, when the fun is winning when you are the fun is winning when you are supposed to win. Interesting. It's just, you know, it's just not my preferred style of play. Is this kind of cat and mouse, like, disengage, play around doors, you know, play on the edge, drinking pots as you just barely get away, you know, dumping mobs, or like, that's not a part of the game that I enjoy, right? His dyslexia inverted your meaning, lol. Uh-oh, what did I do? What did I do? Was it Jay's thing? Where's the fun in winning when you are supposed to win? Ah, I see. Where's the fun in winning? Right, it's true. When you're supposed to win. If things are too easy, it's boring, right? It's a game for babies, right? If things are too easy, no one likes things to be too easy, right? I got it now. Thank you. So if you're losing a fight, you won't try to heal and reset to win. If I'm losing a fight, I get more satisfaction. I prefer to use melee skill, player anticipation in my melee blocking, right? I have a strong melee bias, and I get more satisfaction from being hurt and then stringing together 3 or 4 successful blocks and outskilling my opponent in melee that way, instead of being hurt a little bit. Well, now I have to leave the engagement, I have to close the door, I have to drink up, and and I gotta reload, and then we reset the skirmish, right? That for me is just not fun. The fun for me is losing when you're supposed to win. The fun for me is taking advantage, is leveraging this blocking mechanic that exists in the game, right? But the challenge is that blocking mechanic is rife with issues, right? The game itself is not a melee game, right? And I was slow to this critical realization, right? That the game itself is not really a melee game, and that it's not a game that can be consistently won by melee skill alone. But I tried to force this issue for so long. I tried to just rely exclusively on melee skill, on shield blocking skill to win fights. And in this game, you just can't do it. You just can't do that all the time, right? There does seem to be a divide in the player base. Some people just like being able to control each situation and get frustrated having to work with imperfect conditions that spring up. It's true, and we're going to get to this, right? We'll get to this. I'm saying if you get fireballed and have 2 HP, are you just going to let the wizard kill you? I'm going to rely on my shield. I'm going to try to block the zaps and block the ice bolts, and if I block the projectile, I get the movement speed bonus, and then I get up in the face of the wizard, right? I have won a lot of fights where I've been hurt, very hurt, and still have been able to use anticipation and my skill with shield blocking to close a gap on a wizard and win the fight. That for me is more satisfying than taking some damage and then falling back and closing a door and resetting. That cat and mouse game, right? This cat and mouse reset game just doesn't appeal to me personally. It might to you, it might to others, and that's totally fine. But what's the problem here? The fact that I don't like to disengage, what is the downside of that, right? It leaves no room for error. If I'm at half HP, I've got hit by 2 fireballs, right? I've been melted, right? Now I have to play perfectly. I have to play perfectly to block the remaining wizard projectiles, right? Maybe I got hit in the head by a bardiche, right? Instead of running, now I have to play perfectly. I have to handle block. I have to read the situation perfectly. I have to hit the barbarian 6 times still, right? To do enough damage to kill the bloody guy. That's an issue, right? My reluctance to learn properly how to disengage, especially if I'm playing as a rogue, right? Especially if I'm not playing as a shield fighter. It's a whole other part of the game that I have neglected, I have not learned, is a weakness of mine, and the downside is, if I'm going to rely on shield blocking alone, there's usually no room for error, and I usually don't play perfectly, right? Playing without an advantage is difficult in this game. Is difficult. Wouldn't this perfectionist style burn you out eventually? Absolutely. Absolutely it does. We talked about that earlier, right? My reluctance to play meta. Where was that exactly? I mean, there's a bunch of places we said it, but my reluctance to play meta, right? Earlier on, I could have learned to play caster or warlock or shitty barbarian or ranger or druid. Yeah, right. Probably not, but like, I could have probably recharged myself by temporarily taking the easy way out and learning to play. And these have all been meta, you know, classes at different times in the game's history, right? But I could have probably, you know, let go of my stubbornness to play a single class a certain way and just, you know, played a few weeks of barbarian just to feel good about myself, right? Play on easy mode, right? Play as a druid and just be untouchable. Play as a warlock and run from everything, right? I could have done that and gotten the wins and felt good about the game and then come back to the style that I prefer, but that had a much lower likelihood of success. I think the reason why I've burned out, right? This is me. This is me here. The yellow line. The reason I've burned out and not been inspired to keep playing the game, to keep stacking up hours, right? I've plateaued at like 2,900 hours. And the reason is because I like to play the game one way, and that way I like to play the game just isn't viable in many situations, right? Just not viable in many situations. Please don't play Barb. I know, I'm not going to. I'm not going to. Don't worry. I'm just saying. This is a very good comment, right? Wouldn't this perfectionist playstyle burn you out eventually? And the answer is yes, right? I probably could have gotten more longevity, more enjoyment out of the game if I was more willing to play meta, play different playstyles that had more advantages, particularly in a solo environment, right? It's become not fun, and just following meta and just win mentality takes the fun away. I agree, but there is a utility. I will admit, there is a utility to playing meta, because if the opposite is quitting the game, right? If you really love the game, then you need some wind in your sails, right? So you can take advantage of meta to play and win and get the pats in the back, right? Hey, you're winning the game, you know? And then once you've kind of gotten used to winning, you can go back to a more challenging playstyle and have a little more runway with the game, right? A little more tolerance for the game. I think what Blinn is getting at is when people take one arrow shot and fall back and shut every door. Yes. Is annoying, right? And I don't want to play that way. Wait, Shield Fighter is and has always been viable though? I would argue not in solo and not at the higher levels of gear score. I would argue that Shield Fighter has struggles in a solo environment and struggles at a higher gear score, right? No game lasts forever, I suppose. It's true. I mean, I don't think, I mean, we were opening a whole other can of worms here, but there was a couple of points where like PDR, Falchion, Shield Fighter was meta in Goblin Caves in like, you know, 2023, 2024, right? But as the game has drifted further and further away from being a melee game, right? Solo is a degenerate game mode, I totally agree, right? A bit less in solo. I mean, here's the question, is whenever I play, how many players do I see playing certain things, right? And there's been times where like everyone was a smite cleric, or everyone was a barbarian, or everyone was a rogue, or, you know, where druids were running amok, right? There haven't been that many times where I've been playing solo and I've got a fair bit of exposure, right? I don't have a ton of exposure, but for my big come up, for 2 years, I played very close attention. And particularly recently, as the game has become more MOBA-like and less about kind of melee hack and slash, right? You don't see that many shield fighters. You really don't, compared to how many warlocks there have been, right? That's what tells me anecdotally what is meta, what is not. Because players are like water, right? Most players want the easy wins. And so if you look around and see what everyone's playing, right now, what do you see in Squire? Halberds everywhere. Why? Because it's easy wins, right? Players love to find the easy wins. And if we think about if that's what kind of is an anecdotal way to determine what is meta, has there ever been a situation where everyone in solo has been a shield fighter? Yes, but a long time ago. And sometimes it was like Dagger, it was like Rondell Buckler, which I don't even really consider to be a shield fighter, right? I remember when everyone was a warlock in season 3 and 4, including myself. Right? There's times where we can all think we're like all the shithead gamers are like playing Smite Cleric and running and just two-tapping, right? And just running around two-tapping. I don't think there's ever been a time, because Shield Fighter doesn't have the one-tap potential. Shield Fighter doesn't have the DPS. And in this game, it's like this game is a DPS race, right? This game is a DPS game, right? Rondell Buckler, Rondell Plate Fighter had the DPS, right? You could get the DPS, and as a result, the shithead metagamers would find that and would play that. But Shield Fighter itself doesn't have the crazy DPS potential and requires too much nuance to actually block and play correctly. It's a special kind of person who sticks with that playstyle, right? It's never been a popular meta because it's never been easy, is what I'll say in solo. 1,000 deaths to the meta slaves who abused my beautiful halberd. 1,000 deaths. Okay, we're almost there. We're almost there. Anything else here at the edge of melee? Anything else? Right? We're going to continue on our train of thought here. Turning and running just out of reach for me in combat is not satisfying. Okay? Some people love the ting of the longsword. For me, I love the thud of the block. I love the sound of that block. There's a tactileness. There's a tangibility to that. It puts me in the combat. I feel it, right? I can see the swing. I put my shield up. I anticipate. I get the block, right? There's this like thud. I got you, right? I blocked your ass. Turning and running just out of reach, right? There's no haptic feedback, right? For me, it's not satisfying. There's no reward for not getting hit, right? Not getting hit. I know, maybe it's just it's a you thing. It's true. But I don't have a boogeyman fantasy. I don't fantasize about, ooh, can't get me, right? Like I'm just I'm just out of your reach. I don't have this kind of like big strong man is chasing me down and I have to get away from him kind of fantasy, right? Some people do, okay? Also what Charlie said earlier about the move speed is an issue because it's the one thing that a caster can do, right? It's like you have no choice. If you're a rogue or a caster and there's a barb, right? You're not going to win the melee. You have no choice. And for me, a situation like that has never felt good. It feels one-dimensional, right? It doesn't feel great that the only thing you can do in a certain situation. I like optionality, right? Which is why I gravitated to shield blocking, because in addition to spacing and juking, you can also block. And that kind of like trifecta of options is good for my brain. It's interesting to me. If you're playing a class where the only thing that you can do in a situation is run away, that's flat, in my opinion. That's boring. It's like, well, now I guess what? I have to run away now. Oh, well, guess what? Now I'm in the situation again. I have to run away. So that plus the fact that there's no satisfying thud of a block, right? There's no haptic feedback. This turning and running playstyle is not satisfying for me. This is a weakness, right? This is something that I needed to learn. If I wanted to actually get a handle to do better, to even improve my shield fighter playstyle, turning and running just out of reach is a good way to avoid taking melee damage, but it's a thing that I never learned how to do because of these reasons. Wizard has a lot of options though. They have slow, fireball, knockback. Yes, but to cast those things, generally speaking, you need to have a safe distance, right? Like to cast the ice bolt, you can't already be like right up in somebody's face. Like, is what I'm trying to say. In a certain situation, the only thing that some classes can do is run. And that to me is boring. It is not satisfying. The downsides, okay? This is how kiting works, right? The game is a kiting game. This game is not a melee game. This is a kiting game. This is like a weird MOBA kiting game, and it's how the game works. And my reluctance to learn this skill set, right, is a blind eye to like the majority of combat in this game. So I'm doing myself a disadvantage by not learning the skills required to run away from the boogeyman, right? It keeps me from playing the other half, right? It keeps me kind of locked in this narrow pathway where the only thing that I'm doing is like like melee and melee options, and it just, you know, I think it's contributed to the burnout that I have for the game because I've been reluctant to challenge myself and kind of push beyond my comfort level, if that makes sense. It's not even a weird MOBA, it's just MOBA 101. Interesting. But most MOBAs aren't first person, right? Is that true? Is that true in me saying that most MOBAs aren't like a first person game? The problem is that the game is one dimensional mostly. Well, that's the thing. I think I found a way for me to make it multi-dimensional, right? But the frustrating part for me is that the game is not a melee game. And so, you know, I have a personal expectation for there being a certain kind of dynamism, right, in the game. I want to have a certain range of options, but the melee game that I play in pursuit of those options is not a viable way to play the game. I don't think. Like, I can't think of any first-person MOBA. A few third-person ones, yes. This is more of a hero shooter than a MOBA, right? I don't know. Like, I feel like a hero shooter doesn't have the same sort of tether to melee, to kind of like melee damage. And a MOBA, like a lot of characters still kind of have melee attacks or very short range attacks. A hero shooter is a shooter, right? So I'm reluctant to call Dad a hero shooter because there still is a lot of like, you know, hand-to-hand damage. But the bait is you think you can play that hand-to-hand combat with nuance, and you really can't. There are so many headwinds to you playing that hand-to-hand melee game with nuance that it's almost untenable, right? So it's not a MOBA, or it's not a hero shooter because there is still like a big amount of melee damage in the mix, but that melee damage is not nuanced. It's just kind of about DPS racing and, you know, getting within your range and hitting, that kind of thing. I understand the categorization now. Thank you. Great. The spacing reminds me of MOBA spacing for sure. When you're always doing the dance, it's also similar to spacing in fighting games. I don't have a lot of experience with like Street Fighter or like Tekken or anything, but I can imagine, right? Like you're in Tekken, it's very technical, and the micro spacing of like, is my kick gonna hit or whiff, right? And you're just edging in. Yeah, that's interesting. I think I understand that. Anywho, okay, that's edge of melee. Oh, one more. The last thing I'll say is, and I won't spend much time here, but I rarely practice pure spacing melee or melee without blocking. I played a bit of Rogue recently, and I've been reminded of what melee feels like in this game without the ability to block, where it's just melee on the edge of range. It's just spacing and timing. And that's interesting, but for me personally, only to a certain amount, because again, it feels limiting, right? That kind of like pure spacing melee has always felt more limited to me personally, a little more one-dimensional, right? When you don't have the ability to block. And as a result of me not doing that, as a result of me not practicing a pure spacing melee, my general melee game suffers, right? Because even as a shield fighter, with the ability to block, you still are dependent on your ability to space, right, in a big way. It's hard to win fights on blocking alone, right? As we mentioned, right, shields are notoriously difficult to anticipate, right? It's not easy to consecutively block your opponent 4, 5, 6 times in a single fight, right? A lot of it does come down to spacing. And because of my reluctance to practice melee based on spacing alone, well, my blocking game also suffers. So that's a shortcoming on my end. My desire for this game to be a first-person D&D simulator is a liquid I try very hard to fit into the solid mold, right? That is dark. It just keeps spilling out on the side. I think Friendly Fighter said something similar, right? Friendly Fighter said something similar. Friendly Fighter said, like, when I first started playing this game, I was hopeful that it was going to be more like Mordhau, but instead it was more like shitty Overwatch, right? I think that we all understand the same. We're circling around the same understanding, right? That melee is an appendage on this game. It's not the game, right? But there are those of us that love melee so much, it's a bait. This game is melee bait, really, is what it is. And we are just kind of food for the people that have adopted more of like a range playstyle, right? Earlier. But it's almost viable enough, right? It's like if you're stuck in a job that pays 80% of like what you need a month to survive, right? And so you can never quite get all that you need, but because you're so close to 100%, you don't look for a better job, right? You don't look for a better job. It's like you could find a job that would pay you 130% of what your monthly expenses are, making it, well, it's too real. I mean, it's true though. Like there's just barely enough melee viability in this game to make you think that you can do it, right? But you're always kind of running at the people that love melee in this game, you're always running at a deficiency until eventually you just burn out, you know, until eventually you just like, well, I'm not going to get too real. We can get too real, right? Even barbs just stack up on throwables. It's true. It just works. Anyway. Okay. Last one. The last one. We're not going to talk about long range, but I think mid range is still a very viable place, and especially because fighters, right? We mentioned that the fighter does dip into the mid range a little bit, right? We're not living there like wizards and rangers do, but the fighter does have an ability to contribute to the mid range game, and there are skills related to mid range that I am lacking, right? Namely, I typically fire too quickly and too predictably, right? You get someone's peeling away from you, you pull out the old crossbow, right? Other players know the projectile timing based on the audio, right? All the good vets, right? You pull out the crossbow, they know exactly how long it takes for you to pull it out, fire the bolt, and they just move aside, right? You really have to try hard to mix up your timing. I fire too quickly and too predictably, right? That's an issue I have at the mid-range. The downside is that the crossbow in particular, the value of the crossbow is lost on a miss. It's so cumbersome and time-consuming to reload the crossbow that if you miss that one shot, well, then you're losing the value of that whole weapon slot, right? The mid-range timing dance is one of the silliest aspects of the game for me. I enjoy it very much, but it's weird. I know what you mean, right? It's its own game. A lot of us play games that are weird, right? There's a lot of us enjoy things about games that are weird. And not everyone enjoys the same thing, but absolutely correct that there is a mid-range dance timing, right? I know. And I've always loved it when like you hold it for a little bit longer and you're watching them like, oh, I gotta, you know, they're just, they're doing this on the way to the open door, right? Guys just doing this. Yeah. So because I shoot too quickly most of the time, right? I give up that head fake. I give up that threat of range damage. You know what I mean? The dodges are so funny. Go watch a landing guide for Dota or League of Legends to be amazed at the depths people have explored this thing you called mid-range meta. Dance for me. Yikes. Okay, what else? Where else could I improve, right? I typically aim for the chest. When I've got my crossbow, right? I know I shouldn't, but I typically aim for the chest. Where I should be aiming, aim for the hips. It's all in the hips. Because you know what? When someone is doing all this stuff, guess what? The hips right? The hips don't really move as much. So if you aim for the hips, for the rump, right, you're more likely to hit a wiggling target, right? Hips don't lie. Exactly. It's like in hockey, right? Hips don't lie. Oh, owe me a beer, guys. You owe me a beer. Same brain cell. So, right? Aiming for the hips is harder to dodge. Shakira, right? Remind me of West Side Story. Growing up in Spanish Harlem and looking like a movie star. Something like that, right? I was just slow at typing it. Okay, what's the downside? What's the downside of aiming for the chest, right? Players can matrix dodge high shots easier. Harder to avoid shots at the hips. What else? What else in the mid-range? I rarely aim for the head, right? I don't have a lot of confidence. People these days are so good at moving around that aiming for the head is almost a surefire way to like miss my crossbow shot, right? One of the most immersive breaking things in my opinion. Yeah. I typically I don't aim for the head when I should, right? Or if I was more practiced at that, right? I would aim higher. And what's the downside of never aiming for the head? I miss out on DPS, obviously, right? Crossy, good at close range, yes. But again, that comes back to me, right? Being a little unfamiliar with the spacing required for safe swapping, right? Yeah. So there's something about the crossbow at too close of range that I personally am not very great at because I don't have a perfect read on the timing required to switch to my crossbow, etc. Right? And I hate being hit with my shield put away. It's a personal hang up. Not related to range damage, but related to mid-range combat, okay? This is such a major problem. It's like this thing alone is what is like a single-handed reason for keeping me out of the next kind of like tier of skill, okay? I'm always distracted by mob activity. It doesn't matter, like it could be the shittiest, easiest, most basic white skeleton, just like slowly moving in. But if there's a mob in the mix, and there's almost always mobs in the mix, right? I just get so distracted and triggered, right? Mobs mess up my flow so bad. I hate it. And I think it doesn't help that the AI in this game is just so shitty, right? Like the mobs in this game are wholly uninspiring, right? I think at this stage of the game, it's fair to say, if you've been playing this game, right, for anything more than 2,000 hours, a part of you is just kind of like, ugh, right? Mobs. If you're any of these players, if you have more than 3K hours, it's just kind of like, but me in particular, there's something, as soon as I see them, right? Look at my face. Look at my face, right? This is someone who is so easily triggered, right? By just a skeleton and a slime, right? It's not good, right? And even like the skeleton judges you with an eyeless stare. Like, even in an easy melee matchup, me versus a ranger in melee, right? I've got this, right? I have all the advantages. If there's if there's a little spider sound, right? Set sail, you scurvy dogs, right? It's a face of disgust and utter contempt. I don't know. Anyway, okay? What's the downside? What's the downside of being always distracted by mob activity? By being triggered by even the most basic mob in the game? There's an advantage to my opponents, right? I play like shit. Walk the plank. Mobs are so solved for vets, they're just a nuisance. And that's the issue. Like, I'm ostensibly a veteran, okay? But I am still so perturbed by mobs that I can't play around them. My pathing, because I want to be so locked in on my opponent's, like, animations. I want to see exactly, because the timing required for successful shield blocking is so precise. You can't be too early. You sure as hell can't be too late. I have to watch like a hawk, right? I need to keep my eyes locked to be able to give myself the best possible chance to block the attack and then to actually counterattack, right? And so the mobs for me in particular, they eat away at that bandwidth that I need to like apply my full focus to my opponent. And that's this one thing alone, like I said, is keeping me from being like a much better player, is being able to play around mobs. I've always been triggered by them. It sucks. The last thing I'll say is, and this kind of goes into the kind of fallback topic, is if there is a time where I am chased off a fight, right? Where I feel like it is unwinnable, right? I don't even have a chance, right? Is usually when I accept the fallback. If I feel like I have even a small chance, I'll all in, right? And that's a character flaw. But I will fall back if it feels like there is if I can't see a viable path to victory and I don't want to throw my life away, if I do care about the gear that I'm running or whatever it is, if I'm filming like a 0 to hero or something like that, I never fall back far enough. I typically, again, because I don't like it when other people do it to me. So I've got too much empathy. I don't fall back far enough, basically, right? I'm also inconvenienced by opening and closing doors. And I take risks by healing up and by staying a little too close to the action. What's the downside? I'm easy to track and I'm easy to pressure, right? Usually my opponents can reset faster than me, whether it's like Hydra sucking or it's Druid healing or it's Potion Chugger or whatever it is. I don't fall back far enough. My opponents are able to heal faster than I am, and I'm too easy to track and pressure. Mid-range combat. Okay. Questions for you guys. What is your least favorite aspect of combat in this game? We've talked about a lot of the nuances of different combat distances, right? How this game really plays like a different game depending on how far away in combat you are. Hydra sucking or that thing Druid sucks escapes me, but you all know. The thing that Druid sucks. Druid sucks? The fact that it isn't just combat, that there is all this extra stuff you need to learn, there's too much meta. Interesting. That's very interesting. That's very interesting. Is Tarkov, I mean, Arkar, you've got a little more experience with Tarkov. Is Tarkov has got to be similar, right? There's a lot of meta in Tarkov, but is it different? Can you say a little bit more, but compare maybe Dark and Darker to Tarkov in the context of this comment? Warlocks and Kite Curse. As a melee enjoyer, I believe you, Mateo. The shortness of combat is very interesting. It's funny how combat can be so drawn out if there's doors, right? If there's all this kiting and retreat, combat can last for 3-4 minutes, right? But in the actual all-in exchange, it is very short, right? I'd say medium range, since that is where people are kiting, spacing, and running away in abusive ways. I dislike doors. Warlock toe spamming, like under the shield kind of thing. I guess the hit scan don't care, right? Hit scan don't care. Remove doors from the game. Tarkov has tons of stuff, but it boils down to shoot the dude. Mob kiting, probably my least favorite. What does that mean? Doors are probably the worst. Isn't it so nice that Sackboy's still here? Thank you, Sackboy, for your time. Thanks for hanging out, man. I think a lot of people this has probably done so much damage to the game, but also, could the game even exist without doors? Doors allow a lot of the poor class design and the melee range divide to exist. Move speed and doors, you know what I mean? If there were no doors, would the game would have to be, completely overhauled, right? In Tarkov, combat happens in flashes and bangs, less in flows and dialogue. Interesting. Probably desync, along with all the server flaws related to combat. Luke Nay, you and I are in the same boat, my friend. We're in the same boat. And you need to really push the upper level of like a shield-based kind of combat to really experience this. A lot of players don't really get the full picture of what this looks like because a lot of players aren't relying on successful blocks to win fights, right? But we're in the line of fire here. We somehow cannot make a tutorial for the new blood that we desperately need. Very good point. Yeah. And moreover, Need to keep from bouncing off the game, off the learning curve. This is a very good comment about the uber meta, right, of the game. The game above the game, right? Tarkov headshots, yes. Equalizer. Every meta can be clapped from a single round. Yes. Yes. And in this game, you don't have that, right? There is no equalizer in Dark and Darker for the hard matchups. We're going to talk about that coming up next here. As a player with 70 hours, generally speaking, the game feels janky, almost like an unfinished Unity project. Somehow still fun, though. Guys, yes, totally, right? Well, I'll tell you, as someone who has 3,000 hours in this game, right? The game still feels janky. But that's so funny. A lot of knowledge. The mechanics is just shoot the dudes. I see what you're saying, Archer. Thank you for expanding. Thank you. Yes, under the shield even when crouched. Yes. Sackboy has no character flaws, right? Is that a Wolfpack blueprint in my name? Right? He's a perfect boy, right? Cursed metal toes. Hi, I took a tiny little nap, but I'm still here. Excellent. Also, hit scan spells like Zap are too easy to hit. I agree. And back in the summer of 2024, when it was all kite locks, right? And the move speed meta and the agility meta was running rampant, and you could jump to avoid the move speed penalty for casting and swapping, right? The hit scan is another aspect of this game that has always been, you know, very problematic, right? A perfect sack indeed. Personally, when I come back to the game after a long time, combat feels like I am wading through mud. Yes. You mentioned this, Deary. We went from one game to... We played a game together, and it was like you said, walking through mud, right? Maybe we were playing Expedition, or we were playing something else, and we came back and we played Dad, and it was just like... Maybe we were playing... Maybe it was V-Rising? I forget what it was. Medium range... At long range, you're either poking at each other, you don't have to participate. Right. At short range, actual combat is taking place. But that medium range is the infuriation zone, right? I hear you. We do share like 90% of things in this game, as all my knowledge and skill has come directly from you. Uh-oh. Well, that's good. I feel like if that's a very nice thing for you to say. And I will say, Luke Ney, this is a perfect example of where like the student has eclipsed the teacher, because there's things that Luke Ney can do in this game that I cannot do, right? That's very nice of you to say, Luke. Crook, what's up? Since when can we highlight comments? Clippy Tech, buddy. Clippy Tech. A Bob. We already have a Wolfpack blueprint. Humble brag. Yes, no, I got you. Jorkin brag. Yeah. Shout out Jorkin Nay, right? Hit scan lifesteal is great. I want more of it. Yeah. Just use the if you use the Pavis, right? I don't even have the sultry baritone. I can't. I actually like the slow pace of combat. One of my favorite things. I know what you mean, but the problem is with the game, like, there's a slow pace of combat most of the time, but some things are annoyingly lightning fast, right? Like your ability to manipulate your swinging hitbox, right? If the game had a turn cap, right? If after you committed to clicking swing, if the game nerfed your mouse sensitivity, right? You wouldn't be able to kind of like, you wouldn't have these wild manipulations. Crouching, like, there's a lot of things. There's a couple of ways that you can move so quickly that it kind of like, it's almost antithetical to how slow and intentional the combat feels otherwise, right? I mean, hit scan, everyone says is OP, but I can't hit my hit scans for shit, guys. 20 hours into Wizard, I can't hit them. I spend 3 ignites, and I end up just igniting the bloody stone golem, right? My teammates have mastered my dodging hits. Your teammates' character flaws are they dodge your hit scan skills. Second personal opinion thing, Squire combat is so unfun compared to geared combat. I totally disagree. But you sit in Squire for so long before being able to access your gear. I think that the low-end gear score combat is the most fun. The most fun. I low-key love this. Hi, YouTube. Hi, Crook. Thank you. It seems to be the one thing that people consistently dodge. I know. And they only have so many, right? It's not like there's like 16 ignites or you have 8 ignites, right? You have margin for error. But with the heals, man, it hurts, right? It hurts. I've mained Wizard for many, many hours. Wet Beak. I'm not gonna lie, sometimes I miss hit scan spells like crazy. I only played Squire against full gear on my last 200 hours or so. Uh-huh. I think unequivocally, yes. Yes, I think so. I think so, absolutely. But then, like, we would also, when there's no shit heal, right? Like, you need the foil. And if not for Warlock or Druid, then we would be shitting on Sorcerer, right? Or people would have an issue with Wizard. Or people would have an issue with Smite Cleric. Like, it's just, there's always going to be, like, the next, like, shittiest thing. You know what I mean? I'd argue that geared combat is unfun. I totally agree. To each their own. I think the TTK is way too fast. Geared combat, it's like, the game is the most ripe for abuse when in geared combat. It's so fast, there's no room for dialogue or error, generally speaking. I've never liked the speed, the nature of geared combat in the game. I need to watch the hips. It's all in the hips. Yeah, everyone hates hit scan being too easy until they gotta land a heal or a zap, right? Very funny. Ooh, shots fired, Smooth. The joy of running an artifact or a similarly tiered kit is something people should get to try, but should not at all be the norm. Yeah. Bidule, once upon a time, gave me a stinky stick, right? And it was like someone gave me $500 in real life. I like made the guy like I recorded a message for him in French saying thank you. And you're a beautiful part of this community, right? I was so touched because artifacts were so special, right? Like, and then I ran this, and then my heart was in my eyes the entire time, right? Do you guys remember that? I think I made like an executive video for Bidule to say, the stinky stick, right? Isn't that when you died to your own stink? That's exactly right. Ham salad. Good to see you, buddy. Ham salad knows. Now, I barbarian landmined. I barbarian landmined a wizard, and I got a spell weaver. And then I died to my own stink because I put my stick away thinking that the effect would still work, even though the stick was in my backpack, and it did not. And then I think I gave Landry the spell weaver, and he died the first game. Remember? Like, well, that's how it goes, right? Oh yeah, the stinky stick, right? Oh, Jorkin's here. Jorkin, nay, guys. Still haven't gotten an artifact myself. Gear is probably the worst part of combat, which is wild. And that's why everyone's having fun in Squire to Riches, right? Is because even though there are power deficiencies between the classes at the Squire gear level, like, the slower game is more fun. The ability to make a mistake and recover feels good. If you eat shit for the first half of the fight and you get it together and you turn it around, there's nothing better than that, right? But you have the room and the time. It's a version of the game where the TTK is low, right? There's a longer time to kill. And guess what? People are having fun, right? Go figure. Go figure. Like, when the game was oriented around, like, geared runs, like, how many people, like, what was the player attrition? Is the game more fun that way? I would argue no, right? I would argue no. And the player numbers were in the times where that was the case reflect that, right? Yo, happy Monday, Jorkin. That's nice. We're not going down this road. I'm not getting baited. There's so much we can say. There's so much that has been said. Gear is half the excitement of the game. I totally understand this too. And which is why I think the Squire to Riches mode, it's almost like this game was designed to be a battle royale, right? The game was designed to be kind of a battle royale plus, because it does feel good to find things that make you stronger, right? But the irony is the stronger that everyone gets, the worse the game feels. So getting the gear is fun, right? And slowly cobbling together a kit is fun. And being lucky enough to find like a clutch piece, like a purple quarterstaff or like a legendary spell book or a really good pair of boots is great, right? But the problem is market enabled high gear score, like highly optimized builds going at each other is not fun. Like, the combat in that mode is not fun, right? I think most people would agree. Like, in case in point, I've watched my share of streamers, and I've watched my share of veteran streamers, and the more times I hear streamers go like this. Oh, God. Right? Compared to how many times I hear them go, ha, 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 that was awesome. I'm having fun. Right? No. You hear the people that play this game for a job every day are more likely to sigh out of discontent than to laugh from elation. Right? And what do they play? They play Gear Trios. Right? It fucking sucks. If they suffer, the game sucks. Right? It's so true. How can you tell if something is meta? Use your fucking eyes. Go in the dungeon and look around. What are people playing? Halberd. Guess what? Halberd is meta, right? Is the game fun in Geared Trios? Use your fucking eyes. Look around at the people who mainline this game. Are they having fun? I don't think so. But that's just me. That's just me, right? Yami seeing the 50th blue gemmed +1 ad fizz ring of the day. Exactly. Okay? Sure. Let's go on here. Let's wrap this up. Then we'll play some trivia. Squire Trio Deathmatch with all us laughing. That is the fun. Yes. Yeah, I don't know. I think there's lots of times where it doesn't seem that much fun, right? I watch a lot of these guys. I do. I've watched the lore for years. And there's times where it's not fun. and from my opinion. And you can have a different opinion. Let's wrap it up, okay? Long story short, right? This whole thing about assessing, right? Time and skill, right? Character flaws, bifurcating the game into like combat distances, ostensibly to improve, right? These are all the ways I've been very honest about my shortcomings, about what I could do differently to get better at the game. The bottom line is, guys, I hate to break it to you, but I'm not motivated to improve. I'm not motivated, okay? In a PvP game that features distinct class identity, like Dark and Darker, distinct class identity, classes have distinct strengths and weaknesses, okay? There's always going to be easy and hard matchups that just comes with the territory. You're playing Team Fortress 2 and they just have a better comp than you do, right? That's going to be a hard matchup for you to power through 2 heavies and 2 medics, right? With a really good demo man on the side, right? It's hard to there's some matchups that are going to be hard in a game that has distinct class identity, okay? But a good game, in my opinion, a good game will allow any class or team comp to have a viable path to victory regardless of matchup. The game should be difficult, but not unwinnable for everyone in the majority of situations. There's going to be situations where you, the player, have made choices to put yourself in a corner and you're effed, right? You can't get yourself out of that, right? That's going to happen based on player choice. But a good game will allow any class or team comp to have a viable path to victory regardless of matchup. The problem is, I think Dad, in a lot of ways, is more about getting easy wins based on what you are rather than how you play, particularly in solos. But we're also seeing it in trios too, okay? In solo, the game really, if you think about it, if you're class A and you encounter class B, chances are like you're gonna win that matchup just based on the class matchup, right? But you encounter class C and you are boned, basically. There's almost no way for you to win that direct engagement in a 1v1, right? Dad is more about getting easy wins based on what you are rather than how you play. The game, in general, checks class and stats and doesn't allow bad matchups to overcome a class or gear differential with an achievable level of skill. You can play the best game of your life and turn the tables, right? And be a longsword fighter and play perfectly around a corner and bait the wizard, right? And you as the longsword plate fighter can kill the wizard if you play really, really well. But my argument is that this game boils down to just a dumb system for class and stat checking that doesn't allow bad matchups to overcome the differential of classes and gear with a level of skill that is achievable to most players. And what's the example of that in Squire to Riches, right? In solo, we know what it is, right? We know what the matchups are that are basically insurmountable in solo. But we're seeing it now also in Squire to Riches, right? I've seen my fair share of 3 wizards, of dedicated comps of people, right, in Discord playing 3 wizards, and just, you know, the poor other squads, even though this squad has a wizard on their team, right? There's just, you know, there isn't much that can be done with an achievable level of skill. This underscores my point that Dad is not really a game about skill versus skill, or a game that allows all classes to have a viable path to victory with an achievable level of skill for everyone, right? 3 wizards is a blast. Uh-huh. And because this game, I believe, is largely defined by hard class counters that minimize player agency. Okay, this game is defined by hard class counters that minimize player agency. Investing more time in skill development, to me, seems foolish, right? Given that skill typically takes a backseat to those matchups. In Dark and Darker, if you encounter a hard counter, right, in solo or another comp in trios, the nature of, like, the game is almost decided based on what you are rather than how you play. Of course, there's exceptions, right? There are ways to skill yourself out of those deficiencies, but I don't believe that the game enables that to happen with an achievable level of skill that the majority of players, like, can access. AKA, it's not a fun game for most people, is what I'm trying to say. Thank you. It's very nice of you to say. Bad matchup, Sork +2 versus any group of 3. Anyway. And then the last thing I'll say, right, is ultimately, this game will appeal to a certain type of player that is satisfied by text that says you win, regardless of how that win was achieved, right? Dark and Darker, I think, is a kind of game that appeals to people that are gambling on the class matchup, not so much on their ability to pilot that class to achieve an outcome. It's kind of similar. What are the examples? What are the similarities? Is Two Hands still here? Two Hands? I wonder if Two Hands is still here. Two Hands told me a story once about Warcraft 40, like Warhammer 40k, right? Warhammer 40k, and there was like a certain kind of army comp. It was like vampires, and they shout to like cause like troops to flee the battlefield, right? It's like Magic the Gathering. If you show up to like your local game store with like a mono red burn deck, right? Like, sure, you're winning, but it's a certain kind of player. It's a certain kind of person that is satisfied by showing up to your local game store with a mono red burn deck and just winning the game, right? Winning the game with your mono red burn deck. And some people just want to say that we won, that I won. Yay, good, right? And that's the kind of player, I think, that is ultimately attracted to Dark and Darker, because of the way the game is more about checking what you are rather than how you play, I think. Optimizing my NPG deck so I have to play less of the game. The last question for you guys, and we'll play some trivia, is have you ever decided to take a break from Dad? Has there ever been a point in the past few years where you've been like, bah, right? And if so, if there has been a time where you've been motivated to take a break from Dad, what was it that drove you to take that break? I wonder. For me, back in September of last year, does quitting count? Yes. Quitting is just, what is quitting if not for a break that is ongoing, right? I got pretty frustrated with Sork and Druids maybe a season ago. Only during no rolls on gear era. Literally everything you've talking about is why. I think since coming back, my mindset approach to the game, could you explain how? For me, I left back in September, kind of mid water map season, because the reds were open, right? The open reds. And I said, I'm not coming back to this game until they resolve the permanently open reds, because that was such a lame part of the game. Game frustration, lack of IRL friends to play with due to game frustration for reasons discussed. I got bored of the barb VoIP. I agree with Arkars. I used to like playing Dagger Bard. And that was hard to play against the control or the escapability of Sorkin Druids, I wonder. Oh yeah, a long time ago, the game is just boring most of the time. Can be a fun afternoon with some friends, but even then there are so many other games that are just more fun. Uh-huh. Like I said, I think the only thing I've been interested in doing for Season 9 is like the Squire to Riches, right? I'm taking an indefinite break from Dad right now. I was already burnt out, but the fact that they squashed my already bad style of play really made me want to quit the game. Again, Luke, we're on the same page, right? I left after they dropped the original Squire only starts. Yes, I think a lot of people loved that, right? Which is kind of what the Squire to Riches is trying to recreate. But a lot of people just love to play, you know, in the whites, right? The white lobby. Just like the common gear lobby. That was a lot of fun for a lot of people. I remember and agree. Lack of skill-based matchmaking. Not sure if that was ever implemented or already existed, but I always felt like I was being pooped on. I'm bad at these games, but that was too much. Interesting. Interesting. Getting fed up with the consistent poo-poo patches and shitty dev torches, my rage towards devs came out every time I played. Yeah. Sorry. It's all good, Moss. It's all good. Moss is in the office, right? He's just like, you know, oh, one second. I gotta text my wife, right? Just texting your wife, very important thing. I'll be home for dinner and send, right? I took a good few months off after a series of terrible decisions by SDF. Couldn't give an exact reason. The game just felt terrible at the time. There's been times where it's definitely spiked, right? Where there's been like a confluence of just bad choices or neglect. I know what you mean. This is kind of where I was at with the reds, like I said, with the open reds. And like, I think it was like a double jump rogue, like a mosquito rogue meta. It was just completely unfavorable for the way I like wanted to play the game. The 4th rubber band nerfs in a row were just uninteresting. The 4th rubber band nerfs. What does that mean, Sackboy? What does that mean? And, oh, I meant the mindset before was more towards, I want a free win in some ways. And much more interested in finding a good items. I see. And so it'd be annoying when you would lose your progress, right? Right, you'd want to shriek and dagger and win, and then run the good gear and feel powerful that way. And then even that gets old, right? Yeah. I think I have the benefit of like, I kind of stopped caring about like geared combat a long time ago, right? And I just kind of like, I've sustained myself just kind of trying to focus on improving my mechanical ability, right? But the game has not been about like achieving artifacts or a high level gear score in a long time for me, which is good. Yeah, I mean, different people are motivated by different things. And I'm not to say this is definitely like a, you know, that can be a high for some people for sure. For me, it was a mix of all the other problems I already mentioned, but also the game having FOMO cosmetics on top of that. Maybe again, I'm lucky that like, I'm satisfied with my Nightmare Skelly and my normal human man skin, right? I dodged taking an arrow to the knee and had to do some soul searching, but smashing a tiny balls with a modified stick. What? Wait, what? I dodged taking an arrow to the knee and had to do some soul searching, but smashed tiny balls with a modified stick. I don't know what you mean. I don't know. Oh, golf. Okay. Golf. Thank you. Sorry. That's me. I'm a little one-track mind, right? Nice catch, Lily. Thank you. I failed the riddle, right? I failed the riddle, dudes. Thing is, you made this point a while ago, and the game is fun for new people, and the fun curve starts dropping later on. I never even got to the drop. Game is still fun for me, just too hard. It's true. The deeper you go, like, the more you see of the game, and typically the more you see of the game, the more you are kind of grossed out, all right, or dissatisfied, right? Riddle failed. It's true. I miss when only Squire was allowed in normals. Nowadays, you only see min-max blues. Playing gear-reliant classes feels especially bad when you have gear fear, and play with whites only while others. Yeah. I know what you mean. Moist man, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I guess that's where the Squire to Riches again game mode comes in, right? And a lot of people probably feel this way, which is why people are very satisfied by the new Squire to Riches mode, right? Normal human skin with cuff boots will always go hard, even if I don't like the game anymore. It feels disingenuous to be like X or Y is the true game. There's no such thing as the objectively right or wrong way to play the game, right? Objectivity is not something we have access to, right? Everyone has a subjective view on it. We can't say what is the best way. We can only say what we prefer, right? That's the only thing we can do. Yep. The whole game is the game. And for some of us, right? Talking about the game is the game, right? Get to throw away their Bis Blues equal to legendaries. Uh-huh. While others get to throw away their Bis Blues equal... Yes, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Thank you, Moist Man. A good contribution. Yes, good, I'm glad. I'm glad. Okay, this is enough intro. Tell us about the PV server, he says. Right? Because we are gonna talk about PC housekeeping. Let's play some trivia, shall we? Guys, claps for yourself. Dudes, this is so nice. Dudes. Claps for yourself. This, honestly, can we get a clap for Clippy? Clippy's not here. But, dudes, this... What? Well, I'm just saying, we're not going too fast. We got trivia. Are we chilling here? I don't know. Let's see some... What is it? Let's see some combat. We're not playing the game anymore. We're not doing it. I was replying to Blinn. Wait, what? Never said it was the best. You're saying High Roller is the true version of the game? Uh-oh. 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 Didn't say the best, though. I said true. Moving on. Yeah, moving on. Claps. Clippy has enabled, right? Look at this. Look what we get to do. Isn't it nice? Isn't it nice? It's a way to kind of focus, the chat. It's a way to kind of guide the conversation. Thank you all very much for hanging out, for spending your time. Okay? How lucky are we that we've all kind of evolved? We've all evolved. This, like, we got sick of this, right? There's only so long that you can endure this, right? The real win is that we can sit here for a long time and just talk about the games, right? It's so nice, guys. It's so nice. Clippy love claps. Clippy love claps. Okay, trivia. Let's do some trivia, shall we? Let me take a little break. I'm gonna drink some water. Okay. We got Zyle on the board. Zyle absolutely crushed the AP guessing game. It's wild your yap got me to reinstall. No way. No way. For Squire? Get in there, buddy. It's fun. Like, there is fun to be had. Okay? Do not, I hope no one conflates. Do not conflate my contempt for the game itself and my personal dissatisfaction for the game to suggest that there is not fun to be had. There is absolutely fun to be had. But for me, that fun is like not caring about like gear progression, right? That game, that for me is, it's, for you, there's fun to be had, particularly in Squire to Riches, right? Dad is definitely a land of contrast. It's true. Okay, quick break. Let's go back here. Let's go back here. I'm gonna do this, and I'm just gonna just sit back and have a couple of big sips of water, okay? I agree. Well said. Well said. That was a big yap, dudes. That was very interesting. I know what you mean. I appreciate that. If I talk and drink, though, I splash the back of my throat with liquid, and that's not good. 1 second, okay? High tier yap. We could not do it without you guys, though, okay? The yap, without you guys, is just a man talking in his office by himself, right? So thank you, guys. It's a good vent too. It's true. And to be honest, right, for some of us, there still is this kind of like longer morning, right? And I don't mean to be too dramatic, but like, I loved this game. This was my favorite game. I had hopes for like how the game was going to go. And then when the game doesn't go that way, it's kind of sad because like, you know, and on top of that, like if the game is kind of part of the nucleus of the community, part of me worries that like if I give up or if I move past the game, then do I compromise the integrity of the community in some way? And so there's a calculus there as well that's not casual. But like a lot of us, like Luke Nay loved the game, right? And then Luke Nay kind of feels pushed out of the game. And nothing lasts, right? And things always change. And I'm supposed to be on a break drinking water, but I'm talking again, right? No, passion is good. Passion is good, right? Are we defensive? Are we defensive? I'm not sure if we're defensive. I think if you're defensive, right? Like, if you're you don't go through an exercise talking about all your deficiencies, you know, all your weaknesses, and then get everyone to kind of like talk about their character flaws if you're defensive. You know what I mean? I'm not defensive, you're defensive. I don't have any skill issues. You have skill issues. Like that's defensive, right? Shield fighters are usually defensive. Very good. Very good. Very good. Excellent. Excellent. It kind of sucks. Well, it sucks that the game sucks, right? And to see you kind of give up, in a sense, kind of sucks. The game sucks, right? The game that I fell in love with became no longer viable. And so giving up on it, right? It sucks because the game sucks from my perspective, right? I'm not saying objectively. A lot of people have a lot of fun, right? A lot of people sigh a lot. There's a lot of, right? I hear that more often than I hear like, but, right? Whatever, bye. Okay, bye. Bye. I know. I don't know. Like, different people are at different parts, right? There was a time, even people in this chat, right? Like, we're still in kind of like a positivity phase, right? Some people really didn't like to hear negative opinions about the game because they weren't ready to hear it. You know what I mean? And that's a thing that we can admit to, right? That's a thing that exists. Like, I think that... Wait, didn't you say bye? Didn't you say bye? Whatever, bye? Right? Whatever, bye? Wait, actually. Are you going or are you staying? This is the cat and mouse game, right? He's playing the door game, guys. No, I know. I got it. The joke is a defensive. There's a very funny joke, right? This is actually, I get, there's a sarcasm here. This is a very funny, sarcastic joke that I totally get and appreciate, right? This is one of the funniest things I saw all day. It's good. It's good. He's gonna reset. Yeah, I just need to reset, right? I'm trying to reset. I'm trying to reset. We're in BRB mode. You can't look away, Lyrebird. You can't look away. You never know. You never know. Thank you, Lily. Thank you. Guys, trivia. It's true. It's coming. Okay. Can you guys talk amongst yourselves for one moment? Okay. What a good yap with my friends. No. What a good yap with my friends. Ooh. July. Sackboy. Sackboy, join us. What do you say? How do I say this? Sackboy, join us in June for Project Zomboid and then Valheim in July. Okay? That's how we're gonna do it. Ooh. What are you guys having? I'm gonna make chicken fingers. Chicken nuggets? Mashed potatoes. A little bit of collard greens. What are you guys gonna have for dinner? What are you making for dinner? My sister said biscotti. She said biscotti and Pepsi as a kid. Nuggies. We call them nuggies here. Fish. Ooh, I want to cook some fish. Oh, I want to cook some fish. Is he still here? Didn't you say bye? Didn't you say bye? See, this is another thing. I never let myself ever say I'm quitting Dark and Darker, because a lot of people say I quit and they don't really quit, right? I've never said I quit, because it's lame when you say bye and then stick around, right? That's lame. That's lame. If you're gonna say bye, right? And then shoot off. You just walk out into the night, you know, or the day, and feel the grass in your toes, right? Oh, rip Jorkin. Bye. Goodbye. Rip Jorkin. That feeling. I think that's only really happened to me like once in my life, right? But you remember it. You remember it, right? Okay, one more series of deep breaths, okay? And then it's trivia time. Oh, how long were we talking for? Oh my god, it's been 5 hours already. Okay. I feel really good about this silly pin comment thing because it gives us a lot of info about what Blinn is talking about. Small thing, but it's so huge to Dark. I know I was thankful the way that we capture chat, right? I could always kind of do this, right? But this, right? This, you just can't, you know, you can't beat it, right? Thanks, Lyrebird. I think, you know, Dark and Darker has just become a kind of game that, like, will become nomadic for me, you know? And I guess it was always kind of destined to do that. Like, it was never going to hold my full focus indefinitely. But it's the kind of game now that, like, you know, I'm definitely not interested in the game once market opens. But I guess Squire to Riches, right, is like another way to just kind of step out of the market influence on the game, right? It's true. It's absolutely true. With the glove pointer and everything. We don't fuck around, Lily. We don't fuck around. Yes, we have made this analogy in the past, right? Dad has always been a toxic girlfriend or boyfriend that calls you every half a year. Do you guys have exes that still ring you up? It's been a long time since I've had an ex. But that I can't, I'm not envious of that. I'm not envious of that. Okay. Where are we here? Trivia. Dudes, we have trivia. Can someone type trivia? Can someone type it's trivia time? Ooh. 4 days. That's a lot. That's a lot of days. That's a lot of trips. Trivia. There it is. Thank you. Trivia. Excellent. Lock in. I'm cursing when my ex rings me up and also cursing when they don't. When my exes. Uh-oh. Dude, I don't even. What ex is this even? Dude, which ex are you even? One second, let me check the number here. Which ex are you? Dude, I don't even know. Dude. Man, the VoIP in PZ, right? I can feel the community just getting like, I can do it better. I can do it better. That wasn't very good. I'm not doing Charlie justice. Charlie's phone though, can you imagine? Can you imagine? X's, right? Okay. X's. Let's go. We're playing for the VIB, guys. We're playing, if you don't know, we have a small set of trivia based on our favorite game, right? And if you answer a trivia question correctly, we put your name on the board. And at the end of trivia, we spin a wheel. and one lucky winner of winners will become the very important person. Okay? The very important person. If you are not the one being contacted, you may be doing the contacting. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What the? No? Dude. You said goodbye, right? Twice, maybe. Didn't you say? Now it's really embarrassing. Right? Now it's really embarrassing. Maybe they just want to stick around for the trivia. Maybe it's just the trivia. Right? Gulp. Okay? It's getting weird. I didn't make it weird. Did I make it weird? I apologize. If I made it weird, I apologize. Okay? But I'm just kind of operating on social norms. He has to win trivia. VIB. 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 You're fine. Stay and play trivia. Yes. It's okay. It's okay. Right? It's okay. I think that, like, people are passionate about the game, and some people don't like to hear opinions that challenge their outlook. But it's just opinions. It's just our opinions, right? And like there might be, you know, I might be directing some of those opinions, or, you know, I'm a part of a larger confirmation bias of shared opinions in this community. And if you're not comfortable with that, then just go away, right? But if it's okay with you, stick around, right? Win trivia. Let's see how it goes. I'm happy people, that's true. Because the real tragedy, right, is when there's an update that no one likes, but there's no one around to put the clown emoji, right? That's when the real game is lost, right? When there's no one even cares to criticize, right? Okay, what do we got? We got eyes peeled. We got a good eyes peeled today. We got a good one. This is a good one, okay? We got an anagram. Nobody likes anagrams, except for the nerds. But I put this in because, you know, it's not my favorite thing, but I like to, it's an inclusive trivia board, okay? It will be hard when somebody else, you know, I made it so, part of me knows, and I appreciate you say this, like I know that like different people have like a distant at best kind of connection to the game. So the challenge for me, the trivia maker, is how can I make it dad related, but you don't need to know, like, you know, you don't need to be totally up to date, right? To be able to participate, okay? Anagram is my favorite. Excellent. A lot of people like having a shot caller in chat. What does that mean? What does that mean? Now I'm laughing every 8 seconds again, Lamau. Good. That's good. What's going on here? What did I miss? Oh, bye-bye. Bye-bye. My head hurts. Oh, I'm sorry. See you later, Moist Man. Okay, close-ups we have, modules we have, and then guess the piece of gear. But we're gonna start, dudes, with what? You can hear it in your head. Just close your eyes and think, what am I gonna say? Right? Did you hear it? It's kind of like how I have Lyrebird's voice in my mind, right? The lantern shield. This, what is it? What's his spoken line in Clippy's the Goat? The powwow? What does he say? This something powwow. What's the lyric? Anyway, words of fortune, okay? Here's how it works. Lo-fi, thank you. The lo-fi powwow wouldn't be the same without him. Oh, rip Clippy. Clippy's been so busy at work, guys. Clippy will be back. There will be a time. Clippy's work is also seasonal, like mine, right? And there's times where you gotta make hay. You gotta try to make as much money as you can when it's there for the taking. And we support Clippy. But Clippy will be back one day. No. Clippy's around. Clippy was here earlier, right? Clippy made us this, right? Clippy made us this. But Clippy's also working and making money. Okay. Here's how it works. I share a hint. It's dad. Wait, I share a hint, and then you guess the phrase. I'll reveal letters to make it easier. Type the exact phrase. Spelling matters. And then no question marks in your response. Okay? No, don't put a question mark for your answer. And then we're going to say only 1 or 2 guesses each to start. Is the way we do this. Is the way we do this. Too much lag. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Every time no, it's okay. There's been a lot of people. There's been a lot of people. There's been a lot of people. And I will say this too. One more time here. Oh, the beef, please, Bob. This is very good. This is very good. I'm leaving this up there. That's very good. I like that. Okay? Are you ready? What do you mean, though? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do I mean? What do you mean? A phrase more like a poem. Sheesh. No. Ready? Goon Gang. Here we go. Oops. I'm back here. I'm back here. I'm back. Wait, 1 second. Sometimes it's hard for me to change my windows. It's weird. Goon Gang. Here we go. Okay. I just needed to get my focus back on this thing. We're going. Glue. I'm gonna do this one. Okay. Ooh, that's a sneaky one. Okay, 1 second. No. Oh. No hint. Okay, we're not too far. Thank you. My bad, my bad, my bad. Here we go. I was distracted. Here we go. Ready? Here's the hint. It's the most exciting thing about season 9. Sorry, I missed that. Sorry, I missed that. No. My bad. No hint. Imagine. There's kind of a game like that later. There's kind of a game where it's a little more freeform. We'll get there. The most exciting thing about season 9. What's the phrase? Uninstalling. Wait. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay? Hold. We're there. We're there. How do I cancel my membership, right? Let's see. Let me think. I'll go like this. I'll go like this. Okay. Okay, we're getting close now. Those beers aren't helping. Hang in there. Hi, Bandito. EXE, welcome in. How are you? Happy Monday. Happy Monday. Go like this. Go like this. F. Uh-oh. 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 Am I dead? Hello? F? Uh-oh.
Si no quieres comerlo, me lo comeré yo. Si no quieres comerlo, me lo comeré yo.
We will never know the phrase. Paul took down the stream. Clippy's vengeance. We're so back. He's back. We're back. Are we good to go? We're back. The most exciting thing about season 9. Little F, right? Just a mini F. Internet can't handle words of fortune. Eat. Eat. Yeah, exactly, Jay. Tabete nakereba, tabete agimasu. Tabete ageru. Right, good to go. Okay? What is this phrase? What is this phrase? Here. This is gettable. Yeah. What? 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 First word? 07? 07? Someone's gonna get it. Oh! Someone, I said. It's fucking Zyle, right? Let's see. Oh, yeah. fuck, he says. It's so good. It's so good. Insane snipe. Everybody, right? Chasing that victory royale, right? Like it's bloody Fortnite 2017. Of course it is. #1 victory royale, right? Where is it? 1 second. 1 second. Is it behind? No, it's here. Look at this. Look at this. Blast from the past, right? Who wants one of these? Who wants one of these? Ugh, right? It's a fucking battle royale, guys. Dark and Darker has devolved. The only way you can have fun is to play it as a battle royale. I'm religiously opposed to Fortnite. Isn't that funny? Right? Isn't that funny? Anyway, it's 10 years ago. Yep. That's 10 years ago, right? He had that on deck. Anticipation, right? If I can block with a bloody shield in this game, I can anticipate a little bit. Okay, Ziozide, thank you very much. Zio is just... Zio's probably relieved, right? Because now Zio can go back to work. He's in the winner's corner. GG, Zio. GG. Can they just add that to the dungeon? I pissed myself. Zio to the corner. Too big-brained, right? Stream lagged back 2 whole minutes. Is the GOAT when it comes to word games. He's good. He's good at it, guys. He's good. Got the victory royale. Where are we going next? Where are we going next? Maybe if I get a bowl of goulash, my brain will re-energize. Where are we dropping? Yeah, not the towers, right? Everyone wanted to drop bloody towers. Okay. Okay, let's do it. I can't resist. This is impulse control, okay? This is a character flaw. This one's good. And I can't resist. Sometimes when I have like... I'm not going to go there. There's some things I just can't control, okay? Tilted Towers, Lamau. Yeah. Flush Factory. There was a house by the lake that was really good. Remember there was like a house by the lake house or something? God, 10 years ago, dudes. Maybe this beer will make me think gooder. Are you ready? Okay, for this game. For this game. I flash... I flash an image. Then take it away. Okay? Then ask a question about the image. You remember and guess. Okay? First person to guess correctly wins. Spelling matters. No question marks. No question marks in your response. Okay? Oops. And then only one or two guesses each, please. Only 1 or 2 guesses each, please, to start. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. I'm going to show the image, ask a question, and then you respond. Here we go. Here we go. Ready? Focus up. Focus up. Keep your eyes peeled. We're locked in. Here we go. Did you see it? Did you see it? What was the one perk on my warlock? What was the one perk on my warlock? Did you see it? Oh, maybe I didn't hang it for long enough. I was so excited. Ooh, there was people who know. There was lifesteal. There was people who know. Very good. On my side, it's Lupne. On my side, Shadow Touch. Smooth was just by a nose. Lost by a nose. Shadow Touch. Who's this guy? If it was the only thing I was looking at, that perk, right? It was just... I was desperately trying to remember its name. Yeah, I looked right at it. I don't know. You're Baldy, right? Totally. I didn't see it, but I assumed you'd use it. Interesting. Wow. Luke Nay on the board. Luke Nay on the board. GG. Forgot his gown in the tabernacle. Nice beard. I thought so. I thought so. Okay. Tabernacle. Je suis tabernacle. Right? Module game. Okay? Module game. Luke Nay's on the board. For this game, I show an image. You guess the exact name of the module I'm standing in. Okay? You guess the exact name of the module I'm standing in. There are so many. It's true. No question marks. Hut C. Okay? Please don't guess yet. Please don't guess now. Please. Hut beer. Please don't guess now. Keep it. This is impulse control, right? We're testing our impulse control. We're gonna say 1 or 2 guesses to start each. Each to start. Sorry. Less Dexia, right? Here we go. Take a look. Use your eyes and tell me what is the name of this module. What is the name of this module? Where could we be? Ooh, that's a hint, right? That's a hint. Well, we know what map we're on probably, right? Only 1 or 2 guesses. So you want to take a chance? Loot Lake. It was Loot Lake. That's what it was called. Holy F. That's a big hint. Guys, what is the name of this module where I am standing? Holy moly. It's not Altar Room. It's not Keep. It's not Goblin Maze. Now be careful. Don't guess too many times. That's Stella Montes. You see it's indoors. That's a very funny comment. That's a very funny comment. Uh-oh. Dudes. Where? Where? What's this? Look at this. This is a hint. Okay? Where? What? I'm going to say, okay, guess again. If you've guessed. Ooh. I don't remember module names. I know. Maybe you'll have better luck with the anagram, dearie. It is the crypt, but what is the name of the module? Does anyone know where we are? Dark crypt. Oh. It's not twin. Okay, spam guesses. Spam guesses. It's not coffin rooms. Wheel. It's not wheel. What's the module where you go up to... There's like a little staircase. It's not crypt hall. It's not crypt hall. That's it. It's not hallway. It's not barracks. It's anyone's game. Where are we? It's not quite... It's not crypt hallway. It's not Wraith Lair. It's not, is Dual Crypts is one? Is that one? It's not Wraith Hall. It is something hall, I will say. Okay? Still anyone's game. Something Ghost Hall. Great Hall. It's not Great Hall, not Ghost Hall. It's not Death Hall. Stone Hall is good. Indiana Jones, that part I got. A Penitent Man. A Penitent Man. A Penitent Man. Ooh, very close. Very, very close. It's not quite. Very, very close. Very close. There it is. What? The third party. I love the third party in this. I love the third party. Hall & Oates, you're out of touch. We're out of time. If you played the game, you would know Trap Hall. Trap Hall, all A. Trap Hall, all A. Trap Hall A. Yes, Sackboy, very good. I didn't put the A, never mind Lamau. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, of course. It's not fair. It's not fair. Trap Hall A. I was gonna say Hut A. Yeah. Wet Beak with the assist. I know. Yeah, it says Wet Beak. Says Wet Beak. Trap Hall A for VIB. Let's see some combat, right? Let's see some combat. The module wins. Well, wait, what? What? I solidly remember being in that room. Yes, most of us do, right? No way, what? What did I do? What did I do? Did I get it wrong? Trap Hall A isn't the winner, friend? Wait, did I type it wrong? Oh my god. Whoops. Okay. It's been a long day, right? Sackboy. It's been a long day. It's been a long day. Let's see some combat, right? Okay. Well, I'm dead, right? I'm dead. Lock in, guys. We have a little ways to go. We got a bloody close-up game to play, shall we? Close-up game. Okay? Are you ready? Are you ready to get as close as we can get? Right? Are you ready to get as close as we can get? That's something I would do. There's only so much space up here, dude. There's only so much space, right? There's a limited buffer zone. Okay? That's too close. Out of the bubble. Are you ready? How does it work? But how does it work? Okay? 1. I show an image. 2. You guess what that image is. Okay? We're going to say only 1 or 2 guesses each to start. Spelling matters. No question marks. Going soon. No. Anybody ready? Question mark? Is anybody ready? Are we here? Me. C. Okay, here we go. Goon gang, right? Where's my gang at? Feast your eyes and tell me what is this thing? Mystical gem is a good guess. That's a good guess. It's not. I don't want to linger here. We're super close. It is purple. Shadow diamond, interesting. Torch, interesting. Magic missile, interesting. There is lucky purple shorts. There is some data here. Okay? There is some data here. I'm not trolling you. No snipers. Does this help? This is either a brain or a Slurpee topping. Amethyst, is there amethyst in the game? Is there amethyst? Okay, it's not a Slurpee. Okay, guess one more time, if you want. Okay. It's not a mystical gem is a good guess. It is not a mystical gem. Ooh, a wisp is a good guess. It is not. Oh, purple soul heart from Dark and Darker. Interesting. It is not. Troll hide armor. Interesting. It is not. I don't think I've seen the answer just yet. Let me think about this. Here we go. Are you ready? Ooh, what could it be? What could it be? What could it be? It's not. It is not a magic protect. These are good guesses. I don't see it. Spectral silk is interesting. Magic missile is a good guess. Wendigo entrails, very good guess. This is good. This dates me. This dates me. Ooh, moss. Now, the door is open. Okay? When you have a guest like that, you are inviting a third party. The race is on now. The race is on. What is this thing? It's not a shadow campfire? Yes. 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 This is indeed a purple campfire. No, it's just... No. It can't be. You know he just uses purple torches, don't you guys? You know he tries to mess with us, right? It's such a troll. Like, I got the troll teeth and everything, right? That's so funny. Hey, the game is a troll, okay? The king of third-partied got third-partied. It's true, Moss. Moss lost that one. Moss opened the door to Wet Beak. Free the beak, right? Wet Beak. This game sucks, man. Wet Beak is in. Okay, 4 more. Purple campfire. I squinted too long, and now my eyes hurt. Uh-huh. Okay. 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 This one. Okay? I walked so Beak could run. Okay. Here we go. Everyone's fave. Everyone's fave. Zio is out of the picture, sadly. Okay, there's no free lunch here. We got to use your noodles. What is an anagram? An anagram is another way of saying any word you can make by recycling the letters of another word. So if you look at all the letters in option, you can scramble the letters and spell potion. So potion and option are anagrams of each other. But it doesn't have to be just like a one-word thing. So falchion, if you take all the letters, you can spell half coin. Okay? These are also anagrams of each other. So what we're going to do is I'm going to show you. I'm going to give you hints. I'm going to give you letter hints. You guess the anagram. It's based on Dark and Darker. Okay? Feet picks for the answer. I'm going... Yes. I almost read my own comment like it was somebody else's comment. Okay? Spelling matters. No question marks. And then no help from Zio. Okay? No help. Here we go. Those are the rules. We're going to say only 1 or 2 guesses each to start. This is not a spam guessing game. Are you ready to see the letters? Your job is to unscramble. Unscramble these nuts. Okay? Here we go. Here's the first hint. ESP my tings. ESP my tings. Take the letters. Scramble them. Find the answer. What am I talking about? It's related to Dark and Darker. Here's another hint. Gems. PS Tiny. Gems PS Tiny. What is the answer? It's related to Dark and Darker. I'll give another hint in a moment. Empty signs. The answer is an anagram of empty signs. Ooh, here's a hint. It's actually not an empty sign. Everyone's thinking. Everyone's got their thinking caps on. Is it better or worse when I just talk? Right? Here's the last one. Last hint. Anyone's game. STEM spying. That's a close one. Uh-oh. No Y? They all have Y? They all have Y? Yeah. That's right. Shut up, Zio. Shut up. Shut your mouth, Zio. You put a bunch of that winner's cheese in your mouth, Zio. Let's say it's related to season 9. How about that? It's something new and related to season 9. I just got here, I won, right? Ganja, you got time, man. Jump in. My brain don't work well with anagrams. There it is. There it is. Look. Look. It is, in fact, the ping system, right? The ping system. I typed something else that got filtered. Oh, Bandito got there. GG, Bandito. And that led me to the answer. Huge. So, excellent. Whoa, that's a good one, Jay. Boom. Very good. Excellent work. Jay, yay, yay. Right? On the board. Jay, yay, yay, yay on the board. Hi, Gonzo. How are you, buddy? Hi, everyone. Hi, Gonzo. Hi, Gonzo. Stem spying. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. If anyone is behind in chat, the first word was a free image editing software. Oh. ESP my tings. Oh, all 4 contain the same letters. Yes, they're all different anagrams of the answer. I should make that clearer. They're all related to the answer. That makes so much more. Sorry, I'm sorry. That's my fault. I'll make it more clear next time. Next time. Working now that my schedule changed. Maybe draw a little. That's a good idea. It's a good idea, right? This is like a version of this, right? This is a version of this kind of thing. We go like that kind of thing. Yeah, we're learning. We're learning. Okay. Let's do the gear guessing game and then module and then close up, okay? Okay. This one. This is a spam guess. Oh, did I not write? Wait. I wrote J. I thought maybe I didn't write J. This is a spam guessing game. Guess as many times as you want. Spelling still matters. No thingy doodles, right? Spelling still matters. No thingy doodles. Spam. I'd like spam. I'm not above it. I'll fry it up, right? Did I guess the spam? Welcome in, Ganja. Welcome in. Okay. For this one, spam museum. Is there such? There has to be, right? There has to be such a thing. There has to be such a thing. For this, okay? I was given a reward. And your job is to guess the reward item I chose based on the hints. Okay, in Minnesota, there is. Awesome. That's awesome. Guess the reward item I chose based on the following hints. This is new, right? This one is new? Not really. Don't guess yet. Don't guess yet. Here we go. Here we go. Fried spam kind of good. It is good. It is good. This item is coveted by some. What does that mean? Well, that's not very helpful, right? Coveted by some. Just, we can start guessing. Bologna sandwich. Spam guesses. Turn shoes. Quarterstaff. Gems. It's a liar. Interesting. Okay. Longsword. What have I said? It can look goofy. Ooh, a tire. 500 V-Bucks. A loot. Interesting. Coveted by some. Can look goofy. Yes. Yes. What if I also said? What if I also said it has a move speed of -3? Right? Now, 1 second here. Oh, yeah, it's good. What if I also said it gives vigor? What if I told you someone has guessed it already? Right? Someone might be very happy to learn that they have guessed it already. What is the thing? What is the thing that I accepted? Bang. Bang. A leather cap. Coveted by some. Can look goofy. He was there immediately on that. He was there immediately. Move speed -3. Gives vigor. Jorkin nay. Oh, hell yeah. You're in, buddy. You're in. No, notice? No question marks. It's possible. You just shake it off, right? You just shake it off. We're in there. Jorkin nay. Oops. Oops. Hey. Hey. Got it. Way to go. Trolling so hard? How? What do you mean? How? 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 In what way? In what way? No question marks. I outdid myself. You got it. See? Redemption. Full redemption. It's all good. It's all good. How? What do you mean? Bro. Bro, how? Leather cap? Yeah. Ooh. 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 Very common item. Your hints were implying a specific esoteric item. You did good. Oh, thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay. Dudes. Module game. Module game. Module game. Guess the exact name of the module I am standing in. Spelling matters, no question marks. The Batcave, you would. And then, only 1 or 2 guesses each to start. Thank you. Ready? Ready? I think the Batcave... Oh, wait, is it? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Is it? Trap Hall B, you would. Don't do it. Oh, and now, if I was being really clever and trolly, I would have done Trap Hall B. That would have been bad, right? And then would we have counted this as a win? Oh, I don't know. If I that's a big brain play that's just outside of my grasp, right? It's Trap Hall A again. That's even bigger, right? Hut A, we're not there yet, right? We're not there yet. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. No, it's actually kind of it's a real one. It's a real one. Where the frick are we? Ooh. Ooh. Wait. Wait. Ooh. Can we even see anything here? Oh, there. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Riverwood Boat Club. I love it. Don't we? Don't we? It's not Ritual Room. It's not Blood Pillars. This is the new Inferno. Where are we? Where are we? Disneyland. It's not Blood Platforms. It's not Demon Layers. Ooh, my friends. Who knows? Who knows? There's depths below. Evil Guy's house. Fireplace room. Blood River. Guys, what if I told you? What if I told you that someone knows and someone has spelled it correctly? Brimstone River. Blood Gulch. Bloody Falls. You guys know. See, look how much you guys... For people who said they don't know the things, you guys know. You guys know. But someone knew first. Where are we? What is this one called? What's this one called here? We're knowers. Right? Hellwind. Dang. Got it right. One word. GG Lyrebird. Excellent work. Excellent work. Let's see some combat, right? Let's see some combat. In the old Hellwind. Look at me. A solo wizard. Just trying to get out. Playing for my life, right? A knower and a shower? Yikes. Whoa. Whoa, wait. What? Wait. These guys were roommates. They were roommates. Okay? Knower, grower, and a shower? Interesting. Interesting, dudes. Interesting. We were just roommates, swear. I see. I see. Lyrebird. GG, buddy. I have never met them in my life, except when I have. He grows, he shows. He shows, he grows, and most importantly, he knows. Okay? A lot of detail for just roomies. Hey, you get pretty close, right? Roomies get pretty close. I would have never won with my goulash. Brain power? Did it kind of override the beer that you had earlier? You're in it, buddy. Lyrebird, that was good. That was good. One last one, dudes. One last go. One last goon. Okay? I show image. You guess it good. With spell, no. You know, right? I'm generally feeling so much more energized and eating the carbs in these potatoes. Yeah, I know what you mean. If I don't have, I get really shaky, right? Yes. Type letter, very good. So fast, yes. Ready? Okay. We're gonna say, oops, we're gonna say only 1 or 2. Only 1 or 2 guesses each. Don't spam. Oops, 2. Oopsie. Oopsies. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I typed free. I'm sorry. Free in this economy? Are you ready? Last one of the day. Okay, here we go. Feast your eyes. Open your lids. Right? You have to double guess. I'm sorry. Tell me, what is this thing? What is this thing? What is this thing? Spam. What is this thing? Ooh, pickpocket. That's a good guess. It's not, though. That's a good guess. Ooh, now you've broken the seal. Now people know. Let's show a little more information. What is this thing? Use your eyes. Step away. You can see it. If you get far enough away, you'll see it. You just have to throw your phone across the room. Throw your phone. It's not Last Bastion. It's not Shield Mastery. It's not Caltrops. It's not Reactive Shield. Throw your phone away and look. Oh, I'm going to show one more. It's not Riposte. It's not Torture Mastery. It's not Wizard. What is this thing? What is it? What is it? Not very widely used these days. I'll say it. It's a hint. It's not very widely used. Thorns. It's not Thorns. Yes. Yes. Guess what? Who the hell is running Holy Aura? Right? Jay knows. Jay knows. It's a pixelated picture. Yeah, but holy boly. GG, Jay. That was good. Dang. Right? Right? They have the value of integer points of armor. I could have got that one. Oh. Aw. Oh, now no one gives a crap. It's true, right? It's true. It's true. Holy Aura. Oh, man. Trivia's fun. Trivia's fun. Did that get nerfed? It looks like a trash perk. Yikes, right? Yikes. Gonzo, tell us how you really feel, right? You know, it is. I think it's fair to say. Isn't it weird that, like, giant parts of the game just become irrelevant, right? Isn't it weird? J, yay, yay, yay. I shouldn't capitalize. Isn't it weird? Winners. Totally. Who do we got here? Zioxide, Luke Nay, Sackboy, Wetbeak, J-yay-yay-yay, Jorkin-nay, Lyrebird, J-yay-yay-yay. Okay? Give me a moment while I queue up the wheel. Okay? Talk amongst yourselves. Poor heel sup cleric. Now let's see some combat. I'm sorry, guys. If anyone is expecting me to go back to playing the game, it's not going to happen. We are close to the end of stream. Okay, just so you know, we're going to go back to the tavern. I'm going to queue up the wheel. And we will crown this fine Monday's very important person. Let's see. There's the wheel. Here's the wheel. I need to mess with it. I need to customize though. Volume. Display duplicates. Yes. Spin time in seconds. We're going to go 45 seconds. Uh-oh, dudes. Uh-oh. What does this say? Wait a second. Wait a second. Oops. What does this say? What does it mean? Okay. I've got the wheel. It's a free service. It's a website. Okay. When I'm getting ads for like MILF Korea dates, that's bad, right? That's bad. Is that bad? Holy mama, right? Anyway, BRB here. Just gonna load up the wheel, okay? Heyo. What does that mean? What does it mean? Zioxide. Luke Nay. Sack Boy. Wet Beak. J. Okay. Jorkin. Nay. Lyrebird. J. Yay. Okay. I think that's everyone here. Now what I'm going to do, I'll let you observe. Okay. Help me. Help me help you. Okay. Help me help you. Single dad stream. Show bobs. It's... Right? Everyone's here. Zio. Zioxide, Luke Nay, Sackboy, Wetbeak, Jay, Jorkin, Lyrebird, Jay. Now what we do is this. Now what we do is this. And this. And this. And this. And this. And this. Ooh. Right? Trap Hall A is not there. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth, Jay. Thank you, though. Thank you. Now we can do this. Oh, yeah. Dudes, look. Put one burger in. Trap Hall double D. And what happens if we land on Trap Hall double... Do I click the ad? if it lands on Trap Hall double D, do we click the ad? People are going to be pissed. Okay, wait. We'll do a poll. We'll do a poll. Engage with your audience. Start a poll. Do we add Trap Hall double D? Okay, this could be unfair to the actual winners. Okay? Yes, no. Yes, no. Mingus. Bingus. Yes, no, Bingus. What do you think? Tell me. What are we gonna do? It would most likely get you banned on YouTube, but think of the laughs. I'm weirdly okay with this trap, but you also didn't win. How do I click yes 10,000 times? Oh no. This, you can take the red pill, right? And wake up and believe whatever you want to believe. Or you can take the blue pill and the Trap Hall D double D pill and see how far down the rabbit hole you can go, right? See how far down the rabbit hole goes. I love how no one said no. Do we get an extra yes if we have a spot on the wheel? Okay. Hey. What? Don't click? Okay. We'll do something special, okay? Trap Hall double D. Okay, we're adding it. We'll see. It's unlikely that's gonna... Single dad, right? But there's still a voice of reason, okay? Is it still too late? Clippy found out. No? Okay, no. What was this? I look over, right? How do I put my name on this? How do I put my name on the circle? It's a very good question. No, don't do it. Can we get a clap for Clippy, please? Clap. From beyond the grave, right? Clap for Clippy, guys. Oh. Don't shoot. Hey, Raider. Hey, streamer. Don't fuck it up. Oh, God. Mike Milch. Milk? Oh. Uh-oh. I'm gonna dislike if you don't tell me. We played a round of trivia games, and these are all the people that have won a trivia game. So next time, you'll have a chance to play the trivia games and get your name on the wheel. But for now, you can cheer for Trap Hall double D, okay? Do not piss off Milch. Milk? Ugh, help me. Where is it? Those thumbs are for fighting. Uh-oh. Were you? Where's Trap Hall double D? We're all winners. It's true. But some of us are just more winners, right? Some of us are just... We're all winners, but some of us are actual winners, right? Like, we're all kind of winning because we're alive and enjoying sentience, right? In existence, in each other's company. But within that subset of all people, right? We are alive and winning, but within that subset, there are also trivia winners that are on the wheel, right? Actually, your Trap Hall double D on the wheel. Where is it? Here it is. It's the dark blue. I should make it another color, but I don't want to enter the settings. Okay. Just let him be double D. Okay, and then we'll have to give Milch the VIB. Are you ready? Are you ready? We're all winners. Oh. I'm gonna go lie down after this. I'm just gonna, after this is done, okay, we're gonna crown the VIB. We're gonna talk about Project Zomboid, and I'm gonna go lay on the ground for like an hour, okay? That's what I'm gonna do next. All in on Sackbow, right? All in on Sackbow. What? I'm just texting my wife. 1 second. One second. Very important text message, right? Rig wheel. Okay. Okay. I agree that I will win. Okay, good. Here we go. Betting all on the double D's, right? 000. Okay. Here we go. In 5, it's not working. 4, 3. Thank you for your time today, guys. 2. I love you all very much. 1. Ready? Here we go. We're off. 45 seconds. Settle in. What a hoot. What a Monday. Oh, the wheel. 45 seconds. I think it's long enough. We've had Blinko games that have lasted longer, right? Now it's very greasy. The wheel is very slippery, so if you think you're gonna win, temper your expectation, okay? If it looks like you're gonna win, just don't get too excited, because it's gonna slide. It's sliding. I don't think there's any risk of double D, which is thank goodness. Thank goodness. Now who could it be? Now who could it be? We're coming up on it now, but don't get too excited, because you never know. You never know. It's Jay. It's Jay. Jay, yay, yay. Right? Jay's got out. I was gonna. We're not. Don't click the link. Don't click it. It fucking worked. Oh, let's go, Jay. Awesome. Huge sneaky wheel rig, right? I guess it did work. Yay, yay, yay. I really wanted to know. Well, right? You could just search for it. You could absolutely ruin your browser history and physically search for, was it Korean knockers? What? Knock knock. It's a Korean MILF. Something like that. Don't do it. Don't do it. What do we say? How do we say? Right? Let's see some combat. Let's see some combat. Oh no. Okay. Korea dates. Don't type it. Don't type it. Don't type it. Don't type it. Jay, congratulations. Let's do it. A coronation of sorts, okay? It's a little thing we do here. Let's see some Korean combat. Uh-huh. Yikes. Yikers. Okay, here we go. Now the real question is, what are we gonna make Jay? Right? Let's do this really quick. I don't think Jay's won before. Has he? Has he? Let's remind ourselves, shall we? DK Schneely, right? The old man. Yeah, you're welcome. The old man, Sir Lance M, right? We'll see him in Hunger for sure. Mateo is with us, right? Dropping riddles about hitting tiny balls with a skinny stick. I did not get it, but we got there eventually. Justin Manhole, it's been a minute. Hope you're doing well. Star, right? Synth Solo, Star. Lyrebird has already won. It's okay. Lyrebird's on the board. He can let today go, but GG on calling the module, right? Lily's here. Lily is stargazing, right? Harpy is stargazing. Bren. Hi, Bren. I don't think he's here today. Didn't see him. Sneaky Beastie, probably busy at work. Almost made like a rage post about work today, but didn't, right? Hope he's doing okay. Not that soapy. Not that recently, right? Baobab, seen him once or twice. Spartan John, same. I'm missing this. I'm missing the sprite, you can see. It's a little bit pixely. I should fix that. We've got our heroes versus hordes, okay? Zio, Oro, Sneakers, Ham Salad, Leo Castle, NEP. Mossman, won recently. Luke Nay, won recently. Crook is here. Zio, during the 24-hour stream. It was all words of fortune, right? Zio's wheelhouse. What's Jay gonna be? I don't know. Wait a second. What's Jay gonna be? You know what? Jay, can I make you a big bear? Can I make you a big cozy bear? We don't have a cozy bear. It's not a druid joke. It's just that this looks good. What do you say? Is that okay? Big cozy bear? No? Okay. No? Maybe not? Yes? Okay. Bear is adorable. I think it's cute. Look at him. Look at him. Cute. Right? J. I like bear. Nice. Right? Life beyond dad. Here's life beyond dad. Bears are cute and also formidable. Right? Very nice. Get ready. Hour by hour. Here we go. Like this one. Ya da 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 da. Right? The coronation. This week's VIB. GG. This is very topical, actually, because Jay, guys, Jay has done so much work. Jay's done so much work for, what do you call it? The Project Zomboid community stuff, right? And this is the last bit of housekeeping. This is perfect. You couldn't have scripted it better, okay? Couldn't have scripted it better. VIB for Jay. And also, Jay is our zombie director. And we've had a couple of events now for Project Zomboid. We had a single one-shot day event, right? Not rigged. Yikes. There's no salt mine, though. There's no salt mine. It's not true. And we had like a week-long zombie week recently that was a smash hit. A lot of fun. We're going to do it again. Here's the housekeeping. If you like to play Project Zomboid and you want to play in a group, you want to learn the game better, I think, I've played a little bit solo and like the game just feels totally different in multiplayer. And if you've never played Project Zomboid in multiplayer, if you've maybe tried it and you're not like you don't know what to do or you're kind of lost, the first thing I'll say is learning in a group is like the best way to learn. And the second thing I'll say is like playing in a group is like way more fun than, sitting by yourself like in a bathroom, overnight, hoping that a zombie doesn't break down the door. So there was so much fun and success we had at the last zombie week. We're going to do it again in June. And this time it's going to be a multi-week affair. And we're going to do our best to be a little more structured with excursions and activities to get people involved, to get people out of the base, right? And so that's coming up. And we got to say another huge thanks to Jay for leading the charge, because Jay knows the game, Jay knows the mods, Jay knows the tech. It's beyond our grasp. We don't really have a lot of experience with PZ, and Jay's been all over this. And we have forwarded your support to him. We asked for some fundraising to pay for the server costs and some of Jay's time. And I know he's very appreciative of that as well. So thanks to everyone who donated in previous streams to fund the zombie week. I'm not sure. I don't think there's going to be as much of a financial requirement this coming time, but we can of course support Jay. We'll have a couple of fundraisers for Jay to support him. But I think the server costs are manageable. So we'll sort all that out. It doesn't matter. The most important thing is there's going to be a multi-week Project Zombie community event, Project Zomboid community event in June. I don't want to say dates, right? Thank you, dearie. JD. Oh, Carpe Noctem. We'll be very happy about that. Thank you very much. Been very active in the Discord recently. Thank you. Very nice. So yeah, just a last bit of housekeeping note to say heads up for another Project Zomboid event in June. And thanks again to Jay, our zombie director, for leading the charge. We could not have these events without someone like him leading the charge. Appreciate that. For those who like Valheim, myself included, I've resisted. I thought about going back to Valheim sometime earlier this year, but I ultimately didn't pull the trigger because I knew that we'd be coming back to it in the summer. Valheim in July. So if Project Zomboid isn't your jam, totally understandable. Stay tuned because we're going to do another big go at Valheim. I think this time around I'm going to be able to go a bit deeper, faster, right? Faster, deeper. Who doesn't want that? And so I don't think I even made it to Ashlands last time. Is Ashlands in the game? It is, right? Hoping that 1.0 Valheim is out then. Ooh, wouldn't that be cool? 1.0, which means like the deep north, or it is. Wait, Ashlands is there. So at least that, even if 1.0 doesn't roll around, I'm betting 1.0 Christmas. I think we all stop before Ashlands, so that'd be pretty cool, right? If we now I guess some of the group stuff is tougher in Valheim because it's not like an MMO compatible kind of thing. Right? Speaking of bears, exactly, there are bears, aren't there? I didn't do any progression except for Ichthyr. Uh-huh. Hopefully I'll be able to play this time around. I hope so too. Anyway, that's coming up as well, guys. That's coming up as well. What a day. What a day. What a Monday. Happy Monday. Thanks for your time. Guys, I'm wiped. I'm wiped. 6.5 hour stream, not so bad, right? Happy Monday, everyone. Totally. Best news of the day. I think, you know what I'm going to do? On Thursday, I'm going to boot up a Project Zomboid stream, and I'm just going to do some more basic stuff for me and for anyone else who kind of wants to see the ropes. So I'll be playing solo vanilla, and I'll be focusing on like just car repair, like leveling up, right? Just as a little primer. That'll be Thursday, I think. And so we'll be looking forward to your assistance in helping me figure out what to do with other systems in the game. Okay? Man, that's so great. We're going to do the Zomboid thing again. Yes. Multi-weeks, right? Multiple week affair. So there'll be some time to like base build, and we'll do some like base defense. We'll do some dedicated excursions. We'll of course plan for like a big event at the end kind of thing. Sword time. Reach 150 weight units. We'll have to put you in like a cart. We'll have to cart with a wheelbarrow lyrebird to the final exfil or whatever. Sumo training. Those guys are tough MFers. I'll tell you, I'm kind of a fan of sumo. I know more about sumo than the average person, and those guys are badass. I will say it. Luckily, I have Thursday to Saturdays off now too. Excellent, Gonzo. Gonzo got a taste, right? Gonzo is like a team player. When you're saying, I got a pack of mag, he's like, okay, I got you. I'll cover you, right? If you say we're going somewhere, Gonzo says we're moving, right? He's got good comms. He's got that Tarkov comms, right? It's going to be fun, buddy. It's going to be fun. Friends, GG. GG. Can we get one more clap for Clippy? Because this Clippy tech is so good. One more clap for Clippy to chase me off, clicking on the double Ds. Okay? Right? One more of these guys. We're going to power it down. Clippy the GOAT. Even when Clippy's not here, Clippy's the GOAT, right? It's true. Lo-fi powwow on Monday. Coming to a close. Goodbye song time. Let's wrap it up, folks. Thanks for all your time, guys. Awesome day. Good job, man. I'd have clicked. Yay! Thank you all very much. Have a good day. Have a good week. We'll see you on Thursday. Until then, we'll say bye for now. Mwah. Bye for now. Bye, guys. Bye!